Nigerian time as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the Locker Room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, with the sport.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the Atlas.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
The Ikogosi Warm Springs is a tourist attraction located at Ikogosi, a town in Ekiti State, southwest Nigeria. Flowing abreast the warm spring is another cold spring which meets the warm spring at a confluence, each maintaining its thermal properties. These attributes make the spring a tourist attraction in Nigeria. Research suggested that the warm spring has a temperature of about 70 degrees Celsius at the source and 37 degrees Celsius at the confluence. In 1952, Southern Baptist missionary Reverend John S. McGee, from his mission base in the nearby Ekiti town of Igede, went to the source of the hot and cold springs about which he had heard from the Ikogosi people. Initially, he was discouraged from doing this, and the reasons given were based on the tradition of the local residents, which was that nobody should ever visit the source of these two streams because of the idea that to do so would be to invite death from the supernatural forces that were responsible for this strange and most unusual feature of nature. In spite of the warnings, Reverend McGee made his way through the forest, up the hill to the source of the two side-by-side springs. According to Reverend McGee's brief written account, he is quoted as saying, "After seeing it, I felt that it could be used for a good purpose. I discussed with the people. I discussed the possible use of it with some of the Mission and Nigerian Baptist Convention friends. With the growing interest of Royal Ambassador work and youth work, we felt that it could best be used by building a youth camp. I took it up with the Ekiti Association and we decided to build a camp for our residential areas and government areas. The land was secured through the convention." End quote. Having had the water from both springs tested to ensure its purity, Reverend McGee, with support from the Ekiti Baptist Association of Churches and the Nigerian Baptist Convention, who secured 28 acres of land, which was the original camp, began planning for the building of the camp. By the early to middle 1970s, the Nigerian government took control of the swimming pool and built some guest chalet adjacent to it, with a separate entrance road from that which the McGees had built to the camp entrance. From that time forward, there was also the hope and intention of developing that area for tourist purposes.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Good day and welcome to Aviation Scope. I am Chukwuemeka Obioma. This edition seeks to examine how airports can boost the tourism sector as well as lead to socio-economic growth, particularly as the festive season approaches. Joining us for this conversation on the program is Michael Balogun, an expert in tourism. Michael Balogun is General Secretary, Nigeria Association of Tour Operators. Mr. Balogun, you're welcome.
Thank you for having me, and compliments of the season.
The same to you. So we are examining how airports can add value to tourism and lead to socio-economic growth. Now, for our viewers who may not fully comprehend our discussion, let's give them a breakdown of the story that we have as a background to today's topic. Now, Nigeria's newest aviation landmark, that is the Victor Atta International Airport in Uyo, Akwa Ibom State, has been widely applauded as a major catalyst for the country's tourism and socio-economic growth. The airport, recently designated as an international facility by the Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development, Festus Keyamo, stands as the first of its kind in the South-South region. Located adjacent to the state's domestic terminal, the airport features cutting-edge aviation technology, world-class passenger lounges, modern recreational spaces, and state-of-the-art shopping arcades. Tourism stakeholders say the facility represents a new era of enhanced travel connectivity and global access for the region. President of Experience Ibom and Chairman of the Board of Trustees of the National Association of Nigerian Tour Operators, NATOP, Nkerewum Onang, described the airport as a transformative enabler of cultural tourism in Nigeria. He praised Akwa Ibom State Governor Pastor Umo Eno for his strategic vision in positioning the state as a major tourism destination. Now, my question really is, how can Nigeria's airports be harnessed to drive tourism growth and showcase the country's rich cultural heritage to the world? Now to you, Mr. Balogun.
That's a very beautiful question, and I'll start by saying congratulations to His Excellency Governor Umo of Akwa Ibom State. With the pronouncement of the new the Atta International Airport as designated one for an international airport by His Excellency the Aviation Minister Festus Keyamo, it shows a state that is ready, tourism ready, and it's a beautiful way to emark and showcase a state. You know, there's nothing you want to do about tourism that aviation, transportation would not be a part of. And with that new pronouncement, you know, any investor anywhere in the world will want to visit that state. I have been there a couple of times, and I think this is a big achievement to promote that state as a tourism-ready destination. Because how do you sell a state if you don't talk about aviation and all these logistics issues? And then to know Ibom Air is the official flag bearer of the state makes it a beautiful, component. And talking about airports and all the sectors as a whole, the airport is one of the greatest real estates anywhere in the world. The first 20 minutes of any arrival from any visitor shows what that state is all about, or the country. Like you step into the airport in Europe or in Dubai, already you get a feel of what that country is all about. So it's a huge issue when we talk about airports and what it does to a country's image. People can, decide on staying longer just from what they feel from the airport. Is this a welcoming place? And you remember, the airport is just like the first place you see before you even get into a country. So that represents like your little embassy and a micro destination to explore. You go to some airports, you can do a tour in the airport and take pictures and probably want to get back on the plane and leave, because that alone is fulfilling to see what they have in the airport before you even step out to the main town.
All right. So I just want to ask, what specific strategies can authorities implement to promote tourism-related businesses and create jobs in local communities?
Now, when you go into some airports abroad, from the airport, you can tell about the cultural values, everything that has to do with the country, tourism aspect, what they have in stock for you. Right from the airport, you can start feeling that. Thankfully, in our MM2, once you step out, you can see the murals on the wall. Some of the destinations in Nigeria are on the wall. Then walking into the arrival, you can see some of the galleries, souvenir shops, some food vendors, and that gives you a vibe of what the state is all about. For instance, like when we went to Dubai recently, right from the airport, you can feel you're in a tourist destination. Right from the airport, you see all the vendors, the logistics company, hotel vendors, small desks, offering tourism information. And that is what we need more in Nigeria, that once you step out of the plane, walking into the arrival pavilion, you should be seeing stuff to show, welcome to Lagos, you're in Nigeria, there's vendors here, there's a leaflet showing you what to do, where to go in Lagos. You have a small help desk, and with partnership with tour operators and having them have little, help desk. Somebody might want to just pick up a flyer to say, where can I go when I get to my hotel? Oh, you can have a list, a QR code is somewhere they can scan. Right from the airport, like when you go to the UK, you pick up a London tube map, or you scan a code to show you activities to do wherever you are going in London. So that is the kind of thing we need to see more in Nigeria. And luckily for us, we started seeing that. And that is the beauty of, stepping out as an international arrival, to see those murals on the wall, seeing all those little artwork from here to there, seeing souvenir shops. And then you start getting that feel that you're in a state that is tourism friendly as well.
All right. So do you think there's any role technology can actually play in this, in all of that? Do you think there's any role technology can play in all of this?
A lot.
Okay.
That is why we're talking about QR codes. There's some places you go, maybe while waiting for your connecting flight, you have a piece of headgear, a VR headgear, that shows some of the beautiful destinations in Lagos, in Abuja, in Cross River State. Sometimes you see business travelers, probably they wanted to spend 2 days or 3 days in the country, maybe by just virtual checking out some destination. They extend their stay, extend their hotel stay, and that add up to everything they're coming to do. Instead of spending 2 days, they're not spending 5 days because they want to explore something they've picked up. And that is where the technology aspect comes there. Like, imagine you get into the airport, there are vending machines, there are, TV displays showing different destinations to visit while in Nigeria. And that is, the difference between back in the days that you have magazines scattered all over the place, they have to pick a huge volume of a catalog to go through. But now with the kind of technology we have now, you can scan a QR code and then you get a whole lot of literature, videos, and everything right on your phone.
Okay. In what ways can Nigeria's airports, I know you have actually enumerated a lot, but in what specific ways can Nigeria airports serve as gateways to the country's diverse tourism attractions? And how can they be marketed as such? I think if I look at it from a personal experience, I think more has to do with investment, partnership with real stakeholders, like our association, the Nigerian Association of Tour Operators, partnering with the airport authorities and, helping to bring out some of these digital marketing tools. You have all these vending machines that stands LED display, and then you have different images of different destinations popping up. And then there are days you have these cultural activities, maybe 3 times a month. You have different cultural group, maybe from the east, from the south, from the southwest. Imagine coming out of the airport and then you're welcome with a cultural dance troupe. Maybe they're your
group dancing, or it's a Atilogu dancer. So all these things add attraction. And then
that sounds interesting, really.
With the level of people picking up their phone every day, doing selfie, imagine somebody coming out of the airport to meet a cultural troupe dancing, taking the videos, doing a live feed of that. It brings that warmth of embracing the culture right from the airport. And then when you talk of the other aspect of the airport, we need to retrain our immigration service, our first responders. You don't want to come into a place, people are looking hostile, are angry looking. You need to train them. It doesn't cost anything to say, welcome to Nigeria, with a smile. And these are the things a lot of tourists take into consideration, like, if you go to that country, from the airport, you can feel the agitation, you can feel the hostility. So there's so many things we can put into play. Real training, retraining, cultural aspects, being attached. Imagine going to the Atta International Airport and being welcomed by a traditional group from Akwa Ibom. Maybe some dancers here, some souvenir market store just close by for you to pick while you're waiting for your car. So all these things, they're like a moving parts that you need to incorporate into the success of an airport. An airport shouldn't just be seen as a pathway to get out of the airport. The airport should be seen as the first point of contact of the country or a state. So I will be expecting more from that state once I land.
Okay, I think I agree with you on that. How can stakeholders in the tourism industry collaborate? Because this actually needs the input of all and sundry within the sector. So how can collaboration be enhanced within the sector? How can stakeholders in the industry, in the tourism industry, collaborate with stakeholders or airport management, stakeholders within the aviation industry or airport management to promote Nigeria's tourism potential and enhance the overall travel experience?
I think it's more of a parley to have with the government, coming to the table, sitting down and telling them some of our own strategies and implementation plans that they can adopt. They are more of into the outbound and inbound tourist or arrivals, while we are more of the progressive to see when you get out of the airport, we take it from there, your hotel accommodation, your logistics, all the places you need to visit while you're in Nigeria. So if we come to a table to sit down with the management of the airport and say, we have this kind of plans, every other week, there's a cultural group coming to showcase the beauty of the Nigerian diverse culture at the airport. The other day, it might be a food sampling for people getting out of the plane or people waiting at the departure lounge, just to have a feel of the culinary, exhibition going on in the country. Just say, I've had this food while waiting for my flight at the airport. So there's so many things we need to do together. And it's a partnership. It's a win-win because we are all selling the glory of the country. So I believe if we sit down with the government, there's more for us to do. We are the real operators, while they are the ones receiving people coming in, from all over the world. So it's a win-win situation if we can have that kind of, collaboration and take it from there.
All right. So do you see any key challenges facing Nigeria's airports in terms of supporting the growth of tourism? How can they be addressed through public-private partnerships?
Well, apart from the infrastructure issues, some days you get out of the airport, there's no light, the ACs are not working, maybe the baggage train is not coming out in time, people being aggressive, a lot of, when you get out of the plane, get into the arrival, the queue at the immigration, if there are things that they can put in place to speed up and make it seamless. Imagine somebody that's been on a flight for 6-8 hours, then have to stand on the queue for another 1 hour just to go through passport control. But yeah, like the MM2, you still have all those e-gates and electronic gates, which makes it very, very, beautiful to see that you can go all through the airport without having to stop with the immigration officials just to get out of the airports. And that is how it should be. Seamless movement out of the airport makes it even beautiful. And then our e-visas, thank God that one has taken place. And before, you know how long it takes to get an e-visa to Nigeria. So by the time we put all this into perspective, there should be more things to achieve at the airports, not just seeing the airport as the normal people coming in and going out. Now, most airports around the world are like the first point of tourist destinations. When you see the airports in Singapore, you see the airports in Dubai, and you'll be wondering, if this is just an airport, what would the town look like? So a whole lot goes into the airport branding, and it's an image thing for the country as well. It's a big PR to say the airport has this, not coming into the airport and then there's no lights and the ACs are not working, the toilets are not fixed. So it goes a long way too.
All right, we'll go on a short break now, and when we return, Aviation Scope continues. Please stay with us.
Airports are central to tourism growth, especially during the festive season, when travel numbers soar. They are the first point of contact for visitors, shaping the perception of a destination through accessibility, comfort, and efficiency. A well-run airport encourages more people to travel, supports hospitality businesses, and opens doors for cultural and recreational tourism. In Akwa Ibom, the Victor Atta International Airport in Uyo is becoming a major driver of this growth. Recently designated, an international airport now has the capacity to receive passengers from outside Nigeria, instantly expanding the state's tourism reach. Its long, modern runway, improved navigational aids, and the restoration of night flight operations mean airlines can reschedule more flights and operate more flexibly during the busy holiday period. These upgrades translate to real benefits. Travelers experience smoother arrivals, shorter delays, and better connections. Local hotels, restaurants, transport operators, and small businesses, from craft sellers to tour guides, all gain from the increased inflow of visitors. Studies around the airport already shows higher economic activity in surrounding communities. As the festive season approaches, the Victor Atta International Airport is appointed to how airports of its kind across Nigeria can strengthen not just the identity of the state in which they are located, but the entire country as an organized visitor-friendly destination. The airports serve not just as transit points, but as strategic hubs that boost holiday travel, encourage tourism, and enhance the overall experience of anyone entering Nigeria.
Welcome back. You are still watching Aviation Scope on your darling station, Voice of the People TV. And we have been looking at the value that airports within the aviation industry can actually add to tourism. And with me on the program is Mr. Michael Balogun, an aviation expert. So, Mr. Balogun, I'm going to give you a background information regarding the next set of questions I'm going to pose to you. Now, this is particularly because of the season that is approaching, the Yuletide season. So we know that airlines are facing capacity challenges, especially during peak seasons like the Yuletide period. Many carriers are intensifying acquisitions to optimize traffic, with some adding new aircraft to their fleets. Now, for instance, Air Peace is expanding its fleet with 4 additional Boeing 737-800 aircraft, while Ibom Air is awaiting the delivery of 9 Airbus A220-300s. Now, other airlines like United Nigeria Airlines are with leasing aircraft to boost capacity. Now, despite these efforts, experts warn that capacity will remain a challenge, with growth projected to be around 3 to 4% in 2025. Factors like aircraft delivery delays, supply chain bottlenecks, and maintenance issues are contributing to the strain. To manage capacity, airlines are employing strategies like wet leasing, fleet shuffles, and schedule calls. However, these measures may not be enough to meet the demand, potentially leading to higher fares and reduced flight options. Now, my question to you, sir, is with all this, with the scenario painted, do you think the government should provide more support to airlines to help them increase capacity?
Oh, definitely. Most definitely. I think the greatest challenge we have now in Nigeria is in the aviation sector. How many families can really afford to fly? Locally, the cost of aviation, cost of tickets has gone up tremendously. And when you think about the local flights going to Abuja and coming back now, could set you up almost 300,000 or more. Imagine a family of 5 going for the holidays in Abuja. That's going to be a million point something just for local flights. So if the government invests more in these air carriers, it's going to ease up the tension. And then, when you talk about the issue of security, how many people can really afford to fly now? So a lot of people are still going to be looking at the road, networks to connect to wherever they're going. And the challenge is this: if more state governments, like what Akwa Ibom has done, acquiring their own flag carrier, imagine if another airline comes up, maybe in Lagos, another one in Abuja, the ease will be there. And that is why sometimes we tell people it's not just about complaining about what the government can do. This is when the private stakeholders need to come into place. How many things can the government do sometimes? Even we as a country don't even have a national carrier yet. And the likes of Air Peace that, breaking the barriers now, doing international flights from Nigeria to the UK to America and all that. So a lot of these government officials, they need to step up their game. They need to start looking at bringing investors into the aviation sector. We can't keep relying on 2 or 3, airlines in a whole country of over 250 million people. So for me, like this year season, there are going to be a lot of flights locally, and now are people going to manage the high costs? So if there are more, airlines coming into this space, more aircraft being either wet leased or acquired, it will make a difference in the aviation sector in Nigeria for a while.
Okay. Do you think that the capacity challenges are going to lead, I should say, to a significant increase in airfares this season?
Oh, definitely.
Why so?
It's not going to reduce because the operational cost for people, the aviation industry players, they are going to start charging extra because of the cost of jet fuel, their overheads, the operations. So it's going to be very tight for them to even drop the price. Instead, it's going to go up more. But if they had the capacity to expand their fleet, probably yes, we might look at the reduced rates, but I don't see it happening anytime soon.
You don't see
unless
that?
the government is going to subsidize on their operations as well.
Okay. All right. Mr. Balogun, you've been wonderful. You've been brilliant on the subject of discussion on this edition of Aviation School. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for having me.
You're welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, I have been talking with Mr. Michael Balogun, an expert in tourism. He is General Secretary, Nigeria Association of Tour Operators. Once again, thank you, Balogun, for your insightful contribution. Now, this is where we draw the curtain on today's edition of Aviation School. Keep a date with us again, same time next week. I am Chukwemeka Obioma. Thank you for watching.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejimo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap charge. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked, because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time, because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I want something actually. I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that guy, because VOP is the plot.
We are here with the leadership of VOP Television Lagos. We do appreciate this opportunity to say Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to our viewers all over the world and admirers. Cheers.
Ẹ̀yin tèmi ní Nàìjíríà lókè òkun, mò ń kí yín fún Kérésìmesì ọdún yìí á yabo fún wa o. Gbogbo àlàrí bá ti ṣe tààrọ̀ náà gbégbá o. I wish my fans all over the world, in Europe, America, Australia, everywhere, a Merry Christmas and a prosperous New Year. Catch ya next year.
You've been wonderful all through the year. And this is from us, Voice of the People Television, saying Merry Christmas and a prosperous New Year to you all. See you at the top.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Lovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyosite is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV, live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right? 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bamakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from The Real Housewives of Lagos and The Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, everybody. It's a brother Shaggy, man. Fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know why you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers boy ever live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you. Hi, people. Jenny Albano here. Guys, please.
People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. to 9 p.m. The issues. Don't just react. Understand.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Shaka, who was born in 1787, died September 22nd, 1828. Zulu chief, founder of Southern Africa's Zulu Empire. He is credited with creating a fighting force that devastated the entire region. His life is the subject of numerous colorful and exaggerated stories, many of which are debated by historians. Shaka was the son of Senzangakona, chieftain of the Zulu, and Nandi, an orphaned princess of the neighboring Langeni clan. Because of his parents belonged to the same clan, their marriage violated Zulu custom, and the stigma of this extended to the child. The couple separated when Shaka was 6, and Nandi took her son back to the Lengani, where he passed a fatherless boyhood among a people who despised his mother. In 1802, Langeni drove Nandi out, and she finally found shelter with the Desheni, a subclan of the powerful Mtetwa. When Shaka was 23, Dingiswayo, the Mtetwa paramount chieftain, called up Shaka's Letsani age group for military service. For the next 6 years, he served with brilliance as a warrior of the Mtetwa Empire. Senzagakona died in 1816, and Dingiswayo released Shaka from service and sent him to take over the Zulu, which at this time probably numbered fewer than 1,500, occupying an area on the White Mfolozi River. They were among the smallest of the more than 800 Eastern Nguni Bantu clans, but from the day of Shaka's arrival, they commenced their march to greatness. Shaka ruled with an iron hand from the outset, melting out instant death for the slightest opposition. His first act was to reorganize the army. Like all the clans, the Zulu were armed with oxide shields and spindly throwing spears. Battles were little more than brief and relatively bloodless clashes in which the outnumbered side prudently gave way before extensive casualties occurred. Shaka first armed his men with long-bladed, short-hafted stabbing assegais, which forced them to fight at close quarters. He then instituted the regimental system based on age groups quartered at separate kraals and distinguished by uniform markings on shields and by various combinations of headdress and ornaments. He developed standard tactics which the Zulu used in every battle. The available regiments, known collectively as the Impi, were divided into 4 groups. The strongest, termed the chest, closed with the enemy to pin him down, while 2 horns raced out to encircle and attack the foe from behind. A reserve, known as the loins, were seated nearby with its back to the battle, so as not to become unduly excited, and could be sent to reinforce any part of the ring if the enemy threatened to break out. The battle was supervised by indunas, or officers, who used hand signals to direct the regiment. An MP consistently covered 50 miles a day, living off grain and cattle requisitioned from the kraals it passed, and accompanied by boys who carried the warriors' sleeping mats and cooking pots. In 1827, Nandi died, and with his mother's death, Shaka became openly psychotic. About 7,000 Zulus were killed in the initial paroxysm of his grief, and for a year no crops were planted, nor could milk, the basis of the Zulu diet staple, be used. All women found pregnant were slain with their husbands, as were thousands of milch cows, so that even the calves might know what it was to lose a mother. Early in 1828, Shaka sent the Impi south in a raid that carried the warriors clear to the borders of the Cape Colony. They had no sooner returned, expecting the usual season's rest, than he sent them off to raid far in the north. It was too much for his associate and 2 of his half-brothers, Dingane and Mlangana, together with an Induna named Mbopa, murdered him in September of that year.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice. the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The people's voice. Make your voice count.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Sowore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, all right, it's about that shaking the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Blast Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know what you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers, whatever, live it. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Jenny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello, peeps. My name is Yomi E. Adejumo.
Hi, everyone. I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi, everyone. My name is Stacey Benjamin, and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I won't want to actually, I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that dial because VOP is the plot.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyosite is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging. Picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes, please discuss.
In a world where power shakes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
The Ikogosi Warm Springs is a tourist attraction located at Ikogosi, a town in Ekiti State, southwest Nigeria. Flowing abreast the warm spring is another cold spring which meets the warm spring at a confluence, each maintaining its thermal properties. These attributes make the spring a tourist attraction in Nigeria. Research suggested that the warm spring has a temperature of about 70 degrees Celsius at the source and 37 degrees Celsius at the confluence. In 1952, Southern Baptist missionary Reverend John S. McGee, from his mission base in the nearby Ekiti town of Igede, went to the source of the hot and cold springs, about which he had heard from the Ikogosi people. Initially, he was discouraged from doing this, and the reasons given were based on the tradition of the local residents, which was that nobody should ever visit the source of these two streams because of the idea that to do so would be to invite death from the supernatural forces that were responsible for this strange and most unusual feature of nature. In spite of the warnings, Reverend McGee made his way through the forest, up the hill to the source of the two side-by-side springs. According to Reverend McGee's brief written account, he's quoted as saying, "After seeing it, I felt that it could be used for a good purpose. I discussed with the people. I discussed the possible use of it with some of the Mission and Nigerian Baptist Convention friends. With the growing interest of Royal Ambassador work and youth work, we felt that it could best be used by building a youth camp. I took it up with the Ekiti Association, and we decided to build a camp for our residential areas and government areas. The land was secured through the convention." End quote. Having had the water from both springs tested to ensure its purity, Reverend McGee, with support from the Ekiti Baptist Association of Churches and the Nigerian Baptist Convention, who secured 28 acres of land, which was the original camp, began planning for the building of the camp. By the early to middle 1970s, the Nigerian government took control of the swimming pool and built some guest chalet adjacent to it, with a separate entrance road from that which the McGees had built to the camp entrance. From that time forward, there was also the hope and intention of developing that area for tourist purposes.
encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
In a world where power shapes with every headline,
In a nation full of questions,
in a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react. Understand.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarite is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, You are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Whether you've been with us through the ups and downs or just joined us for this festive season,
take a moment to cherish the moments you've made and look forward to making new ones on the horizon.
May this new year bring you everything good, everything prosperous.
As we bid farewell to the old year and welcome you to the new year,
may your heart be filled with joy and your home with laughter. And of course, may your spirit be filled with hope.
We'll be bringing you live updates, exciting performance, and inspiring stories throughout the day.
stay tuned for our special New Year's coverage and let's make this year unforgettable.
Thank you for making us a part of your celebration.
Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Opportunity to say Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to our viewers all over the world and admirers. Cheers.
ẹ̀yin tèmi ní nàìjíríà lókè òkun mò ń kí yín fún kérésìmesì ọdún yìí á yabo fún wa o gbogbo àlàrí bá ti ṣe tààrọ náà gbégbá o. I wish my fans all over the world in Europe, America, Australia, everywhere a Merry Christmas and a prosperous New Year. Catch ya next year.
As the year comes to an end, we want to take a moment to thank each and every one of you for your hard work, dedication, and the positive vibe you bring to Voice of the People every day. From all of us on the HR, we would like to say Merry Christmas, a happy, prosperous, and healthy New Year. Thank you.
Happy New Year! I think that's fine, right? Okay, so I have to apologize. My guys, at the Talkback studio actually told me to shout. They asked me to scream. So I think I love that. Let me scream again. Happy New Year! Welcome on board. Of course, it is People's Voice on VOP Television. What a way to start the year. It's really been a very wonderful one, I have screamed. Please, in case my voice is cracked today, pardon me for just today. I have shouted Happy New Year since 12, till this morning. I only took 1 hour nap, and because I really, I really anticipated, so much, as regards to the crossover night, and, the enthusiasm of me just, waiting for that particular time, to get to 12 and for us to cross over. Because I just felt everything that came with 2025 was really, really, enough. It drained us. It took so much from us. And I just wanted to see a new year where we can hope again, where hopes can actually come alive and believe again. And that's why I'm really excited to see a new year. And for the fact that you didn't actually, tune into our station and someone else is seated on the seat to say, oh, welcome to People's Voice, and they gave me 1 minute silence, meaning that I'm still alive, and you are also alive watching me. So is it not a thing, is it not enough for us to celebrate this wonderful year together? And of course, to give God thanks for giving us the grace and deeming it fit for us to witness yet another wonderful year. So one more time, permit me to shout, Happy New Year! So welcome on board. It is People's Voice, and all I just have to tell you is that this is your year of speed, this is your year of flight, this is your year of exceeding grace, this is your year of completion, your year of open doors, and your year of peace. I do not know what you're going through, but I pray God gives you peace. And for everything that we all went through last year, we just pray that the Lord Almighty would not make it cross over into this new year with us. So welcome on board. And of course, today we'll be continuing the edition we did yesterday. Of course, we've been doing our 2025 review, and we'll be doing the review up until tomorrow, which is a Friday, the 2nd of January 2026. So I love the fact that yesterday was really wonderful. We had a roundtable conversation. We did so many reviews as regards to every of the incident that happened in the nation. Of course, I will be doing that as well today. This is people's voice. This is your voice. This is where we get to amplify your voice. And of course, we'll talk about certain stories that shape the narrative. And today, we'll be going back to the same conversation, resilience and reform, Nigerians 2025 in review. Join the conversation with experts in science and perspective. Share your thoughts with us. I am Savior Udo. Are you not even excited to hear that name again in this 2026? The town was painted red. And I must say this before I continue the show. Nigerians, let me calm down to use that particular layman term. Nigerians, we don't hear word. They said no fireworks in some areas. They even mentioned fireworks should stop. Guess what? People got fireworks as if it was a present, like an hamper. I couldn't even step out of the church after we shouted Happy New Year. Like the fireworks took all through till 7 a.m. I think we also have to ask people that are selling it, but of course, if I'm opportune to say this, I also love the fireworks because I saw different, but of course they were coordinated and it was not like, being loosed freely, carelessly. No, they were all coordinated. And I love the fact that, we are being ushered into a new year. All right. 2025 was actually a pivotal year for Nigerians. It marked a very intense political maneuvering, persistent economy challenges, escalating insecurity, and of course, incremental reforms under President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's administration. The nation actually, went into a very serious corruption scandals, widespread social unrest driven by hardship, and governance failure across sectors. While economic indicators shows that the government were doing fine, but the people were not doing fine, and the people were actually suffering, going through so much as regards to inflation and even to making, a little income for themselves. And what it means when you're trying to, make two ends meet, but the two ends refuse to meet because of the situation of the nation. And we also went through a very serious, insecurity challenges that became one of the most lucrative business in Nigeria as regards to banditry. And of course, I'm bringing you up to speed as regards to some of the things we discussed yesterday. And today, we'll be taking it off from there. Yesterday, we talked from January to March, and today we're taking it up from, March to when, the time would actually tell us to take a bow. So to join the conversation, kindly call the number 09044732605. 09044732605. Follow us on social media at VOPTV Live. You can use the hashtag People's Voice on VOPTV. And of course, on YouTube, we're Voice of the People TV. Kindly hit the subscribe button, and together we can make our voices heard. It is time for us to go on a quick break. As soon as we return, we'll actually start up the conversation. Resilience and reform, Nigerians 2025 in review. Don't go nowhere. Stay tuned, please. I'll be right back.
This is to wish you a wonderful, spirit-filled and Merry Christmas from Matthew Ogunswada.
This year has been so amazing with you in it. And that's why we're saying from Voice of the People TV, Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. And we love you.
You've been wonderful all through the year. And this is from us, Voice of the People Television, saying Merry Christmas and a prosperous New Year to you all. See you at the top.
Whether you've been with us through the ups and downs or just joined us for this festive season,
take a moment to cherish the moments you've made and look forward to making new ones on the horizon.
May this new year bring you everything good, everything prosperous.
As we bid farewell to the old year and welcome you to the new year,
may your heart be filled with joy and your home with laughter. And of course, may your spirit be filled with hope.
We'll be bringing you live updates, exciting performance, and inspiring stories throughout the day.
Stay tuned for our special New Year's coverage, and let's make this year unforgettable.
Thank you for making us a part of your celebration.
Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Welcome back to the program. It is still People's Voice on Voice of the People Television. Yes, and I must take out my time to say Happy New Year to our head of programs, okay? Madam Isioma, Happy New Year to you. She actually sent a message saying that she heard my scream from home. I'm always, like this when it comes to New Year's and Christmas. Of course, you all can actually talk about the Christmas. So this is New Year, so it shouldn't be different. So I'm always very, excited to witness yet a new year like this, where we just get to believe that everything will actually work out, as God will have it. We're believing, and we just pray that for everything that we plan to have in this year, the Lord will give it to us cheaply, and effortlessly. That's it. All right, so we're not being joined by Mr. Lawa Ganiu. Okay, you're welcome on board, sir. A public affairs and political analyst. He's been laughing all through. Ever since I've been screaming, he's been saying, "Are you like this? You're always that corporate. Are you like this?" Yes, sir. This is how my Christmas and New Year looks like. So please just permit me. Is it okay?
It's welcome. It's not easy to cross in Nigeria in 2025.
It's not. In this nation,
yes, there's a boxer here in Nigeria here who is, going through health challenges at the moment, and we pray that he gets well.
Wow.
So you can see that it's not everybody that crossed, in feeling ill and all this. There are some trapped in that rubble.
Yes,
somewhere in Lagos State. They are still there at this moment under the rubble of a building. So, and we pray that God will deliver and help them.
Amen.
So when we are here, we should give glory to God and pray for the others too, that are going through different challenges.
I love the fact that you actually came in from that angle, because some people might not really know the reason why I'm screaming. Some people might not really know the reason why I'm this excited. It's not easy for you to be around for 365 days. I've never been admitted before, neither my family. I'm not saying anyone that is admitted, is not better than I am a family, but all I'm just saying is we've been, privileged to enjoy the grace from God. So, and we have some people who wishes to scream and shout like this, but they can't, which we're also sending our loves to them on their sick bed, and we just pray that they get well soon. So, just imagine Anthony Joshua coming into Nigeria to spend time with, family and friends. His two friends also saw their own people saying, "Oh, we'll be back shortly." They came in from UK. What happened? He's the only one alive presently. His two friends are gone from, from the accident. So what are we saying? So sincerely, if we are screaming like this, if we are excited, it's because we're only just saying, thank you, Jesus. We can actually look at this particular number and say, this is 2026. Not 5 anymore. And we have actually crossed over. So
that's why they call it crossover.
Yes.
That's why it's called crossover.
This one that I'm giving my madam shout out ahead of program, it doesn't mean that she'll give me any off or leave. She will tell you have to come and work. All right, so Mr. Lawa, we said so much yesterday, and it was a wonderful outing. Of course, you and Mr. Elvis opened up the review, and we said so much in 1 hour, and of course we'll be dissecting that today. We talked about general situations as regards to economic reform. We talked about their so-called 30% inflation, 30%. We talk about inflation, right? But they talk about 30% increment. Meanwhile, when you gave the analysis yesterday, it was about 100 plus, in increment of food stuffs. So, and of course, we moved to February, where we had several insecurity situations as well. That was when you even mentioned on air that banditry has become, the biggest business. It's an industry. Yes, that was. Yeah, let me quote you.
One of the biggest and expanding industry in Nigeria.
So you said that was one of the biggest. Fast.
One of the fastest expanding business in Nigeria.
Yeah, that was when you made that assertion. I was like, oh yeah, that's if we can be coming to office and we are okay, living our life as regards to our income, paying tax and all of that. But some guys are in the bush. They pick, take money, they drop. So we call it pick and drop, and they're okay.
Do you know that, like I said, that it's a lucrative business. It's a fast-growing industry in Nigeria. You know why? Some people even do it. They even fake it. They don't even kidnap someone.
Yes,
they fake their
own kidnap.
They fake it.
I read a particular news story 3 months ago. I think sometime September. October. I read.
Yes, one happened in October. I think October.
Yes, I read one. A particular woman and her cousin and one other guy, they faked her own kidnap to take 5 million from her husband. The husband paid the ransom, but before they could share the money, police in Edo State apprehended them.
You can see, it's a fast-growing business.
And I was
in
like,
Nigeria.
Is this normal? You are faking your own kidnap to take money from your husband. Did you actually put your husband in that particular position where he's thinking of his wife being kidnapped, the trauma, the children? You're not bothered about it, but it's the 5 million.
And by the time they release you, let me say police did not nab them. By the time she's released and she gets home, the husband will be, commensurating with her. She'll still
yes.
Actually, my dear, and she will act it so well. And the next time they will do it again, maybe they will do it to their child. Don't worry, the man paid. Now maybe we'll do another one. This time, let's ask for 15 million. If he can pay 5 million. So you can see that it has become an industry. I said like 3 years ago here, that this thing, the way it is going, it will become like one of the fastest growing industry in Nigeria.
I just hope they won't ask them to also be paying their own tax.
Since they told us that prostitutes
can actually pay tax. Yes, I read it in one of the programs I did on Morning Boss, one of our Saturday's edition. So
how will a government official say that?
No, that's to let you know the kind of government officials that are being appointed.
Yes.
Sir, that is to let you know that they don't go through a proper scrutiny. And not only that, some of these appointments don't come on merits. Because I see no reason why your certificate is complete and yet you can't get appointments.
Yes, so many. Maybe they will collect.
I don't want to call names.
No, maybe they were collecting tax from beggars too now. Those beggars that beg on the street.
They will recognize them as well.
Yes, you start collecting tax.
But the biggest of them was the bandits, the bandits. Those ones and those ones will even give them money back. Okay. And of course, we moved to March. And March was one of the most dramatic, months last year where the emergency, decree came from the president as regards to River State.
Yes.
The state of emergency. And they are still going through it. The logger is still there. And we're waiting for Wike to say something from Monday because he said it is in January next year that politics will start. So we're waiting. Yes, and we know Wike does not just talk without not doing something. So we'll see what he will do with his own successor, being a predecessor. But of course, it's high time for us to move to my birth month, which I love, April. But of course, I don't even know what's going on in April. But let's actually look at it.
Let's look at April.
So we would actually be taking it from the health sector. The health sector's strike and economic projections. Okay, doctors and health workers initiated strikes over delayed payment and poor conditions, deepening the workforce crisis. And of course, economy situation again. Inflation eased to 24.23%, but food prices surged due to insecurity in farming regions like Benue, if you remember. And talking about oil, NNPC reported increased production targets aiming at 1.8 million barrels per day by 2026. They only gave a projection. And For the aviation system, reforms in aviation and transportation began with new policies for infrastructure development. So, Mr. Lawal, for everything I've actually read about April, starting from the doctors' strike, they went on strike, and we had so many influx of doctors leaving the country into UK, Canada, US, Australia. They left this country.
Even to some outside those areas too.
Yes, outside those areas.
Them moving to Dubai.
Yes, so they went to Middle East and all of that, and it's a thing of concern. We don't have enough here. I think when we did this analysis, we had one doctor to about 300 to 400 patients, and we cannot pay them, and those same doctors are leaving this country to go to outside the country. So how many doctors in 2026, how many patients in 2026 are we going to be having to one doctor in Nigeria in 2026?
No, the major thing is this that I want to ask.
Yeah.
Why did they leave? Why? Okay, is it that the government doesn't have money to pay? That is why they left. Or something else? Because I don't see, if the government tell me there's no money to pay them, that is when I would say that the government is not serious. Because I know what, there was an increment in allocations across board. Even up to this this take home that the reps take home. It was drastically increased to billions. So the question is, all these reps, where they are collecting, if it is stopped, health workers will do very well in this country. We'll be able to pay them well. The health will be very affordable for Nigerians. So that's why you notice that these government officials don't actually, most of them don't use Nigerian hospitals. The same doctor that you cannot pay in Nigeria, you still go and meet that same doctor in UK, in Canada, because when you are flown to UK for treatment, the same doctor that you neglected in Nigeria that ran away for better this thing in UK, you still go ahead and pay that money you didn't pay that worker in Nigeria. You still go and pay that worker in UK.
Is that not a misplaced priority?
That's the problem. That's it.
But
look at Buhari. You know Buhari died in UK hospital. He died in UK hospital. Now that UK hospital, now you may find Nigerians doctors who left Nigeria because of this ill treatment. You find them in UK treating him, and then they have to be paid, because when you travel there for treatment, you pay them. You see that the money you didn't pay them in Nigeria, you still pay them.
And now you even pay better because you are actually
pay more.
You are paying more. You are paying in
pounds.
So
you can see that it's a misplaced priority.
Yeah,
it's a misplaced priority.
But Mr. Lawal, based on your question, I think the only thing I can actually answer as regards to why are the lawmakers, the executive arm, not taking the health sector serious? I think we have a remuneration problem. And all I can say is that if you are not a politician, I think every other profession is not, recognized by these politicians. Because if you look at it from the health sector, they're not taking them serious. They will talk, and the next thing you will see, the National Assembly will just say, oh, we're in talk with them, we will get back to you, everything will be settled, call off your strike. The answer will come. Education. You will tell them, oh, we are in talks with them, and we'll get back to you, please call off your strike. NLC would come until you see. You say, oh, Labour, don't worry, we've actually heard all of your conversation, we'll get back to you. Please call off the strike. And when you look at all of these things, if you go through whatsoever demands all of these sectors are asking for, it's just a better remuneration. Why is it difficult?
Which is normal.
Which is normal. Why is it difficult, Mr. Lawal? Why is it difficult for our Nigerian government, our politicians, or our leaders to take care of the people that are actually doing the main job for the administration to actually work better?
Because you see, Nigerian politicians, a typical Nigerian politician see government as a job. That's a major problem. They see government as their means of livelihood.
I'm sorry, I might not mention name, But if you had watched our program, the station from Monday till date, you would know the politician I'm talking about. How can I reach out to you to join the program in one of the productions, that I produced as regards to This Morning, the first flagship program of the station? And amongst your profile, I feel it should be learned, and I am saying politician. I don't understand.
Profession.
How can politician be a profession?
Profession, right? Or occupation, politician.
I'm not understanding this thing. How can you write politician? If you are a doctor, if you are a lawyer, whatsoever you are, if you are an engineer, but writing politician?
Or maybe for worse, we say you are a businessman.
Even if you say you are a business magnate, you don't understand.
You know that, okay, you are doing trading.
You support politician?
What type of profession is that?
I don't understand. And guess what? He still made some assertion that day. He said he is the right candidate for a particular state.
That's it. That means he's going there for promotion. Like you want to get employment. You employ into a.
But you know the best governor to me in Nigeria for now that I've actually seen is Governor Raji Fashola. So I've been in the corridors of Mr. Administration. But of course, a two-tenure governor, he left, he became a minister, and afterwards, you know what he did? He went back to his real profession, being a senior advocate of Nigeria. We saw him recently at Supreme Court, going to defend the matter. That is what we want to see. The same way we look at Obama, we are happy to see him.
That one is even common in those developed countries.
You understand? In other climes, we want to also see our own politicians.
Boris Johnson, you see all their prime ministers, they go back to their normal profession.
So we saw Fashola.
Service.
Yes, we saw Fashola put on his wig, wore his regalia, went into Supreme Court, defended the matter, and someone videoed him out. That is like when I saw it, Mr. Lawa, I was really excited. I said, this is what government and personality, someone of integrity should look like. Not somebody that will finish as a two-term governor.
Wants to
become a senator. No, if you notice, any governor don't go to House of Rep.
They want to become either a minister
or a senator.
A senator.
Yes. So they move like that, ministerial, senator, minister, and next thing they now come back and say, I'm qualified to become a vice president.
I have experience now.
I have experience.
What did you do when you were there? What did I pass a bill? You didn't clean the system.
No.
You didn't come there to put anything right.
No, they don't need to
collect all the unnecessary, all the illegal money that they collect there. You collect them, and then you come back and tell me you sponsor a bill.
That's when once they tell us they sponsor the bill,
that's their function.
Yes.
That is all they believe is their function. And some of them for the whole 4 years they may not sponsor more than one bill.
And that bill that they sponsored, they will actually put it in archive.
Yeah, as if I've done the best.
They've done the best for their constituents.
Yes.
But doctor, in that same April, yes, we had our economic issue, inflation. They even projected that we shouldn't worry, in as much as food prices actually surged, that in 2026, everything will be very cheap. This is the first day of 2026.
They have the incantation to do that because this is not the first time, the first year in office, the second year.
Nice.
I'm trying to be nice. I said they have the incantation, so we should believe their incantation. They want to perform magic. We should, if you go to Europe now or you go to America, the country that has serious, the normal country.
No, we're also serious.
No, we are not. They'll do their statistics. Everybody will look at the statistics,
and it will tally with what is going on.
They look at their projections and everybody will say, okay, what you have, that policy will work because we have seen the statistics, we have seen everything. Here, they will telling us something like magic. That you'll be waiting for.
I asked them, you and Mr. Evans yesterday. They actually did different projections, including the tax reforms that the president actually signed. The 4 tax reforms in January. And they said that in no time and in just few months, before the end of 2025, everything would have stabilized. And I was really excited that our review started on the 31st of December 2025. And I asked the both of you, what has really happened as regards all of their statistics? And we all know
their statistics projection is not even correct.
No, but that's why they are paying that person.
No, I don't know.
Whosoever that is giving the statistics, that's why they are paying the person. But this is 2026, so let's be hopeful, right? Let's be hopeful.
Okay.
Now,
you do know we're hopeful when the president said subsidy was gone. You know, when he said subsidy was gone, we were hopeful. Oh.
Really?
And this is 2 years plus.
Let's still be hopeful. Let's still be hopeful.
Like you see, there was a person in 2010. 2010, his salary, 2011, his salary was 40,000 naira. And that time, a bag of rice was around 8,000 plus. So if you use that 8,000 plus with 40,000 naira, you are going to buy like over 3 to 4 bags of rice. Now, in 2025, his salary was 80,000. You see, there was an increment last year.
Yeah.
But a bag of rice, as of December last year, is around, let me say, 60, 70.
I got for 75.
75.
Yes.
Now, look at it now. When he was collecting 40,000, he could buy at least 3. Now, his salary increased to 80,000. That salary, the value dropped by 300%. Because he could buy 3 bags before. But now, the salary can only buy 1 bag plus. You see, people say, your salary has increased now, but the value has dropped 300%. That's a drop in value. That's why he said that this increment that, okay, as you are increasing your this and that, will the new tax not take back that money?
So it's equivalent to us just saying that you gave us, increment and you are using tax to take it back from us.
So you can see that eventually that money, will it increase the value of that person? Or will it reduce its value? These are the questions. In those, I remember when I bought my laptop, I bought it at 80-something thousand. Now, some years after that laptop, when I went to Ikeja to buy laptop, 350. They were telling me 350. We were telling 1 million plus. Fairly used was like 200, 300, 400. I said no. It's not, no. I bought this laptop how many years ago? Like less than 100,000. Now they are telling me 1 million plus for a brand new one. They say brand new, I bought that, even if it has improved.
Yeah.
Look at the difference. Difference over 1,000 increments.
Yeah.
How do you survive that?
Now we're standing, Mr. Lawal. Let's be hopeful. They told us to be hopeful, right? So let's be hopeful.
Well, that's why I said we were hopeful during the subsidy gone statement now.
Let's be
hopeful. I mean, how much is the fuel now? And they said we are going to save so and so amount that to cushion, and we did. That's not that we were saving the amount because the we were still buying that fuel at that high price. We couldn't see the savings. We couldn't see the impact.
Have they ever
except that the governors, the reps, collected more allocation. The local government chairman collected more. We know more allocation went to the government,
of course,
but not the people. So you can see the difference. That yes. The government felt the positive impact, but the people felt, we'll say, the negative impact.
Okay, let's move from this particular eye to the final conversation in April. Before we, take a stroll to May. Government reforms as regards to aviation, transportation also began in April with new policies for infrastructure development. Until now, just like the question you asked me, that what infrastructure are they talking about?
That's what I see.
In the aviation system and transportation system. But of course, I mentioned to you, I said Calabar Coastal with that's
in fact, okay, there's something I will not say it on here. Now, I want to do the research. There's something I had.
Otherwise, whatever you say will be used, or can be used against you.
Don't let me say anything. But one thing is this: when you say infrastructure, to me, it has no meaning. It has no meaning. If you want to do infrastructure, there must be, it must be itemized. You must itemize what you mean by infrastructure. What are those things that are included under that word infrastructure? No, you now tell me we are getting money for infrastructure. What do you mean by infrastructure? It has no meaning. It's just a concept. Infrastructure has no value, no physical value. It is what is under that infrastructure that give you the physical value. Then you now begin to list them. What do you want to build more hospitals? Do you want to expand the hospital? Do you want to put more equipment in the hospital? Do you want to build a certain road? Do you want to expand the old one? Do you want to repair the old one? Do you want to build new airports? Do you want to build new ports, seaports? Do you want to build land ports? Do you want to? That is what we refer to as infrastructure. Not for you to just say we want to do key infrastructure. The moment you use the word key infrastructure, I see it as a deceit.
Yeah, that was what you said yesterday.
If you don't have a listing for us, then you are deceived.
So that we can actually follow it precept.
Then you now tell us how much you want to spend.
Yes.
We are repairing this one. It will take us like 3 months. It will take us 6 months. Everybody will be monitoring.
We'll be monitoring it. That's awesome. But I think one of the biggest problems we have in every of Nigerian's government, it doesn't have to do with just this administration. It's about accountability. And that's it. Because they just feel, why should I be telling you what I'm spending? That was the reason why the Minister of Works can look at a broadcast journalist and tell him, who do you think you are to be asking me per kilometer? But that's not the conversation here. So, moving to May, of course, we had serious flooding of anti-government protests, social issues. Of course, national anti-government protests erupted over poverty, inflation, driven by economic hardship, and we moved to armed, groups killed, thousands with Amnesty International criticizing government's failure to protect citizens. We had all of that insecurity come up again. And of course, ASU also surfaced in May, giving a warning strike and demanding better funding and implementation as regards to the agreement. And we also had again another, food inflation, that is still remaining high, and basically that was what May had, we've actually touched some of these things in other months, but that was basically, we're still dragging. And when we moved to June, we thought everything would be nice. Tax reform came again with a cultural shift in government policy. And that was where I started asking myself, this is, the first quarter. What is really going on? This is 2025. I'm always very, very cautious as regards to whatsoever implementation the government rolls out. And the president, Tinubu signed the Tax Reform Act on June 26, if you remember, overhauling Nigeria's fiscal framework, the most comprehensive in decades. And we were asking, is that the thing we really need now? But just like you have said, some of our government officials or our leaders don't really care about whatsoever that is going on with, a random man or, and they just feel that what they are doing is the best they should do. And we went there to the Democracy Day protests in Lagos, which highlighted frustration with inflation and insecurity. And where I want you to pick it up from, of course, we're going to talk about all of that and, the high-profile trials continued, including those of former governors like Godwin Emefiele, Yahaya Bello, and reforms aimed at improving safety and infrastructure were launched, which we didn't see from the aviation system. So, can you talk about every of the abracadabra, just like you said, that happened in June?
Let me take that tax reform.
Okay.
And every time the people who raise an eyebrow about the tax, they will tell you what is going to improve the economy. How does tax improve the livelihood of a citizen?
The common man.
Only tax somebody who's making more. You tax somebody who is doing very, very well. You don't tax somebody who is struggling. Because tax comes from what you made. So if you make more, and you are doing very well, and somebody come and say, give me, just like somebody coming to beg for your money, and then you're able to give that person, you can't give that person what you have. You only give person part of what you have that will not hurt you, and then you look away. Is that not it?
Yeah.
But you can't give that person what you have, which you yourself wants to use. Now, the same thing with tax. When government comes for tax, they come based on the fact that they see that you are doing better, you are earning more. From what you are earning, do something for government from it, and then you release it as tax. You don't tax somebody who is already, struggling. Now you want to face out that person now. Because when you say struggling, that means what that person has is not enough already, and then you want to tax part of it. Like the one I told you about the bag of rice. Let me say, when the person was earning 40,000 naira, he could buy 3 bags of rice. Inflation came down. So that his money, that 40,000 could buy like maybe 8 bags of rice. If you want to tax that person, he won't complain because the value of that 40,000 has increased drastically. So if you tax the person, he won't complain. But look at the person that's now earning 80,000 and the money could not afford more than a bag of rice. You now want to tax the person. The person will now be asking you, did you have what value as your government added to my life? Because the money I'm earning, the value has reduced drastically. And you are telling me that the person, because he has made more, therefore you need to tax that person. The question is, the money that person has made, what is the value of that money? The value has reduced compared to before. And then you now say you want to tax the person. Are you doing the person a favor? No, you are not. You are worsening the condition of the person. That is what is happening in Nigeria. Like the laptop I told you now, if you want to buy laptop now, even with you as you are like this, you need to save before you can afford it.
To get something better.
Before you can afford it. The same thing if you want to buy TV, you want to buy freezer, you want to buy, even to pay for electricity. We all generate our water, our power ourselves. We generate water, produce water, and every other thing. We produce security for ourselves. You go to many areas, you see them having their own small security, which they pay monthly, and then you will now come and say you want to tax the people, and they ask you, what value has your government added to my life? So we should ask government, since you have been in office for 2 years plus now, what value has your government added to my life for you to say you want to collect tax? But the people who are supposed to champion it are not doing that. Those are the reps. The reps are supposed to be the one to champion it because they are the one who, officially represent the people. They are the face of the people in governance. But when they get there, we don't see their representation at all. We only see them massing up to see what they can get from this.
My biggest question, Mr. Lawa, ever since I've been watching the House of Representatives plenary and that of the Senate, I've never seen the House completely filled up.
Some of them were even sleeping in there. Some of them will even be sleeping there.
Some are even sleeping. But of course, let me even say it's better for you to even come and you're sleeping than there are some senators, there are some...
No, they said they go on oversight function. As if they produce, as if that bill, what they want to discuss is every day they do that. Is it every day they
you understand?
It's not every day.
We've never seen Senate have 85% of members seated, except the day that the president wants to actually,
becomes a full house.
Come and present a budget so that they can sing on your mandate.
You see, one thing, if I've watched the American style of a parliament, I've watched the Europeans, and some other countries. You see the way when it comes, the way they talk there, they talk tough. You see that people who are there are people who have brain.
Because it is they are practicing.
You see the way they face.
They are practicing total separation of power.
God.
Legislation was meant to be on their own. The judiciary were meant to be on their own, and the executive arm of government. But in Nigeria, you'll be seeing executive buying cars
for judiciary. I was wondering, they were even building houses for them.
Now, legislators are singing on your mandate for executive. So what else do you expect?
That's it.
And that's the reason why I might not mention name. A particular judge in Nigeria, sitting in Abuja, whenever any case is linked to any man that is there with him in Abuja, that case must come to him. He will be the one to preside over it. Everybody have raised alarm. Is it the only judge there? Give our case to someone else. No. It must be that particular person. You know the person I'm talking about? Since I don't want to mention the name, so that I don't come on Monday and I hear that
it's not even Monday. Before you know it, you have the body, the black vehicle.
You understand? No, the black vehicle is not an issue to me.
I have my fundamental human rights.
Oh,
yeah?
in Nigeria.
But the truth remains that even if I mention the name, it doesn't mean that I mention the name as regards to he or she has done anything bad. All we are saying is, are you the only judge?
Yes, it's the truth now.
We want cases to be shared to every other person. And why must it be that when the matter is tied to this particular man, you are the one that collects the case?
And if somebody say, I want this case to be moved from here to another place, they will never listen.
You understand? And there is nobody that has ever raised the case about this man that you have taken care of, that the person made this man lose. This man has never lost before when you are there. So that's all we're just saying. But what do I know? I'm just a broadcast journalist of VOP.
Another thing I want to mention about this house, especially the Senate president.
Yeah.
I don't know why it is the Senate president that normally talk most of the time in the house. Have you noticed that?
Because they call him the president.
No. Senate president, see, that's why I say I don't understand these people who rule us. They don't even bother to learn anything. Let me tell you something.
Okay.
Normally, the Senate president
I think
is an umpire.
This is the 10th assembly, right? Is it 10th or 9th?
No, yes, I think so.
Yeah.
I've forgotten. Sha.
Okay, so basically, I enjoyed the Senate of Denmark and Sarakilas.
Yes, I like him. I like the way he behaved.
We were always enthusiastic.
The days of MRM and
we were enthusiastic to watch plenaries. We want to hear what they want to say. So I loved the red chamber over green chamber. I've always been a fan of the Senate than reps. So I am always, the station till date actually, there is a station, that any day, anytime, I would always come back and see, okay, are they ready? No, they're not ready. I wait. I'm always waiting for them to talk. But when I realized that they are rubber stamp, I'm not the first to call them rubber stamp, so I can't be sued for this one. They are rubber stamp. The Senate, our Nigerian Senate is rubber stamp.
Even the rep.
Yes, because Oshomole mentioned it. And not only that, if they are not rubber stamp, why should a sitting Senate president overlook the commander-in-chief of the armed forces of Nigeria? And he went across board to the US by saying that let us scrutinize this particular nominee. Let us ask questions because Donald Trump is watching. Is Donald Trump your president?
No. He's telling you that one doesn't take nonsense now.
Mr. Lawa, I think
that is not even my major headache. Because is even one of the few times I see him come out to say what he's supposed to say. One thing, because when it comes to the House, the Senate president and the speaker don't speak. You get it? Their own is to moderate.
In the days of Dogara.
I don't know. It's only here you see Senate president will tell them not to talk. Eyes have it. I began to, what is going on here now? Let them debate this thing for God's sake now. No, it will be the one to be telling them no.
And the next thing you hear is,
why are they there now?
And the next thing you hear is take a bow and
go.
All right, Mr. Lawa, we are pressed for time. We can actually take more again, in as much as we didn't even talk about Emefiele. We didn't talk about Yahya Bello.
No, I'm even surprised. Yahya Bello said he wants to contest for
it's coming
Senate.
out.
Against now. See, I said yesterday. I said if I see Yahya Bello, I said INEC declare Yahya Bello winner over Natasha. Then that election, no matter what he says, is rigged.
Okay.
Because now
we would actually
you want to tell me that Yahya Bello is. Where is he going to?
We would actually get to that. Mr. Lawa, you have to be here tomorrow for us to continue our conversation. All right. So, and in any way we can, we'll just touch everything so that we'll wrap up, to December. So that next week, Monday, we'll actually go back to our normal topic. Okay. So this is how far we can actually go on the show. Coming up next is Locker Room. And of course, you would want to stay put to enjoy the world of sports. It's really, really nice to actually witness yet a wonderful new year like this. And I just heard that there is the showers of blessing around Ogudu axis. It's raining, the first rain of the year. Yes, around Ogudu. We have not seen one. Okay. But for all of you that have seen rain, congratulations. Maybe you would actually see Harmattan before we see. But don't give up because it is not over. Tough time doesn't last, but tough will last. Yes, yes.
Please.
Okay.
Those trapped inside that building, please call out the government. Please, we need to hear that they have been, rescued.
Okay.
That collapsed building. Please, they are human beings too.
Okay.
We want to hear news that they've been rescued or the government has done it, because this is supposed to be a combined force of the state government, the federal government, and the local government.
Okay.
So
Yes, they are human beings
just
too.
like from our mouth, to your ears, the state government, the federal government, we know Baba Jide Sanwo-Olu would actually give, a rapid response as regards to that. And we believe and we're counting on the government to do what is right. We don't castigate anybody here. All we just want to do is just to give a balanced, a presentation. And if you do well, we'll actually tell you that you've done well. If you've not, we'll actually let you know that this is it. And we provide solutions, at every, and now and then. And this is how far we can actually go. My name remains Savior Udo. Happy New Year and have a good evening rest.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations, but who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejimo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you. And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I won't turn to you actually. I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see. You better not touch that dial because VOP is the plot.
We are here with the leadership of VOP Television Lagos. We do appreciate this opportunity to say Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to our viewers all over the world and our admirers. Cheers.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your #1 celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarate is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging. picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand. Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. VOP TV. Now you have.
Happy New Year and welcome to the year 2026. And this is Locker Room on Voice of the People TV. I am Ikechukwu Ago. Today promises to be a very interesting episode of the show. We've got a packed show for you today. We're looking at the AFCON round of 16 draws has been made. Nigeria will be playing definitely against Mozambique. Of course, we'll also be looking at the games coming up later tonight. The EPL. Also, we'll also be looking at the issues concerning DR Congo. Yes, the nationality issues has been debated about the players, if they are actually eligible to actually play against the Paraguay. We'll also be looking at all of that. And of course, it's going to be a very interesting show. Yes, I'll be driving solo, even though I'm not a Liverpool fan. I'll definitely be walking alone today. And of course, we'll be starting from the one that really concerns us the most, which is the World Cup qualifier, before I go straight into the AFCON conversation. And then the very first one is that the super agent, yes, of Nigerian international or Nigerian citizen who actually is a footballer for Udinese, actually a defender, has actually expressed his frustration over how the issues related to dual nationality prevented his client from pursuing, his international career with Nigeria. According to, Ehizubue's agent, who was initially called up to the senior national team by former coach Gennett Roy in 2016, alongside another dual national, Tyrone Ebuehi. Of course, you remember him. That one actually had, some couple of spells for the Super Eagles at some point, playing in the right back position. And he further actually said that, the player who went on to actually play in the 2021 African Cup of Nations, the 2020, and of course the 2018 World Cup. I'm talking about now Tyrone Ebuehi, and actually got to actually play for the Super Eagles, who, in this case, he actually sorted out his own issues with his nationality. Why Ehizubue, who was actually informed that he could not obtain a Nigerian national passport despite his Nigerian heritage. It was said that, because he is a dual national, he's actually holding the Dutch passport at the time. And if he had to actually play for the Super Eagles, he needs to actually drop, that particular passport to actually be fully recognized as a Nigerian citizen before he can actually play. Exactly according to how FIFA actually, saw the incident at the point. This is actually his agent who was actually lamenting at the point. And of course, he went on to say that he was actually told, he's talking about his clients now in person of Ezebue, that he was actually told that he would have to actually renounce his Dutch citizenship to actually qualify to play for Nigeria in that particular case, which is in 2018, and of course going into the World Cup. That was why he was unable to actually be part of the Super Eagles. And this situation has actually sparked controversy involving the DR Congo issue that it's actually at the front burner. If it's ruled that the DR Congo erred in the game, fielding ineligible players against Super Eagles, then definitely they will be actually missing out on the World Cup. And the agent was actually saying all of this because he felt that his clients were actually wrongfully put out not to actually represent the national team. And then if FIFA actually go by the same standard they actually held his client at the point, then of course DR Congo should have no part in the World Cup in North America come a few months time. And then he actually went on to said that several players with dual nationality competing without having to renounce an original citizenship is talking about the case of DR Congo at this point as allowed by the national law. And he also said that DR Congo recently defeated Nigeria for a ticket to represent Africa as an intercontinental playoff for 2006. Of course, that's everywhere already. We also that game. It was quite painful. Nigeria lost out, to DR Congo via penalty, and Nigeria also questioned the eligibility of the DR Congo players. And of course, he said, now this is exactly what he said, and I'm actually going to quote him verbatim at this point. He said that he believes that DR Congo is in trouble because FIFA. Even though FIFA recognizes, that you can actually play for a country if they deem you ready to actually fit to actually play for them, by all standard. But FIFA also pay close attention to, international law. And in this case, he feels that DR Congo has actually erred, in that regard. And that's exactly why he's, acting the way he's actually acting. And of course, FIFA, who, in this point, Nigerians and, the world at large are actually waiting for to actually, give a ruling, which definitely will be coming up, sometime this year. I think it's definitely going to be this year, maybe sometime next month, early next month. We'll definitely go to see that because the intercontinental playoff will be happening around March, this year. So whatever it is FIFA wants to do or have to do, they have to sort it out, between now and the first week of February. But of course, he also talked about the fact that FIFA understands that you must comply with national laws and requirements to be a legitimate passport holder, and of course stated that this is actually one of the grounds for players that to actually represent their country if they were actually not born in that particular country or they choose to actually nationalize at some point in another country. Of course, this man, this agent in question is actually a member of the elite, football managers in the world. So I want to believe that when it comes to cases like this, he's got huge authority. He can actually speak, a conversation like that. And to Nigerians, I mean, this is going to be a very, big New Year gift if it happens that FIFA actually rules in favor of Super Eagles that yes, DR Congo has been actually found wanting. They've actually erred and they have no part or no reason to be part of the World Cup, following that particular cycle. But I mean, at this point, what's very much, in our front is actually what's going to be happening, come Tuesday, which is the 5th of January 2025, where the Super Eagles will definitely be taking on, the Mozambique. Definitely, it's going to be actually a very big one. Of course, Tuesday is a significant day. You recall that when this tournament, I'm talking about AFCON 2025, actually kicked off, in December last year, and then the Super Eagles' first game was, on Tuesday, and again, our first game in the round of 16 happens to be on Tuesday against in Mozambique side. So I'll definitely be bringing you the image of the round of 16 draw, so you get to see how the team's definitely going to be squaring up at this point. Of course, Mozambique is set to actually face Super Eagles of Nigeria in round of 16 of the 2025 African Cup of Nations, following a 2-1 defeat to Cameroon in their final Group F match. Despite loss, Mozambique actually secured third place in their group, while Nigeria topped Group C after winning all 3 major matches. The upcoming clash will take place on Monday night. Yes, I beg your pardon, I said Tuesday, Monday night at First Stadium, where both teams will battle for a spot in the quarterfinals. In their final group game, Mozambique actually took on an early lead thanks to Gene Katemo, who struck from right wing to actually send a power shot down Cameroon goalkeeper Davis Epase. However, the match turned around. Cameroon actually equalized with a bizarre own goal from Nene in the second half. A stunning long-range strike from Kofana sealed the victory for Cameroon, leaving the Mozambique to contend with their impending knockout stage encounter against Nigeria. Meanwhile, in Group F, yes, fixtures defending champions Ivory Coast actually rallied round, 3-2 deficit to actually defeat Gabon. I mean, that's actually a very painful result for me, because I was actually hoping that Aubameyang would find himself in the round of season. But away from all of that, let's go straight to what the draw is like at this point. And of course, huge draws we've seen. Mali against Tunisia. I mean, it's going to be a cracker of a game. A lot of persons are actually talking about that game. But if we go by what we've seen so far in this particular championship, I think for me, my money will definitely be going to the Malian side. I think they seem more rugged. They seem like a side that is, ready to actually, leave everything on the pitch. The Tunisian side, yes, with all due respect to them, they don't really look like a side that, should really worry any team that is properly set up. And that's why I worry for them. They don't really have, any real threat going forward. Their midfield is, almost nothing without Medri, Haniba. And that's one very big problem with a team that's, heavily reliant on one player, especially when that player they're heavily reliant on is, a midfielder. I don't think they really have, a very good chance in this particular one. But yes, again, I'll definitely put my money on, Mali in that particular one. Again, Senegal against Sudan, I think that's going to be a walkover. The Senegalese side seems like, arguably the best side in this championship. It's going to take a lot to actually stop this side. Sadio Mane is really inspiring this team. And then to play against a Sudanese side that is yet to score a goal of their own in this particular championship. The only goal they've managed to score, they actually qualify as one of the best losers. The only goal they've managed to score in this particular championship, interestingly, is actually an own goal. It shows that, that's going to be like, walk in the park for the Senegalese side. I think Senegal will just, find this very easy. And of course, Egypt against Benin, that's another very big game. After Genotro actually inspired his side to actually win their very first game in this particular championship, and Benin, before this particular championship, they've not won any game in AFCON, and they won one in this particular one. Now they're against an Egyptian side that also have not really shown that they've got quality. I don't think they are more different from the Tunisian side. Take out Mo Salah, take out Mamouche. I think they are very, very ordinary. If Genotro can actually find a way to actually close Mo Salah and of course Omar Mamouche, then I think the Beninois can actually find something very interesting. But then, these guys are top quality players. They know how to actually find a way, even in a very close game, even when the stakes are very high. So I want to believe that Egypt's got the edge to actually go past them. Cote d'Ivoire against Burkina Faso, a very interesting game. Cote d'Ivoire seems to have really dropped from the Ivorian side we saw, in the last championship where they actually won it, of course, narrowly or sadly against Super Eagles. Imasim Faye's side has actually shown quality. But then against a Burkina Faso side that have really not, really not declined in terms of the quality of their football. I mean, the last time I actually saw them play, really good football was in 2013 when they played against Super Eagles in the final. They showed that they are a top quality side. The first game against Super Eagles at that particular AFCON was against Burkina Faso as well. Nigeria and Burkina Faso qualified for that particular group. And then again, we met in the finals, and it was also very, very interesting. So again, Burkina Faso, I think it's going to be a very close one. But Cote d'Ivoire, if we look at the quality they have, Amad Diallo showing just why, he's a player who deserves to actually play regularly for Manchester United. Then perhaps they might just find a way around the Burkina Bay. But then, for me, I think it's going to be a 55-45 for, Cote d'Ivoire. I'm just going to give them a slight edge in that one. Again, for the one that really, a lot of people have been talking about, DR Congo against, Algeria. Yes, Algerian side. I mean, this team has been scoring goals aplenty. Riyad Mahrez, yes, top of, top three top scorers in this particular championship alongside Yusuf El Kabi of Morocco. And of course, not forgetting Ibrahim Diaz. These guys have been scoring average of 3 goals in all of their games. And yes, I don't think it's going to be any different. But this DR Congo side have top players playing, top players who have actually decided to actually switch nationality to actually play for them. And many of these players actually have experience playing, at their highest level at top club side, Manchester United, Erama Wan-Bissaka, Tuanzebe. They've got, good players who can actually manage pressure. And of course, Riyad Mahrez seems to be, they've got other good players, but I think it's just Riyad Mahrez at this point and Ibrahim Maza. But it's a good side anyways, but this is going to be a very close one. If DR Congo showed up against Algeria the same way they actually did against, the Super Eagles and other teams during the qualifiers, then it's going to be a hell of a problem for Algeria. And because of that, I will not really be calling it for Algeria. I think it's going to be 50-50. It's going to be a very, very close one. But then if Ramirez can actually get his mojo on that day, if he can actually, rise to the highest level of his game that particular day, then of course DR Congo will find it. It's a big game to actually watch. Algeria has got a very amazing team, and they know how to actually, leave it all on the pitch when it comes to playing against a team they feel they are actually, technically better than, which in this case seems like it is so. But it's a lot to actually look out for in that particular game. It's going to be one of the most interesting games in this particular round. And then I'll skip the Nigeria game. I'll be coming to that one last. South Africa against Cameroon. Yes, another very big game. Cameroon, South Africa is one of those teams you look at and you look at the players and you might not really see any top star. You might not really see any big quality player that you know. But then when you look at them as a unit, you see these guys are actually trying to work together as a team to find the best result. They got to the last AFCON semi-finals, narrowly were actually kicked out of this tournament by the Super Eagles, and now we're actually seeing them again. They did so well, in their group phase qualifying, and now playing against, Cameroon. Cameroon is a team you want to actually respect. They've actually won the AFCON on more than 3 occasions, and then I think they won it about 4 times now. And a team like that is a team you want to really, really show a lot of respect. So this is a team that brings a lot when it comes to this particular tournament. Against the South African side, without really, really huge quality in terms of big players, but Aaron Makwena is one player who has really shown that he's got that quality to actually lead the side, and they have one of the best goalkeepers at the moment in Africa, in the person of Ronan Williams. And the coach also is a man who, yes, he might not have all of the big players, but he can actually rally them around to actually give the best of the result. Talking about Hugo Bruce, playing against a Cameroon side that has Brian Mbeumo, it's going to be big. But I mean, if you also look at the quality and the issues that, if you also look at the quality of the Cameroon side and then look at the issues that the Cameroon national team faced before, coming to the political championship, you might want to look at them as a troubled house, and that might just give South Africa the edge because of the issues with the Fecafoot and of course the Minister of Sports. Cameroon, Eto'o has his own list of players that he wants to actually see in the tournament. Other persons have their own. So all of these might actually come to play in this particular round. That's perhaps also one of the reasons why they actually struggled to make it out of the group they were in. Of course, no disrespect to DR Congo that was actually part of that particular group with them, but it's going to be a very close one. That's another very, very difficult call, just like the Algeria and DR Congo game. So I think I'm also going to leave that at 50-50. Then, of course, nobody can actually question the result of this particular one. Yes, we know that upset can actually happen in football, but Morocco would definitely take Tanzania to clean house. There's no way it's never going to happen, except of course the magic that happens in football. The god of upsets steps in and then change the tides in favor of Tanzania. There's no way the Moroccans will not do it. I mean, they've got 2 players in this particular tournament that have already scored 3 goals. They've got the African Footballer of the Year in person of Ashraf Hakimi. They've got top quality players. They're hungry. They want to make a mark. They've pushed beyond their limits. They've made it to the Olympic semi-finals. They've made it to the World Cup finals. All this in the last 6 years. They've shown that they are arguably the most organized and the team with the best set of movement when it comes to playing as a unit in Africa at this point. And yes, I think they're going to actually easily pick up all 3 points against the Tanzania side that the Super Eagles also defeated in our first game in that particular in this particular tournament. So I think Morocco also playing at home will also play a huge part. Of course, this is the same stadium they've been playing all through in this particular championship. There's no way. I mean, my prediction for that one, it might just be 5-0, one of the biggest scoreline in this particular round. Again, for me, Morocco makes it easy. I think it's going to be 90-10 if I had to actually put a percentage peg on that particular game. But then now to the Super Eagles against Mozambique. Well, the Mozambique side actually struggled to actually make it out of the group. Now they are playing against the Super Eagles, the team with the biggest quality of players in terms of their market value and exposure. The team with the set of players that when you look at them, you say, okay, these guys actually have the most exposed player in this particular championship. The team with the set of players that have the highest number of former African Footballer of the Year in here, talking about Victor scored 2 goals at this point. We've got 2 players that have scored 2 goals in this particular championship, Rafael Ndeka and of course Ademola Lookman. We've got Victor Osimhen, Paul Onuachu. I mean, we've got players who have really scored in this particular championship, even though the Super Eagles have actually failed to actually keep a clean sheet in this particular championship. This is where, it really worries me. If the Super Eagles turns up, against the Mozambique, the way they've actually shown in the last couple of games, then of course it's going to be, walking in the park, particularly if they turn up in this particular game against the way they did against the Cranes of Uganda. Then trust me, I think this is also going to be a walk in the park. Then if that happens, definitely we'll be looking at, the Super Eagles, hopefully playing against, the winner between DR Congo and Nigeria. It's a game that, every single Nigerian will look at and really, really dread. I mean, for 2 reasons. First, the DR Congo actually stopped the Super Eagles from qualifying for the World Cup at the moment until FIFA rules otherwise. And of course, Algeria stopped the Super Eagles from actually going to the World Cup. Knocked the Super Eagles, I beg your pardon, from the Nations Cup in 2019. So where they eventually actually won that one. And this is exactly why it's going to be a very interesting, route to actually win this particular championship. If the Super Eagles actually find a way, past the Mozambique, and whoever, wins between the both of them, then of course the Super Eagles will definitely be setting up a potential semi-final. And in this case, again, I want to believe that Morocco will definitely find their way past the winner between South Africa and Cameroon to the semi-final. It's going to be a huge call. But then let's not count our chicken before it hatch. It's going to be a long road. A lot can still happen in this particular round of 16. So I think so far so good. That's exactly what in the round of 16 brings. And then now let's go to the EPL. Something very interesting happened earlier today. Yes, Enzo Maresca and Chelsea decided to actually tear their contract and say, hey, we're not doing this again. Mutual agreement. Chelsea ends it with Enzo Maresca after a lot of conversations weren't actually going, the way, Enzo Maresca actually wanted. I mean, there've been talks about Enzo Maresca asking for some kind of players, particularly defense lines, to actually help boost his team, because after he actually, did what he did at the Club World Cup, he was actually hoping that, some players would definitely leave the club and then others will come. But then perhaps, for some reasons, the people who run the club still have a lot of say, still decides the player that will stay and not the ones that will not stay. And of course, how managers and fans can actually be. No matter how good you are as a manager, if the result is not coming, the fans will keep calling for you to actually do better, and they will definitely not really understand if the result of whatever is happening is not entirely your fault, if you have actually been talking to the board to actually give you some quality or some kind of players. And this is exactly why some coaches will never want to stay for too long. And this is also one of the conditions that, the Crystal Palace manager, I'm talking about Thomas Frank, who actually gave Crystal Palace condition that if Gui actually leaves, in the summer to Liverpool, then definitely he's going to be resigning, because, you cannot have him lose Gui and Eze in the same window if you want him to also be able to compete. And of course, Crystal Palace actually, did respect that particular call from him and decided to actually, keep Maguire, who might also in the end be actually leaving the club side for this January, to join obviously Liverpool, because Liverpool has actually been, the top or the front runner to actually sign on the player because of, the issues they've been having in their centre-back position, the inconsistency of Virgil van Dijk this season, and of course not forgetting that Konate has really not been himself. So there's been a lot of problems for them. But Enzo Maresca, the big question now is, where is he going to? Of course, you recall that December 13, he was actually making a statement where he actually said that, this is the worst, 48 hours of his life at, Chelsea. This is just after the 2-0 victory against, Everton, where he was actually talking about, what he actually wanted. No one, the club is not ready to actually back him. They are not supporting him. So there's really been tension building on at the club. And at some point, you just have to sit down as a human being and ask yourself, if this is what you want to do, if you really want to actually continue on, a certain path. my rule, and I mean the rules of other persons who want to actually do the very best in life is the fact that you have to actually ask yourself at some point, do you really want to stay where you're not wanted? And that's exactly what Maresca actually answered for himself, and then he went to the board. For me, I think Maresca has got a huge future. Plus the fact that they've been distractions. Manchester City have been calling. Perhaps there's a pre-contract somewhere. This is me just thinking maybe that's one of the reasons why he decided to actually take it off and then go chill for the next 6 months where the job will be readily available. There's been talks about him replacing Pep Guardiola at the end of the season. Pep Guardiola started a rebuild. Maybe he's just going to continue. He's been there before. He was part of the managing the backroom staff of Manchester City when they actually won their only UEFA Champions League. He was Pep Guardiola number 2 before he left, and then Chelsea actually eventually took him from Leicester City. So now he's actually leaving. There's also talks about him joining Juventus. I mean, a club that has actually become a shadow of of itself after the great Allegri actually left the club side. So they've been looking at finding their way back to the summit of Serie A. So again, yes. I mean, Enzo Maresca, these are 2 big teams, so definitely they are actually supposed to actually cause some level of distraction. Manchester City is also one of the top teams in England now. I think they are the 4th most successful side when it comes to the EPL, behind Manchester United, Liverpool, Arsenal. Manchester United and Liverpool scored 20 Premier League titles. Arsenal has got 13 Premier League titles. And Manchester City, closely followed with 10 Premier League titles. So again, this actually is actually a very big team compared to Chelsea that have won a 6 Premier League titles. So I mean, this sort of job will definitely want to cause some level of distraction for a top manager or a manager who is still very much trying to actually build his career to become arguably one of the best of his generation. I'm actually not surprised that this is going to happen at some point, because Enzo Maresca seems to look like someone who is very ambitious. If I take a word of Manchester City manager Pep Guardiola, who at some point said that Enzo Maresca is a very ambitious person. He's a man who has really, soaked himself in tactics, and it's a man who really, really loves, his job. And it's a man who, ever since he's been the manager of, the teams he's been handling, he's never had an assistant who really go head to head with him when it comes to tactical conversation. So it tells you the kind of character of the man, that Chelsea actually let off the hook at this point. But I mean, I think for me, it's actually the best one. But the other part is that Chelsea is actually looking at, bringing on Liam Rossini, who is the manager of Strasbourg at this point, the English international. I don't know how much of, of a result Liam Rossini will definitely be bringing to the Chelsea dugout. But then, again, you also want to look at it. I mean, when stuff like this happen, you don't just find top managers waiting to actually get signed on. So they definitely want to actually look at the closest they can actually bring on. Perhaps he might just come to Chelsea, like an onslaught, join Liverpool and succeed. So he might just come to Chelsea and then turn things around. But the thing about Rossini is that he's actually Strasbourg is actually a club owned by the Blue Co, which is the parent company that owns Chelsea and of course Strasbourg. So it's not surprising that this is happening. Many of these club sides across Europe have their sister club side that they can easily just go to and then poach players. Just like Manchester City also went to actually pick up Savinho from Girona, in Spain. So these things happen all the time, and maybe this is one of the reasons why club sides start adapting stuff like this, because I mean, the cookie will crumble, and then you just be left stranded. I mean, for the sake of not being stranded, I want to believe that's exactly why they're doing this. But still talking about Premier League, let's look at major transfer windows or major transfer conversations that's happening across Europe, that will be happening across Europe or within England at this point. But a lot is happening as the general transfer window opens, today, and of course, definitely will be ending on the 2nd of February. Several Premier League clubs, including Manchester City, Liverpool, Manchester United, are poised to make significant moves. Antoine Semenyo, of course, we've actually talked about this, a couple of weeks ago. I think we also talked about it last week. His move to Manchester City seems to be the most imminent at this point, and of course, Bournemouth is ready to actually sell Semenyo for his £65 million release clause should Manchester City meet it. And the Ghanaian international paused to join City after a strong season, scoring 8 goals in 16 league appearances. Of course, Mark Gray is also another one. Of course, recall that last season Maguire was on the verge of joining Liverpool. In fact, he has actually told his family and his friend he was sitting at a cafeteria just outside in the Liverpool office, hoping for the club to just make the announcement. And then he's also done photo shoots, according to reports with Crystal Palace, but with Liverpool. But then, before the Thomas Frank incident actually happened, and I said Thomas Frank. I mentioned it twice. Not Thomas Frank, actually. Oliver Glasner was actually the coach, still the coach of Crystal Palace. So before the Oliver Glasner incident actually struck, Thomas Frank is the coach of Tottenham Hotspur. Oliver Glasner is the coach of Crystal Palace. So before Oliver Glasner actually stepped up to say, hey, no, this guy is not leaving. I cannot lose Eze and Maguire the same window. It's not going to happen. Before that deal actually, fell through. But Maguire to Liverpool, Crystal Palace captain is also entering the final 6 months of his contract. Despite initial reluctance, Liverpool may seek grace once again due to his injury, crisis in defense and competition for his signature from clubs like Real Madrid and Bayern Munich. And another very big news is the one that is actually happening right there at the Old Trafford. Joshua Zirkzee, it's really not had a good time ever since he made that move to the Old Trafford, and definitely is going to be going back to Italy. That definitely means he's going back to where he actually came from. Of course, he was actually one of the bright stars for Bologna before he actually left. Now, he is actually struggling to find his form right there at the Old Trafford. But he'll be going back, and the conversation around him is likely towards tilted towards Roma. And after a difficult stint at Manchester United, Zirkzee could be heading to the capital of Italy, with the clubs discussing a loan deal with an obligation to buy contingents to the Champions League qualification. Brennan Johnson to Crystal Palace is another very big news in the conversation. I mean, at some point I was thinking this guy is really going to make it huge at the Spurs, but he's really, really struggling. And the Spurs winger who scored 18 goals last season is set to actually join Crystal Palace for around £35 million as he seeks more playing time. And this has always been the thing, for players, if they actually get, to actually play regularly, and then they did very well, get, put themselves out there, and then you somehow start rotating them when they believe they have more to actually offer. They definitely want out. And it's quite surprising that Tottenham Hotspur is actually letting him go. But then I think it's up to, Thomas Frank to actually decide what he wants. He's brought in a couple of, wingers as well, Mohamed Kudus and co. Perhaps maybe he's got, a huge plan, and he doesn't really see this young man, talking about Brennan Johnson, as a man that's fit for his plan. And of course, talking about playing time, Savinho is another player on the other end of the stick. Yes, from Manchester City, and of course, perhaps it's going to be the one that will be replacing Brennan Johnson, because earlier this season rather, he almost actually made that move to Manchester City before the tension was really cooled off, and Pep Guardiola, I don't know how they actually sorted it out, but now, I mean, the conversation is huge now, because obviously himself, Oscar Bob, might actually be exiting the club, but particularly Savinho is at the front burner, and of course, because Semenyo may join Man City before the end of next week. So Savinho to Tottenham would definitely most likely happen with Semenyo's eminent arrival at City. Savinho may be pushed towards a move to Tottenham as he looks to get more game time as well after being sidelined. Then another big one is Kobe Mainoo. He might also be joining his former Manchester United teammate. I'm talking about none other than the MVP in the last season Serie A, the man who a lot of person never really expected to actually give the kind of result that we actually saw him. I'm talking about the Irishman who is absolutely one of the very best at the moment. You just look at him and you just start asking yourself how he actually developed into a player. I think Antonio Conte has really done a lot of work on that young man. And I mean, Kobe Mainoo might actually just be joining Napoli, and he's a player who actually, when he actually broke into the scene, a lot of people were actually talking about his quality. I think the way he's so calm on the ball at a very young age, at 18 at the point, people were actually talking about his maturity, his composure. He might just be the next man who should actually be seen as the next. Maybe because of his guile and his poise on the midfield, how cool and collected he can actually dictate play. A lot of people were seeing him as the next as Zidane, not in terms of quality anyway, but in the way he actually commands the space, and with a lot of will I say panache, or will I say the way he glides through the ball, you look at him and you look at his age and start wondering, this guy's actually made for elite. But something happened, and then he was actually dropped to the bench, and you start asking yourself what really happened to the young man. And I mean, that really brought some level of frustration to the young man. And I mean, like every other player, agents, people will start talking, what really going on, this guy deserves to play more. Ugarte came in, and of course there's also already Casemiro. These guys are actually old war horse. You can't just push them aside. But this young man also wants to grow. He wants to blossom. The only way it can happen for him, is for him to actually play regularly. And then if that's actually not happening, you just be wondering why, he's actually still playing for a club side like Manchester United. The thing is, again, players will always ask themselves, Kobe Mino, in this case, right, he will ask himself that, hey, if I wasn't actually playing as well as I was playing, if I wasn't actually showing the fact that I'm actually a good player under Eric Ten Hag, the Three Lions, the English national team, would not have actually given me a call up. If I was sitting on the bench, nobody would have actually looked at me. But because I was actually playing, I showed that I've got quality. And now, I mean, you're just putting me on the bench. It's not where you want to expect him to actually be at this point. I think the player has got a lot of quality, and I think it really deserves to actually make the move to whatever it is he thinks necessary for him to actually have regular playing time, and that's for me it's a lot. I mean, I think there's something about Manchester United player moving to actually Napoli. I mean, look at Lukaku as well. He's been doing so well. He was also one of the reasons they actually the club from Naples actually won the Serie A last season. He was so fantastic. So then, I mean, if he goes there, he's got he's got players that will definitely help him really settle, help him, get out, come out of whatever frustration he is and he's in. And of course, there's nothing, as sweet as you being courted and wanted by club sides, whatever it is. Definitely it means that your place is actually very secured until you go there to prove that you're actually not good enough. So I think it's a very good place for him to actually go to. As far as I'm concerned, Napoli is a top club in Serie A. They're still very much in the running to actually win the Serie A if they can actually turn things around. So it's actually very huge for him. It's going to be a huge move. In fact, at this moment, I think they are a level above Manchester United in terms of their present state, in terms of what they actually dish out week in, week out, and of course in Champions League, and of course in their league. So yes, I think it's going to be really helpful for his development as a player as well. And of course, not also forgetting that another man who is actually itching to actually return to England, Ivan Toney. Yes, there's been talks around him returning to Everton. Everton seeks a new striker and is eyeing Toney, who has excelled in Saudi Arabia, but complications remain regarding his contract and tax implication. And of course, there's also another conversation about Adama Traore. Also remember that West Ham is really struggling, so they really need to actually come out. I mean, if they cannot find their foot in the next 10 games in this particular round, of course we're almost out of the first phase of the Premier League. If they cannot find their footings in the next 10 games, definitely they are bound to actually relegate, because it's so sad they're actually struggling at this point. I mean, West Ham is one of those teams you want to look at and say these guys are a side that you should actually respect season. But then it happens to the best of football club. If you don't put your house together, it's definitely going to get caught up with it. Traore could also reunite with former manager, yes, Nuno Espirito Santo, who is definitely the manager of West Ham United, and of course previously managed at Wolves, and the both of them were at Wolves together. So it's going to be an interesting one. I recall how dangerous this duo were. Espirito Santo brought out the best of Adama Traore. Wolves on the counter were actually deadly, and you cannot play them. Traore is quick, he's big, he's fast. You cannot be pulling them. So with him on that flank for West Ham, definitely they might actually just be getting some few points that will push them up, and then definitely eventually escape relegation. And of course, this team, who obviously previously were a team that is definitely seen as a team that will most likely not make it out of relegation might just find their way to actually becoming a team that will definitely see again playing Premier League next season. And the both teams, like I actually said, we're actually both the both manager and the coach were actually both together at Crystal Palace. And let's also look at former, when I say former, no, not former yet, but it's more likely going to be former because of the wave of transfer that's happening. Axel Disasi might just be a former Chelsea player coming very, very soon because he might just be joining Crystal Palace if Maguire eventually make that move, away from the Selhurst Park. And Disasi could be heading, to that particular club side, talking about Crystal Palace, and that's going to be subject to, Maguire's move to Liverpool, and of course with interest from other club sides, like Sunderland, and of course West Ham is also looking at him because West Ham really needs to actually get their defense, outright, and of course also get their midfield. So it's going to be a lot of conversation in the end to actually decide, who would definitely, get the signature of this young man. I'm talking about Axel Disasi. He was part of the Chelsea side that actually won the Club World Cup. So I think it's to an extent you want to look at him. Earlier on the season, he was also very good for that Chelsea team. So it might not be at the level of Maguire, but if there's anything I know about Oliver Glasner, he's got that uncanny ability to improve player. And if the Disasi actually eventually make the move to Crystal Palace, then trust me, it might just be one of the most sought out centre backs eventually at the end of that. Because I recall that when Maguire also joined Crystal Palace, he wasn't really as huge as as fantastic as a lot of persons see him today, but I mean, from what we're seeing today, he's just one of those players, when you look at, when you start counting Premier League, top defenders, definitely you also want to look at Maguire every single time of day. But then before we leave the studios, let's quickly look at, the EPL rundown, match day fixtures, because it's going to come down to that. Arsenal definitely did the business 2 days ago as they actually took, they actually took Aston Villa to the cleaners. You recall that game actually came, with a lot of reactions. The manager of Aston Villa refused to actually shake the hands of Mikel Arteta. I'm talking about Unai Emery after the 4-1 defeat. And Arsenal right now is at the end of the summit in that particular game. In that particular league, 5 points, adrift to 5 point adrift at this point. Manchester City still trailing 5 point adrift, and then 6 points, above Aston Villa, and there's a lot to actually talk about now. Crystal Palace, Oliver Glasner's men will welcome Fulham at the Selhurst Park. Liverpool would definitely want to continue the impressive run against, Leeds United. I mean, if there's something I would definitely warn Liverpool fans of, is that this Leeds United team is going to be a banana peel against them, because trust me, Daniel Farke's side is a side that really loves to score goals, and if anything about this Liverpool side that I've seen so far, even with the fact that they've been winning, has not changed. The fact that their defense is yet unstable and they really still cannot really deal with long balls. And if the Leeds United come at them with those sort of game plan, definitely they might just crack them, and it's going to be a very difficult night for Arne Slot, man. But again, you want to also put your money on Liverpool because of their most recent run of form. Again, it's going to be Brentford at GTEC Stadium against Spurs. Spurs is a team that you really do not even know the side or the kind of Spurs you're going to play against. Today, they might turn out as, Real Madrid. Tomorrow, they will turn out, more like a Division 2 side. It's quite very difficult to actually see. How Thomas Frank is actually trying to actually set up that side. It's one manager I was even expecting to actually leave his job before the end of the season, but it's also very interesting that the very first man at one of the top club sides he's that's actually left is the one we just spoke about earlier in person of Enzo Maresca. But now finally we're also looking at Sunderland against Manchester City. I think that's going to be a game of the night. It's going to be a very big game. Sunderland is a side that has really shown why they deserve to be in top 6. They're also one of the most decorated Premier League side. They've also won 6 Premier League titles. So it explains why it's going to be a big fixture. Stadium of Light right there. And Manchester City will be coming. Pep Guardiola's men, very well oiled. 8 games winning streak going to that particular stadium. It's going to be a very, very difficult one. But maybe the quality of Pep Guardiola's men might just, find a way, just like they did in the last game. They might just find a way to actually pick up all 3 points. But it's going to be a big game, for Pep Guardiola's man. If they eventually do that, then definitely it's going to pile more pressure. The pressure will be back on Arsenal. It's going to be 2 points back, adrift, Arsenal, and definitely be expecting to push the Premier League to the wire. And match day 19 in the Premier League is huge, and that's going to be the completion of it. And the result of that definitely will bring in you tomorrow. We'll talk about that as well. But then, for me, I think this is exactly what I think this result is going to be like. Manchester City is going to pick up 3 points. Spurs and Brentford, I think Brentford is going to pick up, the win right there at home. Liverpool and Leeds, maybe it's going to end in a draw, or maybe Liverpool might just find a way. If Liverpool actually, sort out their defensive issues, they might just find a way. But it's going to be maybe a draw, or if Liverpool fails to actually do that, then it's going to be at least United picking up all 3 points. But Crystal Palace and Fulham, I think Crystal Palace might just find a way to actually pick up all 3 points right there at, the Selhurst Park. But this is exactly where we'll be leaving today's episode of The Locker Room. It's been, a very interesting episode of the show, the very 1st of January 2026. And as you continue to actually enjoy yourself, wherever it is you are actually following this particular program, I know you most definitely be having a very great time with your family, your friends and loved ones, catching up with a lot of persons. I just will urge you to actually do whatever it is you're doing. If you're eating, if you're drinking, whatever it is you do it moderately, and of course find a way to stay out of trouble as much as possible, and do everything you do quietly and peacefully. Of course, this is exactly why I'll be leaving it on today's episode as I go. And the very next program will be coming up your way after I leave. It's definitely going to be Political Lens with Chukwuma Okoro. I am Ikechukwu Agwago. Enjoy the rest of the day.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV, channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Whether you've been with us through the ups and downs or just joined us for this festive season,
take a moment to cherish the moments you've made and look forward to making new ones on the horizon.
May this new year bring you everything good, everything prosperous.
As we bid farewell to the old year and welcome you to the new year,
May your heart be filled with joy and your home with laughter. And of course, may your spirit be filled with hope.
We'll be bringing you live updates, exciting performance, and inspiring stories throughout the day.
stay tuned for our special New Year's coverage and let's make this year unforgettable.
Thank you for making us a part of your celebration.
Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
It's the most wonderful time of the year. But for us, the technical crew,
it's weird for technical people to be in front of camera, but I just want to say,
now this one they make me come outside every day. Anytime when they call me, I will rush come outside. We don't get holiday.
Our holiday is part of our daily routine and we've embraced it.
I must say the work is challenging, engaging and interesting.
We are all families here at VOP and with the technical crew.
For us, it's another day on the job.
But it's tough being away from family.
But the latter part of it is that after the work,
we will stay connected with video calls and messages. Merry Christmas.
On behalf of the technical crew, we wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Merry Christmas, and here we are, job continues.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
And thanks for joining us on Political Lens. I am Chukwuma Okoro. Now, today is the 31st day of December 2025. It is the last day of the year. And but I have, for my guest here, it is his first time of appearing in Political Lens. I think luck ran out of him, and I ran into luck. I chased him all year round, and I couldn't get him. But on Monday, he submitted himself to me and said, look, I'm going to be on your show on Wednesday, that is on the 31st day of December 2025. And I'm happy to welcome him to my show. Welcome, Prince Francis Chilaka. Thanks for having you on my show.
Chukuma, it's a pleasure. It's a pleasure.
I appreciate your presence.
You're welcome.
Good to have you. Now, well, on the show today, 2025 in retrospect, biggest stories that define the year. First of all, declaration of the state of emergency in Rivers State. Biafra agitator Nnamdi Kanu sentenced to life in prison. And Trump hits terrorist camp in Nigeria. We'll also talk about new tax law that has divided Nigerians. Well, but before we get into the conversation, there is breaking news. Now we hear that Mr. Peter Obi has formally declared for the African Democratic Congress, ADC, Labour Party's presidential candidate in the 2023 election, Mr. Peter Obi, along with other political leaders from the Southeast geopolitical zone, has officially declared for the African Democratic Congress, ADC. The leaders gathered in Enugu, the capital city of Enugu State, on Wednesday to make the declaration. They stated that after months of consultations, they had decided to join the ADC and collaborate with other opposition leaders from across the country to rescue Nigeria from the poor governance of the All Progressives Congress, APC. Well, those present at the event included former Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives and former Governor of Imo State, Emeka Ihedioha, Senators Ben Obi, Victor Ume, Tony Nwoye, and Gilbert Nnaji. Others are Chief Onyema Ugochukwu, Enyinnaya Baribe, Senator Sam Egwu, as well as several other senators and members of the House of Representatives. Other party leaders are from across the country were also in attendance, including former Senate President and National Chairman of the ADC, Senator David Bonaventure Mark, former Sokoto State Governor Aminu Tambuwal, former governors from the Southeast, and other dignitaries. In his speech at the event, Peter Obi said the move to ADC marks the beginning of the journey to rescue the country from the APC. Today is an important day. Watching Peter Obi now, today is the last day of 2025, so we are ending this year with the hope that in 2026, we will begin a journey of the rescue of our country for proper socioeconomic development that will be unifying and inclusive. We have all watched those who benefited from our democracy sometime now become accessories to destroying our democracy, either through coercion and gangsterism against the opposition. We cannot allow this to happen. We'll resist it. Now, Peter Obi said, we will resist rigging in 2027. The former Anambra State governor also vowed that the opposition will resist any attempt to rig the 2027 election, warning the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, to strictly follow the rules and regulations. And we are saying that those who are planning to rig elections in Nigeria come 2027 will resist it by every means lawful and legitimate. This happens because we have weak institutions like INEC, which we are urging to act properly in the coming election. We must do whatever it takes to follow the rules and regulations, starting from educational qualification for eligibility to contest or seek any election. We can no longer be in a situation where they are asking whether this person went to school or not. We have 1 year now to determine who went to school and who didn't go to school, he said. Obi emphasized the need for unity among the opposition, asserting that Nigeria needs competent leadership to turn the tide of current disunity in the country. He also faulted the federal government's tax reform policies, saying they are hostile to people and detrimental to economic growth. Well, Peter Obi joins other political heavyweights such as Atiku Abubakar, Rotimi Amechi, Nasiru El-Rufai, among others, who earlier in the year declared for the ADC, setting the stage for a political battle to wrest power from the APC in 2027. The Prince, good to have you again, sir. Now, what's your reaction to this long-awaited news? Long-awaited in the sense that there's been speculations here. I had a discussion with you on this the other time, and you were like, he was coming, and I didn't see it coming. So let's have your broad reaction.
Well, you know, it's better late than never.
Okay.
And I've always told people, even though Nigerians have come up with this notion that the patient dog doesn't see any bone to eat anymore, but I think for us to get it right in this country, every political gladiator must be patient, must have a staying spirit, and must be willing to take that decision when it matters most. And for me, Peter Obi has taken the decision when it matters most. I've heard, like after the declaration, I've got so many people calling, he has jumped party again. He couldn't resolve the issue in the Labour Party.
Okay.
And I told them, I said, you guys seem not to understand that the crisis in Labour Party cannot be resolved by Peter Obi. Peter Obi is not one of the, member of the National Working Committee of the party. He was just a flag bearer of the party. And his position ends after the elections. So he cannot tell him to, Peter Obi cannot be someone in the meeting of the Labour Party.
As a leader of the party?
No, he's not the leader of the party.
He's not a leader. As a presidential candidate, as a former presidential candidate.
It has ended. That's why you call him former. It has ended.
No, what I mean is that he should have some form of political weight to throw around the party.
No, the only time Peter Obi would have been powerful was if he was elected as the president.
Okay.
Then he becomes the national, global, international leader of the party. But you see, the way political parties are structured, and that's why we all need voters' education, we all need electoral education, we need to inform Nigerian people. The way political parties are structured, the highest ranking elected officer in the state and at the national level is the leader of the party. Today, if you talk of APC, for instance, the leader of the party is Bola Ahmed Tinubu. The next person is Eshetima.
Okay.
Then you now have the party chairman. You bring it down to the states. For instance, let's take Lagos State, for example.
Okay.
The leader of the party in Lagos State is Sowore, then the chairman. So it's going to be difficult for anybody who is not in that capacity to be the one to...
Okay, so talking about the Labour Party now, who is the national leader of the party?
Well, that is where the crisis is.
Okay.
Then Hadi Usman is claiming
No, I'm not talking about the national chairman. I'm talking about national leader. In terms of
national leader is not constitutional in any political party.
Okay, but
you remember that even President Bola Ahmed Tinubu at one time said that being a national leader of the party, he had no influence. He couldn't influence anything in the party because it's not recognized. It's just a title you take upon yourself. Maybe because you've been there, you've done so many things, but there is nothing like national leader in any political party. What you have is national chairman, national secretary, chairman board of trustees.
Okay, so how will we describe Alex Otti? What is Alex Otti's position in the Labour Party?
In the Labour Party today, if you ask, he's the most senior ranking person. So is he?
It should be.
It should be, yes. So he's in charge of, he's the leader of the party.
Now, when you say that no time is late to do the right thing, no time is wrong to do the right thing, in terms of Peter Obi entering the ADC at the time he did, a lot of people believe that with the long way that he has lost a lot of political capital, especially with the obedient movement, which happens to be his strength and his mainstay. You see the director of mobilization resigned the other time. We also saw Kenneth Okonkwo leave. A couple of other people left. So that loss, will it not affect his...
Those when you say they leave, those who left, of what value are they to the obedience?
The national director of mobilization.
Of what value? The obedience they're not political party. They're not affiliated to any political party. P2B is the obedient. You have obedience because of P2B. It's not because of Labour Party.
No, but one man cannot make a forest.
What Labour Party really wanted initially was for P2B to collapse the obedient into Labour Party. But it was a very right decision he made, not doing that. So Labour Party, as far as we are concerned, the obedience are on their own.
Okay.
Wherever P2B goes.
That was the declaration they made sometime in the past. They say wherever Obi goes, that's where.
It is this is when you say obedient. It's Obi.
Okay.
It's not Labour Party.
So you think that the obedient movement is still strong, vibrant and active?
We are very strong.
Oh, you are?
I am. I am obedient, yes.
Beautiful, really?
I believe in due process.
Okay.
And I believe that it is time we begin to look at people who contest for elections. We look at their pedigree. We look at their qualifications. We can't keep doing the wrong thing and expecting a good answer. You can't.
Okay. All right. Now, Prince, we see Obi formally declare for the ADC. And we also know that Atiku Abubakar is there. Rotimi Amechi has said, look, I'm not ready to serve as spare tire to anybody. I'm looking for that number one shirt. And apparently that is what Peter Obi is looking for. There is this kind of, larger than life image, this aura that has been built around the ADC over Atiku Abubakar. So what do you think will happen in the coming
I just think it's people who work for Atiku that are doing that, and then the media. There's so much propaganda going on, and the people in front of this propaganda are APC. The truth is that ADC is a vehicle of people coming together to say we need to rescue this country. And like I've always said, if ADC will not even make the mistake that PDP made in 2023.
Which is?
That was a gross mistake. Knowing that the late Buhari had been there for 8 years. There is this unconstitutional gentleman agreement, which started with PDP. And other parties now started emulating it. And what was the agreement? The agreement is 8 years north, 8 years south. So in trying to truncate that arrangement, you're going to have a problem. And the way Nigeria is today, it will be madness, total madness, for ADC to think of putting up another candidate.
Okay.
I mean...
that would mean to take power back to the north.
It will be actually breaking that gentleman agreement. And then if you do that, if ADC does that, you have a protest vote.
The agreement that was broken in 2011, you might say.
Well, I don't know whether it was broken, but it's still there.
Okay.
Because if it's not there, you wouldn't have a Miloko coming out in 2023.
Okay.
So, but the thing is that if ADC makes that same mistake that PDP made, it will hit them well.
All right. Now, Prince, we see a horde of leaders from the Southeast move to ADC with Peter Obi. Is that some form of regional endorsement, or what do you see coming?
It's not, you won't call it
very
regional.
Big names. Ben Obi.
Yes, you won't call it regional.
Baribe, Tony Nwoye, Onyemugochukwu, I can go on and on.
You can't call it regional.
Okay.
It's just that people want to associate with. Everybody wants to associate with something good. Even you, the way you are, you want to associate with something that is good. You want to associate with a name that makes sense and a name that people will want to participate. So I think the thing is that a lot of people have been waiting for Peter Obi to make this move, for them to also know where they stand. So and like if you listen to Peter Obi, he said after months of consultation. So it's
after months of, I was coming to that. That after months of consultation looks pregnant. To the extent that look, there's been this rumor that look, that the North might just endorse Peter Obi, and probably because the North also doesn't want to torpedo the peaceful arrangement of North and South. Exactly. And so, but if they want to take out the APC, they also look for somebody from the South to do that for them. Because if power goes back to the North halfway, it will be some kind of upset, and it might just cause some kind of turbulence. So does it look like, is this what gives some people like you the reason to think that Atiku might not actually be on the ballot?
I think Atiku is getting to that point where he wants to be recognized as a patriot. I think he's gotten to that level. He's gotten to that point where he wants to be recognized as a patriot. And you can't have everybody telling you, sir, you can't go, sir, you can't go, sir, you can't go. And you say, if you cook for the community will finish it. But if the community cooks for you, you can't finish it.
You know, I had a bet with you on this. You have been insisting that Atiku wouldn't be on the ballot.
Yes.
And though there's no figure, but we are going to try a figure to it after the show. Now, Prince, when we look at what happened in 2023, if we have two very powerful presidential candidates come from the South, one from the Southeast and one from the Southwest, in terms of Bola Ahmed Tinubu and Peter Obi, you know, the Southeast, Southwest, mistrust, divide and all of that. And if you put it within the context of what happened in Lagos State in 2023, where people from the Southeast were practically, you know, prevented from voting. Despite that, that was after the presidential election, which there was a major upset and Peter Obi, you know, took the lead in Lagos here. Will you see a situation where there might be some kind of pushback or rebound of violence against the Southeasterners, looking at, oh, you people want to truncate a Southwestern presidency? Is there a possibility
we're running a democratic system. Okay. And in democracy, everybody has a freedom. Association, freedom to belong to whichever political party you want to belong, freedom to vote whoever you want to vote. And I think it will be completely madness and stupidity for anyone with the way Nigeria is today to begin to think of disenfranchising anyone.
No, but we see it happen. You know Sego Mustafa, second Mustafa of the NUR, the person that replaced the MCO role, said, look, sometime I think that was in May, June, said, look, if you dare vote against the APC, we'll deal with you.
Well, you know, I don't believe in violence. Okay. But I can assure you that violence begets violence. And I know that people have become wiser. The 2023 scenario, I personally lost a friend of mine. He was pushed in his own compound, in his house. Oh dear. And the man died. That's not what we are known for. The divide and rule you have among Nigerians today, the hatred that is building among Nigerians today, is because of the politicians. And the Nigerian people need to wake up from their sleep. All those who collected money to vote in 2023, where are they today? Are they not suffering what everybody is suffering? Is anybody spared from what is going on in Nigeria? Some of them who collected 5,000, 10,000, and all of that, they're in Band A. They've been forced into Band A. Have they been able to get out of it? Their children go to school. Are they paying different school fees? We all take public transport. Are they paying? Is there any particular filling station designed for those who decide in their lives to become thugs and fighters for politicians? No. So we all go to the same market. We all suffer the same thing, and that is why it is important for people to know when you are voting in 2027. Know who you are voting for. Know the character of the person you are voting for.
Okay.
You saw what is happening in Edo State. You see what is happening in Edo State between Pedro Obaseki and Oba Obini and the governor. You saw the other guy. What happened to the guy in UK, where a titled man who calls himself a prince went and was embarrassing himself on social media just because of you want to be found in the good books of the politicians. But in that same Edo State, Benin bypass is not go area. There are no roads. So it brings us back to the issue of those who have decamped from their various parties to APC, the governors who have decamped. What do they have to show for it?
Okay, all right. Prince, I know that Peter Obi's declaration for ADC is a developing story. And by next year, for instance, from tomorrow, ADC says they are going to hold 2 conventions, primaries, and we'll now know who will be the candidate of the ADC. And the Prince said, well, it now tells you to vote for the right person, because who you vote for will determine the kind of life you live anytime from 2027. Now, let's get into the measures. 2025 will end today, but we will not forget the year in a hurry because of the many defining moments it threw up, ranging from politics, economy, human development, insecurity, and foreign affairs. In all that happened, a few big stories came out from the cacophony of sounds laced with fury, anger, shock, and desperation. We singled out a few of those stories, and they will form our major topics of discussion as a wrap on political lens for 2025. Well, not in a sequence of occurrence or a definition of priority. There was a declaration of a state of emergency in Rivers State. Rivers State was thrown into national focus following the declaration of a state of emergency, a move that sparked intense political debate and public concern. Well, supporters argued that it was necessary to restore order, while critics warned it could undermine democracy, federalism, and the will of the people in one of Nigeria's most strategic political states. The Prince, I have not spoken with you since the Supreme Court delivered its judgment, on this. And so the judgment was belated. So how will you describe what happened in Rivers State and the judgment of the Supreme Court on the suit filed by the PDP governors?
When the whole shenanigans started in Rivers State, I saw it coming. I saw that they were heading towards the declaration of a state of emergency. And a lot of us predicted it, and it happened. The reason given by government for that declaration is completely unacceptable. You say you're protecting, there was going to be a breakdown of law, and there was breakdown of law and order. You're protecting the pipelines. And then I ask, are the pipelines worth more than the humans? And in all the meetings, in all the press releases by Mr. President, even all the meetings he called, there was one fundamental thing that Mr. President failed to address. And he has not addressed it up till tomorrow.
Okay.
And that is the role played by Wike in what played out in Rivers State.
Okay, so what would you have wanted the president to do?
No, at that
the
point in
president
time,
called for, there was a peace meeting between the president, between both gladiators.
That peace meeting, for me, and the agreement reached at that time, was just for me, it was hopeless. It was just like, you invite your son and you sit him down and you dictate to him and you tell him, go and do this, and you walk out. Okay. You do not settle problem by taking sides.
You think that the president?
No, the president did. It was very obvious.
How so?
The president did. It was very obvious that he took sides. Even when the courts supported the declaration of a state of emergency, they also took sides. All through the judgment, it was all about what Fubara did. But nobody talked about what led to what he did.
At no point was Wike mentioned in the suit.
That's the point. But Wike was the one that was in front.
I'm talking about the people that went to court. No. They didn't join him, did they?
It's not.
So how would they have mentioned him?
You see, with time we come up with this excuse. Oh, that you were not mentioned, that you didn't do this. Okay, the court will say, we don't give you what you didn't ask for.
Okay.
But the court must also realize that there are certain things you don't do And that is where the human face comes in.
When the court says we don't give you what you didn't ask for, but we saw in the Supreme Court case where the court even went ahead to adjudicate on a matter that was not before.
So that is what I'm saying.
Lawmakers.
That is what I'm saying. In one breath, the court will tell you, you didn't ask for this. In another breath, I mean, you saw different judgments. It was like Nigeria was on a pressure pot, pressure cooker, Nigeria was just bubbling. Everybody had a say. And that issue up to tomorrow has not been addressed.
Talking about addressing the issues, I'd like to make reference to what you talked about, the peace deal, where the president practically dictated to Fubara, you go and do this, you go and do this, you go and do this. Now, do you see, are there repercussions arising from that dictation? Because we see,
when those things,
looks like both gladiators are back to the trenches.
So when those, you don't beat a child and tell the child not to cry. And Okoro, you remember, I've always said that any peace devoid of justice is peace of the graveyard. When Fubara came back from that suspension, first of all, you know the role the National Assembly played in that suspension. And that's why I'm also one of those saying that it is time to end this voice vote. We need to know who voted for what in the National Assembly. So that when you come back as a senator, we can look you in the face and say to you, this bill, this is what you did, or this is what you said. But when you say voice vote, nobody knows who voted. The A's have it, and that's the end. And so you have the National Assembly, where you look like you have kindergartens. But yet you have men and women who are meant to be referred to as men or women and honor and proven integrity. But you don't have that. So the way it is now, I'm sure the National Assembly is happy because everybody has to come to, all the senators, almost all of them, are coming to.
They already have a majority in the.
So tell me, what is the oversight function of the National Assembly? You saw your judiciaries when you show your barristers and your lawyers when they went for their bar convention. Right? I mean, rather than sing the national anthem, a national anthem that was hurriedly foisted on the Nigerian people. Even in the Senate, they don't sing it. What do they sing? On your mandate we stand.
The judges said that they were not singing, that they were just miming.
They were not singing.
They were miming.
Okay, so what we saw on TV makes us stupid. It makes us. They're trying to tell us that we're stupid.
No, that's the defense.
Were they supposed to mime in the first place? Wouldn't they have?
No, the question would be.
Wouldn't they have been able to stop the
person that played the song?
Wouldn't they have been
to play that song?
The person who employed him? You don't bring a DJ to your event without controlling what he does. So even if the DJ intones the wrong music, why did they stop it?
What is the implication of judges singing on your mandate? You stand.
It simply means that they are compromised. That is what it means. I can't be singing your song if I'm not compromised.
Prince, let's go back to River State. Now, we see a lot happening in River State these days. The governor is talking tough. If you want to support the president, don't follow Kona. And the other party says, look, we are not the leader of the APC in River State. And we see the governor, more like, the governor looks like, the House of Assembly. I am no longer afraid. He's been giving Martin Samuel a very heavy knocks recently.
No, see.
So what do you think is happening?
When we started talking about Labour Party, we started talking about the leadership of the party and about P2B not controlling what was happening. I told you, I said, the highest standing man in Rivers today, as far as APC is concerned, is a Fubara. There is no way the president will bypass Fubara today and go to the speaker. As far as the party structure is concerned.
I want to create a scenario in River State. We have 23 local government areas. Out of those 23, 20 are APC. This APC, you know how they came about. Wike moved the 20 of them from the PDP to the APC. They contested elections and won. Now Wike reserved 3, including his own local government, Obiakpo, for the PDP. And I'm pretty sure that in a moment, anytime
they will join because the governor is now in APC.
Good. Now we have 23 APC, 20 of them loyal. In fact, 23 of them loyal to Nyesom Wike, FCT minister. If you go to the House of Assembly, they have 31. Out of these 31, 17 of them effectively decamped to the APC. The other remaining 14 are still in the PDP. Now, something happened on the 25th. Wives of the 31 House of Assembly members contributed money, bought gifts, and presented to Nyesom Wike. The state chairman of the APC is one Tony Okocha, Wike's Man Friday. Grassroots politics. Who is in control of Rivers APC?
Okay, you may think that with all of that, the Wike is in charge. The Wike is not a member of APC.
Okay.
He's a tombo, what they call tombo fly. He has not come out to declare. If Wike decides to join APC today, who will welcome him into APC?
Well, I mean, we have seen the national chairman could do that. We saw the national chairman welcome Fubara into APC.
No, even if the national chairman is not there, Fubara will be there.
The state chairman will be there.
The state chairman cannot.
Okay.
Fubara will be there. Good. Okay. See, let us be very honest with ourselves. The whole issue of the suspension of democratic governance. I'm sure even Mr. President rejects, if you reflect seriously, he regrets that action. But knowing what leaders are, they would never say it in the open. But I'm sure that if he looks back, he will regret that action. Why? Because, I'll tell you why. Because he was also one of those who opposed it vehemently during Jonathan's life.
But he served his purpose this time.
I'm coming. Okay. He opposed it. I said, if retrospect, he reflects on it. In his quiet moment, he regrets that action. Now, if we have ended everything about...
I'm sorry, Prince.
I'm coming.
Does it look like the president? Does it look like a man who cares?
As a president, you must show to the public that you don't care.
Okay.
We all do that.
Okay.
But in our quiet moments, we know what we go through.
Conscience.
We fight our demons.
Okay.
Now, in all of that, it has happened, it has gone. And I'll tell you this, for Fubara to declare for APC, there were discussions and there were meetings. And if you recall, those meetings were between him and Mr. President, who is the leader of the party. So now that Fubara is in the party, if you recall, the day he was being welcomed into the party, you saw the Okocha jumping all over the place. You saw him declaring that he is now the number one. So politicians talk from two sides of the mouth.
Apparently, your position is that the political plates are gradually shifting in favor of the state.
It has shifted.
Not
it
gradually.
Has shifted
completely.
See, forget whatever anybody is doing.
Okay.
If care is not, even the speaker knows that Fubara can decide whether he will get the ticket or not.
Now that's scary. Now, Prince, let's get into our second big story. After about 10 years of trial, a life sentence was handed to Nnamdi Kanu by High Court, and it reignited deep national conversations around justice, separatist agitations, and national unity. Reactions poured in from across Nigeria and the international community, while questions were raised about the process, security implications, and the future of agitation in the Southeast. Prince, did the sentence on Nnamdi Kanu come to you as a surprise?
No.
Okay, you saw it coming.
I saw it coming.
Did you see death sentence or life sentence?
No, I didn't see a death sentence, but I saw a life sentence.
Okay.
I saw a sentence that would make sure he's incapacitated. That's what I saw. I knew it was coming. I know that all the issues with the former Binta Nyako and all of that was because they were just looking for who would do the job. So everybody knew it was coming. But you see, there are issues the federal government up to tomorrow has not been able to clear. And I think it is something that they need to clear. We need to know who kidnapped Nnamdi Kanu from Kenya.
And do you think the federal government will ever release that?
They should. I mean,
to them, it could be classified information.
No, this is where, if you see, when you talk about reconciliation means you must put everything out. So when you talk about reconciliation, we need to do it well and do it like human beings. We need to know who and who. But you know, Nigeria, it is when those involved, maybe when they're at the point of death, they write their book. Or when they know that, you know, even if you arrest them, they have become vegetative. They will not write a book trying to tell you, this is what happened, this is it. But we all know that Nnamdi Kanu was kidnapped from Kenya into Nigeria. And why is it that nobody wants to address that? Why?
Prince, talking about reconciliation, will it be better addressing the very issues that led to this agitation?
Mr. Koro,
than to let Nigerians know who renditioned Nnamdi Kanu? Which one should come first?
Mr. Koro, I've always said, and I'll keep saying it, that if we had sane governance, and good governance, agitations will not arise. First and foremost, the reason why you have this agitation is even the failure of the leaders of the Southeast.
Leaders of the South?
I put it on there, yes. They are culpable. For every agitation that comes out of the Southeast, they are culpable. But I have always said that, you know, before we attack the federal, let us address the state and the local government. I sit here today and I'll tell you, Okoro, all the airports they're building in the Southeast, we don't need it. These are white elephant projects where they, you know, we don't need it.
Development, bring development
we don't
closer
need
to the people.
No, we don't need them. How many people travel? How many people have the money to travel by air? How many people? In all these states where you're building airports, how many of their citizens?
But at least those people that have the money can take advantage of the proximity of the airport.
If the governors in the Southeast want to be honest, want to be sincere, and want to develop the Southeast, they will not be talking about airports. They'll be talking about train network. They'll be talking about train. So if I stay in Ebonyi, for instance, and you have a train to catch by, say, 10 o'clock in Sowore, the train will not take up to 1 hour to get to Sowore. It will save a lot of money. That train network will bring enormous development into the Southeast. It will. And it will, you know, it will touch the lives of the ordinary people. So the leadership flaw and failure in the Southeast to start with is why you have the agitations.
No, does that absorb federal government from responsibility?
You didn't hear what I said. I said,
okay, that is where we start from. Okay.
Now, when you bring it to the federal level, you ask yourself, in terms of the federal government, how many institutions, what is the presence of the federal government in the Southeast?
And that is the problem.
So these are the agitations. These are the agitations. You've heard people say, oh, there's an arrangement that the Southeast cannot get to the level of being a president. And you ask yourself, why would that be? Why is the Igbo man in Nigeria marginalized? And why is it that we have a country where we say that the unity of the country is not negotiable? When you know that the amalgamation, how many Nigerians were there? Mention one Nigerian that was there during the amalgamation.
Now, have you heard some quarters say, look, the amalgamation was for 100 years, that it has even expired, that it's expired.
That is what we'll be hearing. But we'll be hearing it. So why is it that those who hurriedly put up Decree 24 and turned it into a constitution, why did they expunge referendum from it. Even in marriage, even in arranging marriage, even in marriage, you take your leg and you go and marry a wife. You cannot say it is not negotiable. Because we're humans. We all have our different ideas and everything.
Prince, what's the way out?
The way out is that we need to sit on the round table. The way out for Nigeria is to look at that 2029 constitution and abolish that document. We need to abolish that document to ensure that, yes, we are ready to move forward. Because if you have that document the way it is, that document you have is not helping this country to develop.
Okay, now, Prince, has the sentencing of Nnamdi Kanu doused tension and insecurity in the Southeast? Nnamdi is in prison, Simon Ekpa is in prison.
Before the sentencing of Nnamdi Kanu, let us be honest with ourselves. The sit at home in the Southeast was already fizzling out. You see, but there's something that is very worrisome about that sit at home in the Southeast. Okay, if you are traveling from Benin to Owerri, from Sunday to, except Mondays, you will see checkpoints. Police, army, road safety, customs, immigration, all of them. Why do they disappear on Mondays? Are they not trying to tell us that the non-state actors are more powerful than the government officials? Are more powerful than the Nigerian army or Nigerian police? Why do they abandon those checkpoints on Mondays? And who asks them, who gives them instruction not to go out on Mondays? So the reason why you don't really see people on Mondays, it's not just about the sit at home, it's because of fear of the unknown. As you and I sit today, nobody has been able to tell us who the unknown gunmen are. But these are guys who caused mayhem and terror in the Southeast. Who are they? Where are they from? So for us to move forward, Okoro, we need to sit on the round table. We need to look ourselves in the eyes and say, this marriage, is it working?
How soon do you think that could happen?
It's something
because we have both centripetal and centrifugal forces. Some people are saying, look, we need to stay together. Others are saying, no, we need to go apart. How soon do you think that we can?
It's something
We've
that
been sitting on a round table. In 1995, Abacha did one. In 2004, Obasanjo did one. In 2014, Jonathan did one. And all of these billions of naira sunk into those places.
It's something that we need to do urgently if we love this country. A few days back, I saw some people calling themselves Hausa, saying that they no longer want to be put on the same Hausa Fulani, and they want Fulani to be treated separately. They want to be treated separately. These are all agitations. You saw what happened with. You saw what the ones who are agitating in the Southwest, and they want to do Dual Republic. So these agitations will be there as long as injustice prevails.
Okay. So what the government is to put people to bring together everybody and discuss how we can, how this union will survive.
When you say you have a constitution that says we the Nigerian people, Okoro, please, at what point did you get involved in that constitution?
Well, the military gave it to us.
So if we say that the military government is the worst, that the worst democracy is better than a military government, why are we still holding on to the appendages of the military?
Well, some people still believe that Nigerian military has done better than democracies in Nigeria.
Well, I think I want to support that too.
Okay.
Yes, I want to support that. Because when you look at the infrastructures, you find out that they have built more infrastructures.
Okay, so if they built infrastructures and they gave us a constitution, why can't we just run with the constitution?
No, if they gave us
the problem is with the operators.
No, if they gave us a constitution, if they gave us a constitution, are we not supposed to sit back after they have gone to review it?
Okay, that's what you are calling for now.
Yes, that document needs to be looked into.
And that document.
See, let me tell you my first grounds with that document.
Okay.
I'm going. 1 second. You have a document that allows you to decamp from one party to another, and yet you hold the position of the party you're decamping from. That is why our democracy is crumbling. So you just have people, you have politicians who have no...
The Supreme Court said something which is quite confusing. The Supreme Court says if you decamp from a political party until your name appears in the register of the political party you are going to, you still have no decamp. So you see people leave one party in principle.
Mr. Koro, the Supreme Court is also, like I said, the judiciary is a problem in Nigeria today, whether we like it or not. That is why when they make pronouncements, I know when they make pronouncements, you find lawyers trying to interpret. It wasn't like this before.
Okay.
Everybody now interprets the judgment to suit them. And then the judges will keep quiet. That is wrong. You should be able to give a judgment that anybody that picks it knows what you're saying and follows it.
I think the law has always been like that, because way back in university, I had a lecturer who told me that, look, the justice is the will of the stronger party, and that is what we see here. Now, let's move on. Trump's terrorist camp in Nigeria. Reports of U.S. military strikes on a terrorist camp in Nigeria raised serious concerns about sovereignty, security cooperation, and foreign intervention. While the development has triggered mixed reactions, with some welcoming decisive action against terror groups, while others questioned the circumstances, consent, and long-term implications for Nigeria's national security. Nigerians also are worried that they have a government that relied on a foreign power to fight insecurity, despite the availability of men, money, and materials that could have taken care of that challenge. The Prince, did you see Trump coming after the threat of guns ablazing?
I mean, everybody knew what's going to happen.
I didn't know.
No, why wouldn't you? Trump doesn't just say things. It's not like our Nigerian leaders.
I was pretty surprised because I've always known that Nigeria, Africa, has never been priority in America's foreign policy.
Wait, let me say something. You know, when Trump said what he said, a lot of things played out. And I saw those things as, mockery. And I saw them as falsehood. I started seeing a lot of Nigerians doing podcasts, doing videos, saying, Nigeria is a sovereign nation. We are patriotic, this and all of that. And I said, okay, you guys can do this. But what have you guys done all this while? That these so-called bandits, Boko Haram, whatever, were killing and slaughtering people. What have they done? And then all of a sudden you see everybody saying, it's not genocide. That was when you started hearing a different story. And Northerners are also being killed. And then the question is, who are killing these Northerners? If you say Muslims are being killed, who are killing these Muslims? So the thing is that a lot of us knew that something was going to happen. But the federal government tried everything possible to halt it. But they couldn't. So
you think that the federal government did everything possible to halt it?
They did it.
But they said they provided intelligence.
Well, that is afterthought with that one.
Okay, now, Prince, with the U.S. intervention in Nigeria, has it taken away from Nigeria's national security?
In what way?
That's what I'm asking.
In what way? You see, that's why I said it was all hypocrisy.
Intelligence.
Let me tell you,
intelligence. Now, if we are to question the value of intelligence, the Nigerian government said we provided intelligence, and we are asking, if you had all this intelligence,
why didn't you
use them? So a lot of Nigerians saying that, look, they didn't have that intelligence.
See,
or that if they had, they were complicit in not using it. So,
you know that it was hours after the strike and after Donald Trump has tweeted before your government responded.
So that gives you the impression that they were unaware.
No, because if the government, they may have called them at the last minute. But the thing is that if they were part of it, knowing this administration that loves propaganda, this administration that loves taking credit, they would have blown it out of proportion. They may not have said where it was going to happen, but they would have told you that we are already finalizing. We didn't have to wait for Donald Trump to tweet before we knew that something happened.
Now, with this action of Donald Trump and United States, has it prompted a renewed commitment on the part of Nigeria to fight this insecurity? Because we hear pockets of, killing of terrorists, bandits here and there? Has it propped up, prompted them into some form of renewed commitment?
The first tweet then prompted it. And the government was doing everything humanly possible to erase that notion that it is a genocide. And they could have done it.
Okay, but
if not for the intervention that the Ren Omokore wanted to make.
Okay, so the federal government wanted to create an alibi because at some point some people said, they went and kidnapped Christian schoolgirls. After a week or so, they brought them back just to create the impression that, look, Christians are also safe. And we heard the president on December 25th say, I'm going to protect people of all faiths.
Okoro, you raised a very pertinent question. The kidnap of those children. Please, for the sake of humanity, when those children were kidnapped, who are the kidnappers? When they got released, what happened to those who kidnapped them? And in which bush were they kept?
Well, the national security.
That none of them. I mean, we're talking of children. Okay, we're talking of children. Who was feeding them? What were they being fed on? Who was taking care of their needs?
Prince, we're out of time. Nigeria's newly introduced tax law has sharply divided public opinion, with citizens, businesses, and lawmakers expressing opposing views. While the government insists the reforms are vital, well-intentioned for economic stability and good, critics argue that the law places additional burdens on struggling Nigerians amid rising inflation and economic decline. While opposition parties and figures have called on the government to suspend the implementation of the law, pending the resolution of the controversies around the clauses that were smuggled in by yet-to-be-known persons. However, the president and his handlers have insisted that no amount of pressure will stop the take-off of the new tax regime in Nigeria. Prince, I would like for you to wrap this up with your concluding thoughts because we are out of time.
Any leader that doesn't listen to the people is not worth the salt. We always say that the voice of the people is the voice of God, isn't it? Now, there's an issue, and this is democracy. And the people are saying there is something fundamentally wrong with this. A listening government would sit back and, first of all, address those issues. People are not opposing the tax because they don't want to pay tax, or they don't want the innovation that comes with it. People are saying, the ones you'll be collecting before now, what have you been doing with them? You said subsidy is gone. You said you were going to use the savings from the subsidy in key infrastructure. Where is the infrastructure? Where has the money gone to? Why is it that nobody is giving us an account of what we need? So for me, I think Mr. President is just being too difficult.
Okay, do you expect Mr. President resistance?
I expect Mr. President to listen to the voice of the people.
I mean, on the part of the people, do you expect to see any form of resistance from tomorrow?
The other one have told you that they will not pay it. And that's where the resistance will start from.
Okay.
When those who are meant
How would they do that? Because it's supposed to be deducted from source.
The bank has no right to deduct money from your account. You know that.
Okay.
We know that. And no bank will do that.
Okay, no bank will do that.
And because if the bank does that, then it means that the banks are the ones stealing money from people.
All right, then. This is where we draw the curtains. I can't believe I've done this for 365 days. Except for the 5 days that I went away on vacation, and it was even a working vacation, as a matter of fact. Well, I must say a very big thank you to you, Prince Francis Chilaka. Now that you are in my net, you can only run, but you cannot hide. Thank you for closing this year for me. And please, I hope that we can do this some other time.
Well, we hope so.
I appreciate your presence. Thank you.
Thank you. You're welcome.
And to you, my viewers, that stood with me for 365 days on Political Lens, I say a very big thank you to you. We will not stop. We'll continue this from next year. And when I say next year, I'm even talking about tomorrow. I'll see you again tomorrow, 6 o'clock on Political Lens. Now, on behalf of the backroom staff, technical director, the bus manager, the sound engineer, and the ingest manager, I am Chukwuma Okoro. Up next is Issues with Nena Ndemjoto. I'll see you again tomorrow. I'll see you again next year, 8 o'clock on the morning show. Bye for now and enjoy the rest of your evening. If you are going for crossover, stay away from bangers, fireworks and all of that. They could be deadly. Something happened in Anambra State and took away some lives, like 2 lives and several people injured. And if you are the one throwing banger or knockout or fireworks, please desist from that, because as I speak with you, the Nigerian police force still has a permanent ban on the use of fireworks. Enjoy the rest of your evening. See you next year and bye for now.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOPTV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOPTV, Voice of the People Television.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOPTV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOPTV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOPTV. Now you have more than a voice.
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Whether you've been with us through the ups and downs or just joined us for this festive season,
take a moment to cherish the moments you've made and look forward to making new ones on the horizon.
May this new year bring you everything good, everything prosperous.
As we bid farewell to the old year and welcome you to the new year,
May your heart be filled with joy and your home with laughter. And of course, may your spirit be filled with hope.
We'll be bringing you live updates, exciting performance, and inspiring stories throughout the day.
stay tuned for our special New Year's coverage and let's make this year unforgettable.
Thank you for making us a part of your celebration.
Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
It's the most wonderful time of the year. But for us, the technical crew,
It's weird for technical people to be in front of camera, but I just want to say, now this one they make me come outside every day. Anytime when they call me, I will rush come outside. We don't get holiday. Our holiday is part of our daily routine, and we've embraced it.
I must say, the work is challenging, engaging, and interesting.
We are all families here at VOP, and we the technical crew.
for us, it's another day on the job.
But it's tough being away from family.
But the lighter part of it is that after the work,
We will stay connected with video calls and messages. Merry Christmas.
On behalf of the technical crew, we wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Merry Christmas, and here we are. Job continues.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. VOP TV. Now you have more than.
Hello, Nigeria. It's the first day of a new year, and I wish you a happy new year. It's so good to have you join us. Tune in for another exciting episode of the Issues on Voice of the People television, where we bring you the most important and pressing issues shaping our nation today. I am your host, Nenna Ndomdioto. On today's episode of the Issues, we're examining the year 2025. The major events that shaped the nation. Join us as we break down the facts and provide context to help you stay informed. We'll take a break, and when we return, we'll dig deeper into these topics. Don't go away.
It's a season of love, a season of joy, a season to celebrate you because you deserve it. From all of us at Voice of the People TV, we only want to wish you a very merry, happy Christmas, and a prosperous new year ahead.
You blessed the boy, the girl is fine, rice and beautiful. Hello everybody, my name is Mike Abdul. Keep watching VOP TV. God bless you real good.
Hi guys, my name is Abiojuola, also known as Minister Abe. I just want you to keep watching VOP TV. God bless you.
Oretolu Amishe is a banger. My name is Yomi Olabisi Yomi Akpala. Keep watching VOP TV. Babati Soro Medayo.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarite is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging. Picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV, live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV.
Glad to have you back. You're still watching the issues on Voice of the People television. Let's dive straight into today's discussion. The year 2025 was indeed a pivotal year for Nigeria and Nigerians, with major reforms and happenings shaping different sectors of the country. Today, we'll be looking at Nigeria's economy, the reforms that shaped the country, and charting a way forward as we go further into the new year 2026. We will be taking a cursory look at the good, the bad, and the ugly. First, let's look at some of the major happenings that shaped our economy. There was a steady GDP as the gross domestic product grew steadily through 2025, reaching 4.23% in Q2 and 3.98% in third quarter. The Central Bank of Nigeria's CBN tight monetary policy involving elevated interest rates contributed to a gradual decline in the annual inflation rate, which fell to 14.45% by November 2025 from a high of over 34% at the end of 2024. The global watchdog, Financial Action Task Force, removed Nigeria from its grey list, ending nearly 3 years of being tagged a destination for dirty money and signaling a boost for investors' confidence in the nation's economy. In June 2025, the president signed the tax reforms bill into law. The new laws are considered to be the most comprehensive overhaul of Nigeria's fiscal architecture in decades and are expected to improve revenue collection, enhance business environment, and attract both local and international investors. Another major event is the Dangote refinery's dominance in the downstream oil sector. The growing operational capacity of the Dangote refinery became a defining story, leading to friction with fuel importers and a price war that saw petrol prices at the pump fall in different instances. The refinery's domestic production significantly reduced Nigeria's reliance on fuel imports, easing pressure on foreign exchange demand. In October 2025, the World Bank reported that approximately 139 million Nigerians were living below the poverty line, which makes about 61% of the population. With all of these major events and ongoing reforms, many Nigerians saw the year 2025 as a difficult year as many grapple with harsh economic realities And the tax reform proposals sparked confusion and backlash, with many Nigerians fearing increased economic strain. However, the president, in his New Year speech, says 2025 is a year where the nation sustained the momentum on its major reforms. He stated that the country had a fiscal reset and also recorded steady economic progress. The president said the focus in 2026 would be on consolidating the gains and continuing to build a resilient, sustainable, inclusive, and growth-oriented economy. Today, I'm delighted to be joined by two distinguished guests. Here in the studio, we have Frank Ayala, an economist, financial expert, and public affairs analyst. I don't know if I pronounced that your surname very well.
Very correct.
Okay. Glad to have you join us today.
Thank you for having me. Good evening.
Yes, sir. Good evening and Happy New Year to you.
Indeed.
Okay, we also have joining us virtually Comrade Destiny Enabulele. He is a former local government chairman, member of the coalition of civil society organizations, advocates, and a public affairs analyst. Glad to have you join us, Comrade.
Yeah, my ravishing sister, thank you very much.
Yeah. Happy New Year to you.
Happy New Year and the viewers at home.
Yes. Okay, so I would want to start with you. Looking at the economy in 2025 and all I've reeled out, and of course all you know about Nigeria's economy, how would you review the economy, starting from the good, the bad, and the ugly? So just touch a little bit of what you think was the good, the bad, and the ugly, and then we'll dissect it from there.
My sister, let me salute my brother there at the studio. I must be very frank, because there is a saying that if elders, children will eat vulture thinking that they are eating chicken. My sister, I don't know if you get me. Hello?
I can hear you.
You see, it is for us to move forward, to get out of this conundrum, this political and economic conundrum. We must endeavor to speak truth to power. That's the only way we'll get out of this, crisis, economic crisis. For me, there is nothing good about this present administration led by President Ahmed Bola Tinubu. I must be very frank. We must try to. We've gone past the era of massaging ego. I think none of us is a toddler. I don't think any of us is in any way eating frog, thinking that they are eating chicken. Having said that, if you look at from the very first statement, as if he was in a khaki the day of his swearing in, that fuel subsidy is gone. From that moment in very just now, Nigerians has been living in hell while on earth. That is a gospel truth. At any rate, at the very beginning, that been issue of his electionary campaign, he told Nigerians that his aim and purpose is to reduce the purchasing power of Nigerians, of the average Nigerians, and increase the tax net. You will agree with me that what we are experiencing, indeed, he has reduced our purchasing power and increased the tax net. And we cannot say for a fact that this, increasing of tax net, what he has translated, the good it has translated, I cannot say for a fact. I cannot point to it. That is for me as a Nigerian. And again, that the issue of fuel subsidy, all the money saved from fuel subsidy, as we speak very just now, I don't know, maybe you might prove me wrong. I cannot say for a fact that this is what we have achieved from the savings of fuel subsidy. You can see we are at a dilemma. We are at a dilemma. That is a gospel truth. Although some Nigerians will say that it's too early because this is just the first day of the year. But there is a saying that it is the way you make your bed. That's the way you will lie on it. You see, it is very simple. Now that the election is very close to our doorsteps, you will agree with me that for the past a year and 6 months, because this administration was just barely 8 months in office, when they started, coming up with 2027 election programs, thereby abandoning governance and going into re-election. So for me, Nigerians are at the receiving end of their maladministration. As I have said, what can we say that these savings from fuel sources, what have we achieved? The only thing that I have seen, and perhaps majority of Nigerians have seen, is just that they are spending like a drunken sailor. We talk about humility to the president. We talk he's behaving like a boy that I just find a new love. I remember some years back when I was in that stage. Yes, you see, if my mother talks to me, I only pay, then I spend like as if there is no tomorrow. There was no savings for tomorrow. I say, okay, this is my new love, hoping that. For me, you can see the buying of yachts, presidential jets. Then it's Escalade. Because the Escalade, they call it, is new. Before him, other presidents before him, they were using Mercedes-Benz. You see, I'm a little bit not very, in tune with this style of his governance, because I have said it, that this is how not to govern a country. Because, you see, Nigeria is evolving. It is an evolving state. It's a nation that is developing. One would have expected us that we play down on liabilities. We concentrate on assets. But today, yachts and all and buying a presidential jet and what have you. And you can see the way they are spending on the spending spree as if there will be no tomorrow. For us as a people, all of us must make sacrifice for this nation to move from stage 1 to stage 2. But from the ruling, permit me to speak my mind. From the ruling class, as it is very just now, they are not making any sacrifice. That is the gospel truth. And they are not willing to make sacrifice. And their policies, their economic policies, are anti-people, especially the downtrodden. You can see what we have seen not too long ago, the issue of implementation of taxes. How can you come with a first world taxation in a third world taxation in a third world country with a medieval infrastructure, and you expect us to get the needed results in such policies? Okay. It's not right. At least I have traveled around some developed countries in the world. As the countries evolve, they come up with taxes that will fit in that particular point in time. As the country evolves in terms of progress forward, they'll say, okay, let's come up with these taxes to be able to make some kind of checks and balance. You see, ours is not like that. Nigerians, we have made sacrifice. Since the inception of this country, since 1960, let me just say 1960 days since independence, they are doing exploration of our oil, mineral, and other minerals. What can we say that we've achieved from this civilian rule? That is my question to you this new year. Whatever you have seen that we've achieved as a people is during the military era. Not too long ago, the International Conference Center, my elder brother, Iyendeba of Abuja, used certain billions in doing renovation. When the money that was used to erect that structure was not even up to that billions. The coastal roads, Lagos Calabar coastal roads, you can see how much that were marked for 30 kilometers. It is outrageous. See, nobody should take Nigerians for a ride or for a fool. Nigerians, they are very, we have said it over and over, we are docile. And it's not our fault, because we are operating a communal lifestyle. If, for instance, I don't have to eat, I can conveniently go to my sister in the studio there and say, I'm close to I'm in your area. and you will conveniently, welcome me and give me food or drinks to drink. Not too long ago, I visited Paris.
Okay.
Now, let me now with this thought. I visited Paris. There's a friend of mine that is okay. When I come, we'll see. Because he just got the job newly, I was unable to see a friend of mine for 2 weeks that I spent in Paris. So that is to tell you, it is individuality. If you don't work, you don't eat. If you don't work, you don't eat. So that is why it's not becoming a norm that an average Nigerian, they are suffocating by way of no place to work. Businesses, companies, industries, they are folding in Nigeria. They are moving to nearby country because of their very stringent tax policies. And not only that, insecurity, power failure. All of these are strangulating small and medium scale businesses. Even the bigger ones, they are leaving because it is no longer favorable to them.
Okay.
So for us as a people, we have seen insecurity at our various steps. If not at the 11th hour of President Donald Trump of the United States of America at Christmas Day gift to Nigerians. Perhaps none of us would have been able to be talking to you at the studio.
Okay, I will come back to you.
Let me learn with this thought, man. Let me learn with this thought. My grandmother of blessed memory said something that what that means. In an atmosphere of rancor, my sister there, my journalist cannot go to the studio. The imam or the babalawo or the pastor, they cannot go to their place of worship where the atmosphere is not favorable. So that is why you see businesses and every other thing is in a comatose in this country, as we speak very just now. Thank you very much, and Happy New Year, Nigerians.
Thank you very much, Comrade. I would, of course, get back to you. Let me speak to our guest in the studio. Let me hear your view before I move on to other questions. I saw how you were smiling while
Yes.
Comrade was talking. So for you...
You know why I needed to smile? I think before we start looking at the good, the bad, and the ugly, let's at first create a context around why to now start looking at the good, the bad, and the ugly. I remember vividly in 2015, before Buhari took over, our inflation rate was 8.5%. Our exchange rate was 197 naira per dollar. Minimum wage was 18,000 naira. Then the cost of per liter of petrol was 87 naira. So I wanted us to create that background to see if this man have done anything fantastic that we need to praise him or not. To the APC people, the numbers are looking good because they are now beginning to praise themselves, forgetting where they took over the economy. If you divide 18,000 naira by 197 naira, you get close to about $100 per about $94 per minimum wage. Today, if you divide your $70 with 1,400, you have less than $440. So I wanted to create this context for us to know, okay, this is where we are. This is where we are taking on. If you look at the inflation they are celebrating today, before APC came aboard, what we were taught in school, that was called the CPI, Consumer Price Index. There are some products that are not there. But this government, because they are crooked, because they are cocky, they brought in some products to justify the number so that when you average it dropped. That's why you are getting this inflation. This inflation figure is coming from the rebasing they did. In 2014, early 2015, our GDP, when Jonathan did our rebasing for 2010, we have about $584 billion in circulations. Today, we have $191 billion. I wanted to create this background so that we not say, okay, let's start fitting the good, the bad, and the ugly into those brackets. Now, for me, no matter what this government is doing, as long as we are not where they took us from in 2014, it's completely ugly. Then what make it more bad, if there's a language like that, is today this government is known for blatant disregard for rule of law. Whatever they are doing now, Nigerians are not seeing it. Fine. It's also out there that this is the first Christmas we've done so far since APC came on board at things never really skyrocketed, rather things were dropping. But is it really dropping to where they meant it? The answer is no. As we speak, your inflation is 14.45, which is about 600 basis points higher than where they met it. As we speak, your USD, our exchange rate is 1,445 naira per dollar, which is far above 197 they met it. As we speak, a liter of petrol, let's take MRS, which is the cheapest, 739, is over 500 naira above where they met it for. So, for me, if you look at the number as it stands today, looking at where APC took off from, it's not just ugly. It's over ugly. There's a language like that. So, then again, it's going to be worse from this year, looking at the tax reform, looking at the forged tax reform bill. Because they've not shown the template of implementations. We have not seen it. Kyle is talking everywhere. The tax consultant they've gotten is talking everywhere, but nobody have told us this is the reporting template. It's also on the side talk that we have an agreement with France. Nobody's seen the MOU. It's also on a public notice that a senator from Sokoto, Dasuki by name, alleged that there was forgery. You see, it's a concern to some of us Nigerians. When the government that comes with so much baggage of certificate forgery, issue of drug issues, nobody knows the state of origin, nobody knows his date of birth, the school he graduated from. If you listen to Peter Obi yesterday, those issues is not going to be issue of election matter. You can't say you finished from a college in 1970, that the college that came in 1982. So those issues are issues, whatever they are doing, and nobody's seen it. But if you want to measure between this Tinubu government and Buhari government, I will say that Tinubu have done well. Relatively. If you want to compare with Buhari government and compare with Tinubu government, because insecurity is with us. Thank God for Donald Trump, who God thought, okay, go and help these people. Because the guy, our president, was perplexed. He was really not doing it because he's confused. But be that as it's made, the situation is more ugly. And it might be more ugly this year. Looking at the implementation of the new code, two things going to come to play. When we start implementation of this new task force, there's going to be noise everywhere. People are going to be skeptical. People are not going to put their money in a long-time project. People are going to come with a short-time financial product because they are not too sure if this law is going to be sustainable. Then we are also going to an election year. There's going to be a lot of spending. When there's excess spending, then inflation becomes also very weak. If that happens, your dollar, your naira become weaker. If naira become weaker, you see the effect on the negative side.
Okay, I was actually going to go later on to the tax reform. But since you've mentioned it, before I ask other questions, let's dig deep into this tax reform. Because one of the things that Nance said, when it's, so many persons have called, so many groups and bodies and organizations and of course individuals have called for the suspension of the tax laws owing to the alterations or the alleged alterations by Dasuki made. But one of the things that Nance said that really got to me when I read their statement was that many Nigerians, there's little or no knowledge about these tax reform laws, and which is actually true. Many, if you call like 5 persons on the street, many of them don't even know what this is all about. So for you, who is a financial expert, can you, I know that we don't have time for so much of this, but can you in your own little way help Nigerians understand what this tax laws is all about? And just let's understand it first before I now ask you, would this actually be beneficial to us as Nigerians?
Okay, now, then again, let's create a context for why there must be tax law. Tax is our obligation as a citizen to the government of our country. Paying tax is not a crime. It's a good idea, provided that the tax collector, who is the government now, make good use and is accountable to the people that pay tax. You should want to tell us, so this is what I do with your tax, A, B, C, D. So if that is established, then the government, for me, has failed woefully on that side. If government have failed, so the citizen on their own, how do we also need to fail? The answer is no. Now, there must be a regulated template. There must be a template to govern, because the road you walk, it is government that maintain it. Government carries so much responsibility. Let's not go too far. As we speak, I said the data have changed. There are over 380,000 Nigerian police. They are on salary. We have the Air Force, the Navy, the Civil Defense. They are all in salary. Even the government agencies, they are all being paid. So the government need money to also maintain those facilities. Then, that is why a tax, there must be a portion of my income that the government should take legitimately to also make up for their own expense. If that is established, you will now ask yourself, has the government been fair to the people? The answer is no. There is a controversy about this bill. Because when they send this bill to National Assembly in June, when we were told, when the North, I want to use the word North now, rejected the bill, they say because of the fact they don't want to drink beer, that's why they are. No, it was a lie. So this government is not transparent for people. That's why they are not talking to you. You want to implement, you have started implementation. This morning, I wanted to recharge my electricity. The guy I bought for told me, say, sir, sorry, I need cash. I don't need transfer. What does that tell you? That means there's going to be more cash in circulation that will not be going through the banking system. If that happens, your interest rate will jump up. Lending will jump up because there's going to be cash, short supply in cash. So this is why people need to know the implication. Oh, this business, I do a business of maybe 1 million turnover for a month. What's going to be my tax obligation? And that's okay. Based on this, I need to expand my transaction. So paying tax is not a bad idea. Rather, for me, it's good. We need to support the government. It's our obligation. It's our civil right. But the government need to also tell us what is the framework. Not the one that just got one or a daily who talk on the screen. People in the street does not listen to your television. Recently, I understand they want to recruit about 20 celebrities to push the education of tax reform. Who are those people that Nigeria does not even have trust on? Why not print a bill? Print a bill, put it in all the banks, all the fast food, let people go there, go and pick a copy. Make it compulsory to university, to secondary school. Let them do the educations. They are not talking to us. We want to start implementation. And the people are saying, please for now, because of the alleged forgery, suspend the implementations. I also believe you should suspend it to create a room for a wider consultations that have to come with the educations, sensitizations, and what you also need to do. Also tell us if I'm making such LGR at the end of the month, we're going to be doing ABC, because what they told us in during subsidy is gone. That we need to save money to fix the road. The government have over 240,000 federal kilometer road, out of which over 150,000 is very bad. I came in from Akoko Edo on Saturday, go and look at the state of my car, and subsidy is gone. So those are the issues. Tax is not a bad idea, but what are they going to do? Are they going to be using it? Because if you listen to Wale Soyinka recently, you have to complain. The whole person have to complain that the tolerance for the president's son is more than the Republic of Benin military force. So is that what they're going to be doing with our tax? As we speak now, our president is in France. You are starting a new program that the Nigerians think we don't want. You just out yesterday night, you are in France. That means he don't care. He don't care like what happened to Nigerian people. So that is the fear about this, their tax reform. Tax is not a bad idea. In short, we need to pay tax. If possible, we need to pay more. When you make more, you pay more. But are we seeing the effect of, because in my house, I have to pay for my security. I have to generate my power by myself. If I don't have, it was even annoying recently. Say somebody is named Nubu, we are proposing that we need to start paying tax for using generator. Very annoying. So those are the issue of the tax. The tax is not a bad idea. But what are they going to be doing with it? What are the education line? What are my rights within that tax framework? So that if I'm overtaxed, how did I complain? How did I get my reform? How did I get my concern addressed? So those are the issues that they are not talking to us.
Okay, I would still come back to you because I still have more questions. But let's go back to our virtual guest. Comrade, what are the issues for you to say that affected the economy in 2025 that must be gotten right or better if things must be improved?
I must be very frank. As I have said earlier, a man who drives his father's car It's not a title to speak in the council of men who owns bicycle. I don't know if you are following me. A man who drives his father's car. It's not a title to speak in the council of men who owns bicycle. It's an African proverb. As I have said, from the one of this government, for me, I align with my brother there at the studio. It's fantastic to pay tax. But the question we must continue to ask, what have they done with our oil money? That is the question. We need to ask ourselves with our minerals, what have you? We ought not to be suffering as a people. Go to Dubai, go to Qatar, and other nations of the world. You see, when we are talking about tax, the issue of transparent is germane. It's very germane. Are we transparent? We are not transparent. Everything is done in secrecy, as if it's their own personal business. You see, the affairs of this country it's not one man's business. You have said you raised some issue just now that they are trying to contact some social media influencers. What are the national orientation agencies? What are they doing? They must take this task before implementation to every doorstep. Every Nigerian must know how the T was being crossed, how the I was being dotted before you can go for implementation. At any rate, because it's not your personal estate, it's not your personal business. It is our business. So every one of us has a stake in it. That's my problem. You're asking me, how can they fix it? I don't think this present administration has the impetus, has the local standard to fix it, because they are bereft of transparency. They are not willing to be transparent to Nigerians. We talk about humility. They are not willing. Because you have seen, they don't adhere to rules and regulations. What we have seen in this government is a one-man show. Strong men, of which I have said this in this platform. That one of our biggest problems as a people and as a continent, as a country, is these weak institutions, not viable institutions, where we now have strong men not deciding. That's why you will see a president who will come out and tell you that whether you like it or not, that the implementation of the tax reforms must commence 1st of January. In a safe society, it has to come for an impeachment. By now, all Nigerians ought to have been in the streets and jettisoning New Year's celebration. In a safe society, it's not your family affair. It is our affair that affects you and I. My children are born. My grandchildren are born. You can't come out and tell me we have the one paying you. You are only managing this on our behalf. You can't come out and tell me that whether we like it or not, the implementation will start January 1 to 2026. This is an aberration. It is an error. We must endeavor to see. I've said it. I've told Nigerians. We must call a spade a spade a spade. This our docility is not helping us. You see, our docility encourages tyranny. Our docility encourages tyranny, like what we are currently breeding in this country. I'm sorry to use this word. Today is 1st of January. When I was coming, I said I was going to be calm. But with the situation of things, it's only a fool that will say what befell his neighbor. It's only a fool. Because we've forgotten that what affects the nose must leave the eyes shedding tears. That is the gospel truth. For me, I'm very concerned about my neighbor. Because the late sage of Bafemi Awolowo once said it. Children that people refuse to educate will be our greatest nightmare tomorrow.
That's where we are.
What are we seeing today? That's exactly what we are. That's where we are. That's where we are as a people. There are no policy, programs that are being implemented to the fullest. There are policies from us on left, right, center. Look at what is currently happening in some subnational governments. Like my dear state, I'm happy that my brother there is from Edo State. You can see the talks, they've taken over the state. They are harassing people, and you want investors to come to such a state and invest. It's not done. This is the way you make your bed. That's the way you will lie on it. Look at the insecurity in this country. Look at the deplorable state of roads in this country, whether federal or state roads. Our roads are now becoming den of kidnappers, which is now affecting the common Nigerian pocket. You go to our various airports. You know what it takes to travel to take a plane from Benin to Abuja. you know what it takes to take a plane from Benin to Abuja, to and fro? A friend of mine told me it was about 400 or something. For a joint that's not up to 1 hour, or let's say maximum 1 hour. My sister, we must look at the economic, crisis that all these things are breeding. We must look at it. And again, the people that are managing the government that are not serious, that are not sincere. What we have there is a glorified houseboy and ladies. If you go back to the section of this present dispensation from 1999, to Yaradua, to Jonathan, you X-ray, you look at that they got some technocrats, some Nigerians that are doing well in outside the country to help us fix this country. And they achieved, they were gradually moving to a path of economic recovery before this APC led government came aboard. And now look at where we are. It's in a reverse. What they are concerned with, it is how to enrich their personal and their family. And they are turning governance into a family affairs, where the first lady will say is the mother of the country. It's not my mother. I don't know if you guys' mother at the studio. When it's going to we use our taxpayers' money, wasting our taxpayers' money. The son, same thing. I'm happy that my brother at the studio there said something about Professor Wole Soyinka, referring to the son. That the president should not bother to call the army. He should just contact Sheikh Tinubu to go quell whatever crisis that try to raise up its ugly heads in the neighboring states. What does that tell us? It's a nation that we are not sincere. It's a nation that, yes, we are making mockery of the USSR.
Okay.
Let me land with this thought. You see, when I'm a student of history, at the time they said how Europe underdeveloped Africa by Walter Rodney. But with this present realities telling us at the face, are we now saying how our ruining elites underdeveloped Nigeria? I think that in the near before the next election, I think Nigerians should go into the research and come out. We have seen how some Nigerians are sponsoring Boko Haram. They are raising army in some subnational governments, like what is happening in Edo State. See, we must let to call a spade instead of fighting for.
Thank you. Thank you, comrade. Thank you for your passionate responses. I will come back to you. Let me come back to the studio. I still want to stay on this tax reform thing because I feel like it's very important. One of the fears, this tax reform or the implementation of these tax laws is a big fear that many Nigerians have. And I feel like we can just, try to allay their fears no matter how little through this program. So I want to know, these reforms, is it really about, or these new tax laws, are they more about increasing taxes or are they about improving how taxes are collected and managed? That's one question. Second question is, who is actually supposed to pay more? Because you made mention of something when you're overtaxed. Is there a room for that? And then are there people, I think one of the things that the government said is low-income earners might not pay tax. So but just give us a background, or like overview sort of.
One thing I want us to also take away from this place. Trusting this government is a serious risk. Trusting Tinubu-led government is a serious risk. And I have my reason for this. A man that built Lagos as a claim cannot stay in Lagos hospital for a single headache. You want to trust such people? Which state is from our president? Our president from which state? He says from Lagos State. His cousin, Oyetola Boyega of Osun State, is his cousin. He says 73 years of age. His first daughter is about 62 years. Trusting Tinubu, our president, is a serious risk for you. It's the highest risk and it's a high risk. If that is established, you agree with me that students is going to get more ugly. Because when Buhari started borrowing in 2015, we were shouting as an economist because we know the only way to pay back is for us to increase the tax. That's where we are. So this task they want to start implementing now is not to give us good life. It's to enable them pay back the money they borrowed that nobody can account for. They cannot account for it. As we speak, we have if not up to 150 trillion naira, both local and international. To service, if you look at your budget, you see the position they made to service those debts. So where's the money coming from? If you look at custom report that say they meet up their target for last year about 12 trillion, that is a major revenue agency. So the purpose of them implementing this tax is for them to pay back the loan they borrowed that nobody know what the condition for that loan. One of the things I know that Buhari once borrowed $1.2 billion to construct a rain track to Niger. We are going to pay for it. So the purpose, that is why this president is pushing for that tax. Because he wants like to us that subsidy is gone, are going to make use of the money we save from subsidy to fix the road. Today the road is getting more worse. It's getting, please travel from Songo to Abeokuta. When you come back, minus the effect on the car, you see the effect on the driver. So that's why they are saying the poor will pay lesser, the rich will pay higher. Can I also ask a question? If I see Wale Edu, the coordinator for economy, the lady that the turnover, he has a pure water business. He go to buy pure water and he want to sell at the traffic. At the end of the day, he maybe use 20,000 naira to start. At the end of the year, he must have done a turnover about over 10 million naira. Because it's not his money. He go to buy to sell. He said you go to charge him about 15, 16, 21%. When you are taxed, because you're going to be seeing those effects in the SOPay account. You're going to be seeing the effect. If you buy a pure water of 20,000 naira, maybe by the time you sell it, maybe you make 24,000 naira. You take it back to the bank. You take it tomorrow. You take it to the bank. Your profit there might not be up to 10%. But when you want to run the tax application, by end of year, you are talking of 21%. And you say the poor is going to be, so the effect of this tax is going to be more on the poor. How? If you are taxing the production, they're going to move the cost of that production, that tax,
into what they're selling.
If you're going to tax people for using, the implication is big. Just, we cannot trust this government. They've come to lie to us. What they told us was because of VAT, and they don't want to pay VAT, and they are not the one drinking alcohol. That was the lie they were telling them. No, there are so many underlying effects. Now, there's another one. If I sell my property, the property, maybe I took a loan from the bank. I took a loan. Most properties on mortgage. I took a loan from the bank to buy property. And I'm paying for my salary. Meanwhile, you are taxing my salary. And I'm still paying for that mortgage. At the end of the day, that's okay. I finished paying for the mortgage. I have to sell my property. So I should go and pay 30%. And you have taxed my income. This is another thing. Most Nigerians have 2 or 3 accounts. You pay me salary into my first bank account, for instance. I say, okay, or maybe I don't trust on certain things in some certain platform. Let me move it to my wife where we could get access to it. When I'm moving from this account to account, you are taxing this account. Maybe you have taxed my salary. So this is the insincerity of the government. That's what we are saying. Give us a template on, in case this happens, how do I get it redressed? They are not talking about it. The only lie Oyedele is telling the whole world is, and the poor is going to pay, the poor is not going to pay. Those are no. Give me a template, a reporting template. If I collect my salary for this, and let's say my salary is 1 million, they've come out your tax. And that's okay. The other 850,000, let me take it to a bank that is accessible to me, maybe close to my house. You say because it's an inflow, you still be taxing it. What happened to that? I want to not take that same tax and I want to let me go and fix my car. The card man will say I should pay VAT. Meanwhile, I've paid, that's already 2 tax now. I pay for my salary, I took it to other account, I pay. I'm not buying product for it. Maybe I took my family out for a breakfast, I'll pay VAT. And the person that sold to me will take it to the bank, he pay on that tax. So this is where, if you look at World Bank, for October, they say 139 million Nigerians is living below poverty line. What is poverty line? This poverty line. Global standard. If you live below $2 a day, you are poor. Our civil servant at minimum wage of 70,000. The day up to $2 a day. The answer is no. $2 is about $2,800 naira. If you tax him by, so this is the issue. The issue is this government is not honest. They came to power through lying. They want to sustain that power through lying, And they want us to believe that they are doing the best for us. So for me, Mr. Tinubu, sir, I think Nigerians is tired of you. You need to think of how better to let Nigerians to understand and believe what you are doing. As of today, he's doing nothing.
Wow.
The only thing we see, he go to medical checkup, he come back after 2 weeks, he tired, because really, nature by age, yes, at that point. So that's my submission on that.
Well, because of time, we need to round this off. But I would need you to, before I come to you, I'll go to our virtual guest. You know, what's your final thought? And then I will come to you. Let me hear from you, comrade. Your final thought before I come back to our guest in the studio, Mr. Ayala. Please, in like one sentence, if that's possible.
Yeah, my lovely sister, I appreciate you, and I align with the speaker there at the studio. You see, there is a saying that a madman is never embarrassed by his mental condition. I don't know if you are getting me. He's never embarrassed by his mental health as that of the family. You see, we will find ourselves at a point where every Nigerian must look at ourselves and look at this government. You must first of all tell us what you have achieved with the God-given mineral resources before you cannot begin to tax the people. For us as a people, we have not seen any results from the God-given minerals. Now you want to begin to tax our hard-earned money.
Comrade, I'll need to come in here.
No, excuse me, ma'am. Let me learn with this thought of Professor Abiodun Alao. When there was a book he wrote on natural endowment, the tragedy of natural endowment. Chapter 7, the opening chapter of the chapter 7. He said, and I quote, that at creation, when he was trying to describe Angola, that at creation, when other countries of the world see the abundant blessings that God blessed Angola, other nations of the world, they were mad and begin to ask God, why did you bless this country like this? And God asked them. And God told them, wait till you see their leaders. Perhaps that is where we find ourselves. Our leaders are the cause. When I say not cause, they are not blessing, they are cause to Nigerians.
Wow.
We must begin to address it. We must begin to look at them and by the face. That's why I told Nigerians some time ago that as 2027 election draws near, as we all go out to gym, we must set aside 1 hour to practice madness in preparation for 2027.
That's where we'll call it a day. Please, thank you very much, comrade. Thank you. Let me quickly, I don't know if I can, just in one sentence, Mr. Ayala, just in one sentence, please.
This is my own personal opinion. Trusting Tinubu and APC is a serious risk. And it's at your own risk. Trusting any data that this government roll out is a serious risk. And we have our reason for this, because you cannot trust this government for any reason. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And that's all we have for today's episode. Comrade, thank you very much for being a part of the show. Thank you all the way from Benin. And thank you very much, Mr. Ayala, for coming. You know, I had to drag you away from your family on a public holiday. Thank you very much, gentlemen. And that's all we have for today's episode of The Issues. We looked at the major events in the economy in 2025. Join us tomorrow as we take a look at a major event in the political space in 2025. Thank you for being a part of this. Don't forget to tune in next time for more in-depth analysis and discussion. Follow us on social media to stay up to date on the latest news and insight. Until next time, stay informed. I am Nnenna Ndomdioto. This has been The Issues on Voice of the People Television, where the future faces forward. Please don't forget to stay tuned for hashtag with Vivian and Ikechukwu by 8 p.m. Don't go away.
Thank you.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV, channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not a spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
It's the most wonderful time of the year. But for us, the technical crew,
It's weird for technical people to be in front of camera, but I just want to say,
now this one they make me come outside every day. Anytime when they call me, I will rush come outside. We don't get holiday.
our holiday is part of our daily routine and we've embraced it.
I must say, the work is challenging, engaging, and interesting.
We are all families here at VOP, and we the technical crew.
For us, it's another day on the job.
But it's tough being away from family.
But the lighter part of it is that after the work,
We stay connected with video calls and messages. Merry Christmas.
On behalf of the technical crew, we wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Merry Christmas, and here we are, job continues.
Whether you've been with us through the ups and downs or just joined us for this festive season,
take a moment to cherish the moments you've made and look forward to making new ones on the horizon.
May this new year bring you everything good, everything prosperous.
As we bid farewell to the old year and welcome you to the new year,
may your heart be filled with joy and your home with laughter. And of course, may your spirit be filled with hope.
We'll be bringing you live updates, exciting performance, and inspiring stories throughout the day.
stay tuned for our special New Year's coverage and let's make this year unforgettable.
Thank you for making us a part of your celebration.
Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarite is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging. Picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV, live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejumo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man. And it's money back guarantee. So you're going to have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I won't want you actually. I beg you. Subscribe. Watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that die because VOP is the plot.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Happy New Year, guys. It is 2026, brand new day, brand new year, and it's such a privilege to hang out with you today. Thank you so much for joining us. And if this is your first time, accept a very warm welcome from us. I say us because I'm not flying solo. My name is Vivian Oguchi, and in a short while, you're going to be meeting my co-anchor. So this here is where we're going to tell you all things trending and all things. And we're going to be, look, it's tradition, right? It's a thing in Nigeria that when you cross over from one year to the other, there are going to be prophecies, and then there are going to be prophecies. So we're going to start from that. But hey, before we continue with this, let's meet my co-anchor.
Like Vivian said, Happy New Year, and of course, welcome to the year 2026. If this is your very first time, I encourage you to subscribe and hit the notification bell so you don't get to miss another episode of our show. And we really want to hear what you've got to say about the conversation we're having today. Let's get the show on the road. All
right. Without further ado, we begin with hashtag 2026 prophecies. So we begin with Pastor Enoch Adeboye. He is the General Overseer of the Redeemed Christian Church of God. And he said 2026 in Nigeria is going to be good, that when it comes to hunger, there's going to be a massive reduction. But there's another part to this prophecy. He said there will be a reversal of the Japa syndrome. You do know what Japa is, yeah? It's a slang in Nigeria for people who are in search of greener pastures and leave the country for other countries. So he said those that left will return. And that, strangely, is what netizens are latching onto. But hey, before I talk too much, let me take you to X now so you see how this particular hashtag is panning out. Thank you. So Oyindamola is the one that brought us the story. One of the people actually telling us about this. Oyindamola says there will be a reduction in hunger in Nigeria this 2026. There will be a reversal of Japa. Those who left before will return. I will share the second part when God gives the go-ahead. Pastor E.A. Adeboye's prophecies for 2026. Take a listen, guys.
Concerning Nigeria, the prophecies are in two parts. I'm not sure I want to share the second part. I will pray more about that. If God gives the go-ahead, I may share the second part on Friday. But for now, he said this year there will be a reduction in hunger. It says small and medium enterprises will begin to blossom. It says something that I can only put down as reverse Japa. And many who Japa will come back home. Like I said, that's one part of concerning Nigeria. The second part,
so apparently it's a two-part prophecy, but the pastor is saying just chill a bit, yeah? If there's no green light to give the other part yet. when the green light comes, maybe Friday. So fingers crossed. But the first part of the prophecy is reduction in hunger in Nigeria, and there was a thunderous amen to that. And then a reversal of Japa. Now, I don't know if that amen, in response to that one was thunderous, like, it was for the first course. So netizens are reacting. Let's take you back to X so you see how netizens are reacting. Get that's a picture of LeBron James. Yeah. Big Energy says those that Japa will come back to what, and he's asking more reactions. Let's continue to take a look at them. Sheun says those of you way Japa you shall don't hear if you like Jakpada. Four-eyed Edo Boy says notice how the amen for that last prayer take low. Chain Lord says I will miss my visa interview. Nigeria is about to get better. I believe you, Papa. And Salman says, Una way Japa, una sha don't hear, we go say soon. So this is the part people are latching onto, yeah. But let's take a look at the next reaction. Ikechukwu is laughing, and you're going to tell me why you're laughing in a short while. But Fasabe Olabi says, God gave me this revelation in 2022, and people abused me. But I am waiting for the manifestation. Tinubu is the catalyst who will lay the foundation of a new Nigeria, and El Rufai is the transformer. And Nigeria will be the envy of many nations of the world. Now, Director, just leave that on the screen. I want us to talk about this a little bit. Before you tell me why you were laughing when your netizens were reacting to the Japa thing. Yeah. What do you understand here? Olabi is saying Tinubu is the catalyst and El Rufai is the transformer. These two do not even mix. It's like oil and water. But hey, what do you make of this?
So first, he was talking about, pre-2023 election.
Yeah.
Yeah. So which means at that time they were very close.
So what he's saying now is not futuristic.
No.
He's redirecting us back to a prophecy that he gave that people did not believe.
Yes.
How does that he gave?
Yes.
That people did not believe.
Yes. That he said it that people. So he was like saying now that Tinubu is at the end, that he's definitely going to lay the foundation for El-Rufai presidency when he goes back to the north. That's his own what he saw. That's what he's talking about.
Okay.
Yeah.
So did his prophecy of El-Rufai being a transformer pan out? Is that futuristic or?
That one is futuristic. After the Tinubu's foundation has been laid, of course.
Maybe that's what's happening right now.
Well,
El-Rufai is the one that is holding Peter Obi's hand. But hey, why were you laughing when we were talking about the Japa thingy?
To be honest, sincerely, right? I was seeing Adeboye talking. I mean, I was listening to, I was saying him. No, I was listening to Adeboye's voice. Or no, rather, I was seeing Adeboye, but I was listening to a politician talk. I think that's what it sounds like. This is what the politician would say in a political rally, right? I'll reduce hunger this year. People will come back to this country. People will return in drove, and there will be massive reduction of, hunger. The SME and MME will definitely thrive. And these are the, life wire of every economy. That's exactly a classical, political comment from a politician in a rally. And that's why I was laughing.
Let me refer you to the Bible where the Israelites were facing famine once upon a time. It is in one of the books of the Kings, either first or second, and the prophet had prophesied that there was going to be abundance the next day. And one of the attendants to the king says, if God likes, let him open the windows and the doors. The famine is not going to end. You know what the prophet told him? That you will hear the sound, but you will not eat the food. You won't see it. The man died the day before the abundance. But I just referred. I'm not answering you. I just gave you that story. So say anything is happening. But guys, there's a continuation. Anything can happen is what I was going to say. There's a continuation to this hashtag, right? Because that is, I was going to say prophet. The next one is going to be from a prophet, but that was Pastor Adeboye's prophecy. So Chuks is going to put up a post that's going to lead us to Prophet Odumeje's prophecy for 2026. So let's continue with this hashtag now. So Chuks says, 2026 is a year of Dabush Kabash. Pastor Odumeje declares as he sets to release many powers. Take a listen, guys.
And 2026 is a year of Dabush Kabash.
Okay. Do you understand it?
How will I understand?
Dabush Kabash.
I don't even understand the very literal.
Oh my God.
What's this common tongue people use? I don't even understand that one. This is
deep. So netizens are jumping on this because I actually don't know what to say. I don't know what Dabush Kabash is. But netizens are responding to this particular one. This is in Dabuski, yeah?
Yeah.
In Dabuski.
That's one of the very first power power that he actually released. No, this is the year of Dabush Kabash. More like Ndaboski Pahose is the first one.
Oh.
They released a couple of them, but Ndaboski is very much...
It kind of stuck.
Yes, stuck.
Yeah.
And then this one, maybe this one will take over.
Netizens are reacting. Let's take a look at their responses to Prophet Odumeje's prophecy. So that's the one Chooks gave us that led to the video. Let's take a look at the next one. Thank you. Melvin says, I beg, let him send the Dabush Kabash to Asurok for us. Trade Like Donna says, he even adds soundtrack. Flavor, you do this one. You understand? You understand why he's calling Flavor's name, right? Like the Prophet was on stage with Prophet Flavor. That was last week. We showed that video here.
Flavor exposed him to music.
Yeah.
You know.
I think he likes music.
Very well. Very well.
There's another post I'd like for you to take a look at that's going to lead us to the next hashtag. Let's take a look at the next post. Yeah. So Game Changer just put up a picture of Prophet Ebu Noah, the Ghanaian Noah, in chains and said, they're supposed to don't arrest this one. And guys, I'm not going to say, I'm just going to lead you to the next hashtag. It's hashtag Ebu Noah. The police in Ghana, they've arrested him over false prophecy. That's our next hashtag. So let me take you to X now. A couple of publications are going to be telling us, you know, from different angles how the story is panning out. We have been following Ebu Noah from the beginning when he talked about the whole world ending via flood on the 25th of December. It didn't happen. So the Harare Times says Ghanaian police have arrested self-styled prophet Evans Eshu, known as Ebu Noah, after his end of the world prediction sparked public panic. Eshun claimed the world would end on Christmas Day 2025 in a massive flood, building 8 arks and insisting only those inside will survive. Police say he was detained by the Inspector General's Special Cyber Vetting Team as part of efforts to curb cyber-related activities ahead of New Year's Eve religious services. So this even happened yesterday. And then the Harare Times goes on to say his prophecy drew global attention and fueled fear and intense reactions online. The Pulse has more on this. Let's take a look at it. So Pulse Ghana says Evans Eshu, known as Ebu Noah, has been arrested by the Cyber Vetting and Enforcement Team in Wejagbawe, Greater Accra, for allegedly spreading false claims of a catastrophic rainfall set to destroy the world, causing fear and panic. Details of the arrest are still not known. And then they showed him in chains. So let's take a look at the picture of the prophet in chains now. Yeah, that's him. So basically, this is the update. Were you expecting this? You know, they had arrested him, once upon a time and released him. I'm talking about the police in Ghana because they felt this was a religious matter. Yeah. But now that 25th of December 2025 came and passed and there was no flooding, they've arrested him for prophesying falsely.
Well, I think it's still going to
release him. Yeah.
It's still very much a civil matter, not a criminal, case.
But you don't know what the Constitution of Ghana says, yeah? Right?
Well, from the way, prophesying falsely is a civil offense. I don't think it's going to amount to criminal offense. But whatever the case is, for me, I think he buying that $98,000,
the Mercedes
was actually what's caught the attention of this, our law enforcement, because definitely he needs to start explaining how he actually got the money. If it has a direct link with the prophecy, then that's become, a very big issue. But I still believe it's still very much within, a civil matter that can actually be disputed. But it's unfortunate this thing is happening, right?
All right, we wrap it up. And we move on to the next hashtag, away from 2026 prophecies, away from the Ghanaian prophet and all of that. We bring it back to Nigeria here, and we're talking politics. So the next hashtag is hashtag Governor Bala Mohammed. Governor Bala Mohammed is the governor of Bauchi State. And yesterday he put up a video coming down hard on President Tinubu's government. He said that he woke up to news of his Commissioner of Finance being arraigned over a matter of alleged terrorism financing. He also came down hard on the tax laws of this administration that has taken effect as from today. This is one story that has been raising a lot of dust. So why don't we take a look at the post that's going to introduce us to the video of Governor Bala Mohammed of Bauchi State, you know, picking bones with President Tinubu's administration. Let's do it. So, Governor Bala Mohammed blasts President Tinubu over the tax reform laws and the arraignment of his Commissioner of Finance by the EFCC over an alleged 9.7 million terrorism financing charge. $9.7 million terrorism financing charge. Bala said, I woke up to an accusation that I'm being accused of terrorism. My Commissioner of Finance is being held by the EFCC, and my name is being mentioned in the suit, even though I have immunity. They have not done 1 kilometer of road in Bauchi State. They have not provided water. Even the security agencies, I'm the one paying them to work for us, and they have the guts to talk. I have kept quiet for too long. I'm not a coward. The federal government should look at this tax system. In spite of all the impurities, is it impurities or impunities?
Impunities.
Impunities, I think. They are still going ahead with it to impoverish the common man and the sub-nationals, that states. And we are keeping quiet. And he has a lot of things to say, really. Take a listen to him, guys.
I was just waking up to an occasion where I was told that I'm being accused of terrorism as a governor. Someone who is the head of the opposition. My commissioner has been kept and will not be released by an EFCC. Even when I have immunity as a governor, my name was stupendously mentioned in a motion in a court of law in Nigeria. Me, Bala Mohammed, who is recognized without my inkling for this kind of recognition. God is wonderful. I don't have to say anything. I don't even have to go to the public court. But certainly, politics has become something in Nigeria. But with this kind of people around, Mr. Malgui and his colleagues, there is still hope in the country. Whatever anything does to denounce you, to prosecute you, somehow God will bring something to absorb you of blames, of persecution. Because with the little resources we have, the work we have done in Bauchi, somebody will accuse us of arbitrariness. We have a country where 51% of the resources is taken by the federal government. In my state, they have not provided 1 kilometer of road. They have not provided water. Even the security agencies, I'm the one paying them to work for us. And they have the guts to talk. This is a country where when you walk, you become a villain, you become an idiot. I have kept quiet for too long, just for peace and security. Because as politicians, we should not overhate the polity. But I'm not a coward. I'm just keeping quiet because of the common people. We don't have to denounce, denigrate people before we ascend to power. The federal government should look at its tax system. In spite of all the impurities, they are going ahead to impoverish the common man, to impoverish the subnationals. We are keeping quiet. There is no security in the north more than that we have in Bauchi State. And that's what we have done together through community development. I have APC and PDP and even NNPP here. We are living in peace because of democratic governance. We tolerate ourselves. There is too much intolerance. The APC-led federal government think they can use the courts, the institution of government like the EFCC, to persecute and prosecute Nigerians that are not within their own party. If they don't stop, we are going to declare war. I assure you we are not going to keep quiet any longer. I won't allow anybody to criminalize me.
Kechiko, that's deep.
That is true.
That's some deep talks. Did you see the expression on his face when he was talking? He wasn't even joking around at all.
That's how a governor should speak.
Really?
Yes. I mean, that's how a governor should speak. I mean, you saw the Trump and Cuomo incident in the U.S. during the breakdown. Cuomo spoke like the governor of a state. I'm talking about governor of New York. Yes. Yeah. So he was speaking tough because he understands he controls the security architecture of the state. That's how a governor should. It also says something that's very important, that we live in a country where 51% of resources go to the federal government. Why? It's because for, I was talking about many of these resources going back to the hands of the state so that the state can really actually grow and develop at their own pace. That's exactly how it should be. Security of the state, he was saying again that he pays them. In spite of them being under the federal payroll, the Nigerian police is a federal government agency, not a state government agency.
So netizens should listen to you explain this because they are picking bones with the fact that he's complaining about the roads and water, and they're saying, is that not your responsibility?
That's the thing, right? But then if you say that's a responsibility of the governor, why would the federal government be taking 51% of the resources of the state?
So you are advocating for decentralization.
Absolutely.
Which is what's called true federalism.
Let the state take at least 90% of resources. Let's each give 10% to the federal government to actually, keep the country safe and then enact policy that will keep the country. That's exactly how it is done.
He also denounced the new tax laws, the implementation actually. Not just him, so many people, including former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, Femi Falana, is saying, look, if you don't mind yourself, that's just going to institute a lawsuit. And also, there's been a drumbeats and all, but the federal government said, look, this thing's going to go ahead. Now, the onus lies on the National Assembly to say, okay, we are going to repeal this law and regazette it. But that's not been done yet by the National Assembly.
Well, I mean, at this point, if you've been following the polity in Nigeria, you understand that there's really no difference between the executive and legislature at this point. They seem to act in sync. Whatever the executive wants, they just, okay, you can actually have it. We are here to serve you. That's exactly what they appear to be. There are two types of executive you find in the world, just like, you have two types of, deputy in the world. You have the doormat and the matadors. Now, when you have the doormat as your, executive or legislator, you definitely become a tyrant because they will definitely not check you. Not because you want to be a tyrant, but because they are not checking you, definitely you just assume the position of a dictator.
But I also don't want us to overlook the bone of contention here, which is the fact that his Commissioner of Finance was arraigned by the anti-graft agency EFCC. That really is something that has stirred the honestness. True. I'm talking about the governor now. He said he has immunity, but his name appeared in this whole matter.
It's even funny that his name has to appear, because of immunity. You have to actually, respect the governor. I mean, until he leaves office, you can now start bringing him, in to actually answer certain things. But at this point, he's a governor. That's for him, it's insulting. That means you don't respect the constitution. That means, what the president did in Rivers State is obvious enough for politicians to start looking at, okay, this is a president who really doesn't care about it.
But let's talk about this case of terrorism financing. The Commissioner of Finance for Bauchi State is not the only one in the nets of the EFCC right now. We have the Attorney General of the Federation cooling his fate in Kuje prison as we speak now, alongside his wife and his son. And one of the charges against him is money laundering, and of course, an earlier charge, which we don't know where that has gone to. It was terrorism financing and all. Even though his allies have come out to say this is just pure witch hunt and all. But so this is something that is ongoing. And Nigerians are keeping their fingers crossed to see if this is actually legit or if it is a witch hunt.
See, as much as I would like the terrorist financiers to actually be caught and, of course, publicly shamed, eventually sent to jail, that's my. I want to believe Nigerians also want that to happen. But if you are just going to arrest them because you want them to actually play, certain role for you to actually win an election, then of course this is actually not good for the country. And that's exactly why a lot of persons are actually raising this particular noise, because over the years we've seen this sort of case come out, and then over time it's just I know, and Nigerians know, that there are people financing these terrorists. You can't be living in the bush and then have all of the millions to buy weapons. There are certain persons outside the bush that's definitely giving you, that, order and, of course, money to actually do what you're doing.
Well, he also said a number of things that I want us to quickly touch on before we go back to X to see what netizens are saying. He said he wasn't a coward and that he's got guts and that he's not going to keep quiet anymore because he's been keeping quiet all in the name of peace, and that he wanted to secure his people. He also said something, right? He made a very serious allegation that if you're not in the ruling APC, you become an opposition who is at the risk of being stifled, your voice being stifled, is what he's saying.
Unfortunately, you will not argue against him, because Adam Sowore once said something relating to this. Come to the APC and your sins are forgiven. I mean, if you look at the whole, situation and things that's happening, and people who have actually been facing this sort of, incident at this point are people who are not in the APC camp. Unfortunately, that's exactly what the reaction is.
Well, the presidency actually has come out to denounce these claims. But you see, with the way things are happening, it looks like some people are fearing most of the governors are actually defecting from other parties to the APC. And some allegations have come up that it's because they're scared of their hides. They're scared for their hide. They want to cool their feet in the, custody of the anti-graft agencies. Now, one of the stories that broke today is that of Plateau State Governor resigning from the PDP. So where's he going to? We are waiting to see where he's going to go to. I don't know if you want to hazard a guess, but hey, think before you say, right? Because some people had thought Governor Adeleke, who had resigned from the PDP, was going to go to either the ADC or maybe the APC, but he said no. He defied all odds and went to the Accord Party.
Viv, one thing you need to understand in this particular period, no matter where governors will be pitching their tents before the election, no matter where, it's going to come down to two main group when it comes to the presidential election. Two main groups. If you're in the Accord, if you're in the SDP, if you are in whatever political party, you are definitely going to pitch in your tent with. If the ADC becomes the major opposition, you see governors within any of these smaller political parties, pitching their tent with those political parties. So it doesn't matter where Governor Bala Mohammed is going at this point.
No, Governor Bala Mohammed is one of the governors that is not living anywhere. He's still in his party.
I'm talking about the Plateau State the Plateau governor, rather. Yeah, I'm talking about the Plateau State governor. I said, no matter where the Plateau State governor is going to now, the most important thing is when it comes to 2027, he's definitely going to be tilting towards one particular political party, either the major opposition or the ruling party. When it comes to the presidential election. That's exactly what they want.
Well, let's keep our fingers crossed to see how that one pans out. So we go back to X now, so we see how netizens are reacting to hashtag Governor Bala Mohammed. Like I said earlier on, Governor Bala Mohammed is the governor of Plateau State, I beg your pardon. Sizzle says, I salute his courage. More reactions? So Ali, one message says, if you see any of them opposing the law, I'm sure Ali is talking about the tax law. He goes on to say, it's simply because it doesn't favor their interests. Tax reform is a sound policy already adopted by most developed countries. So Nigeria should not be an exception. Onodugu says, resisting Tinubu is enough integrity, more courageous than most governors in the South. Let's take a look at the other reactions, shall we? Awujale says, water supply in Nigeria belongs to the residual list. What that means? Matters on the residual list are not listed under the exclusive or concurrent legislative lists in the 1999 Constitution. Such matters are therefore the responsibility of state governments. War between who and who is the billion-dollar question. Your mom's boyfriend I'll settle for Kadri. Kadri says, state government is accusing federal government of not providing water. So you see now, some people are saying, hey, how does this even add up? But like you said earlier on, true federalism is what's going to end all of this. Can we quickly wrap this hashtag up now as we move on to the next one, which is actually related to this one we just wrapped up. The next one is hashtag Wike versus Gov. Bala Mohammed, that's the governor of Bauchi State. So Governor Bala Mohammed is saying that Wike is responsible for all of his troubles. And Wike, of course, is responding. So I'm going to take you to X now so you take a look at the post. That's going to tell us what Governor Bala is saying and why he thinks Wike is behind this problem. Ayekuto says, so the governor was on a televised interview and he said, quote, Wike has put fire in my state. He is a terrorist. He's behind all my problems. My informant at the EFCC told me, end of quote, Governor Bala Mohammed of Bauchi State. This is ominous if you ask me. Let's take a look at the next post, shall we? So, Nigeria Affairs Journal says, FCT Minister Nyesom Wike responds to Governor Bala Mohammed over his comment where he accused the minister of being behind the EFCC terrorism financing charge against the Commissioner of Finance. Wike said, quote, I watched what Governor Bala said, that all the problems he's having, that I'm the one behind it, because I said I'll put fire in his state. So if you know I have such power, why are you fighting? And then he goes on to say, Bala came to my state to impose party leaders. I told him to be careful or else he will see crisis. Today, he doesn't have a party to bring his successor, and this is what I want them. If you know you don't have the strength to fight, why not go and rest? And let's go to what Larry Olayinka said regarding this matter and the video he put up. Larry Olayinka, by the way, is the FCT Minister Nyesom Wike's spokesperson. So he said, face your problems, face them with your superpowers. Wike slams Bala Mohammed. And he put up this video. Take a listen.
But all the problems is having, I'm the one. That God has said I will put fire in your mouth. So if you don't have such power, why are you fighting? If I have the power to put fire, so why are you fighting? Go and face your problem. You came to my state and said, be careful. Leave my state alone. You wanted to impose party leader in my state. I said, you will see the crisis. Today, he does not have a party to bring his successor. That is what I want them. If you know you don't have the strength to fight, why not go and rest? Now, EFCC is facing them. He said to me, what's my business? What's my business? If you have stayed the script, go there and clear yourself. What's my business? So, try to tell Nigerians that look, tell them to leave me alone. Go and face your problem. I'm only fighting with you as party leadership. I'm not interested in what you spend. I'm selling land. You were Minister of FCT 2010 to 2015. Why not tell people what you did in FCT? The whole land you sold it. Land grabbers. Do the roads. You awarded contract, you collect upfront. And now I'm the one completing all the projects. Nigerians are singing our names every day. That's why you're leaving. I will have done well. I will continue to do well. Thank you. Anybody that has stroke is wicked.
I don't know. It looks like this fight between these two men is more than what meets the eye. There's a matter of land in between. But hey, the FCT minister, who happens to be former governor of Rivers State, is in one battle or the other, right? Not too long ago, it was himself and his erstwhile godson. And that's what netizens are latching on to. They are saying, is this not one fight too many for the FCT minister? So I'm going to take you back to X now so you see how netizens are responding to hashtag Wike versus Gov. Bala, let's do it. So, Marshall Mother says, if PBAT pulls the plug on Wike tomorrow, what becomes of him? $1 billion question, if you ask me. Gona Wisdom says, make this man dey careful, because if opposition party win like the likes of Atiku, this man go wrong come out for Nigeria. He should be careful he is playing politics with the North, and he should know that tomorrow is too long. More reactions? So, Benga Gewa says, Gov Bala was forewarned, but now the heat is becoming too much for him. He should face the music alone, Jare. Onyishi says, at Gov Wike, you can never win all this unnecessary fight you are attracting to yourself. So let's talk about it a little bit, Ikechukwu.
There's, there's an adage in Africa that says, when a man cooks for the community will finish it. When the community cooks for the man, it's going to be difficult for him to actually. And this me responding to someone who actually talked about, him picking up too many unnecessary battles.
Let's talk about these battles. Not too long ago, it was Sheyi Makinde, the governor of Oyo State versus the FCT Minister Wike. Before that, it was Fubara versus Wike. Before that, after that, it was the young naval officer, Lieutenant Yerima. And then again, it was Ruben Abati versus Wike. Now it is Wike versus.
Of course, not forgetting there's also a pending Atiku versus Wike, Tamboa versus Wike. So, it's funny how people just, I don't know, so I don't think Wike is acting like a, core politician, because a real politician will not burn all of the bridges, that you've built over the years before you met the APC. Because at this point, yes, you're very much close to the president, you're very much close to the APC team now, and that may seem like, okay, all of these other guys are not as relevant as I am today. But these guys, with you before actually made you the person you are now, that, your value was, seen as something that the APC can actually use in 2023 election. That's exactly why you got, close to the president. Now, if you cut all of these guys off, power is transcend. At some point, definitely the president, Tinubu, whether be it 2027, be it 2031, is definitely going to leave office. When he leaves office and someone from the other camp, finally or manage to get into the office, what will you do? How are you going to start mending all of this? Because every other person on this side might not even be a person of interest from people on that particular side. They will definitely just come for you, and you might just be the fall guy. Every sense of the administration, every anger they have towards this particular president will just be heaped on you, and you cannot withstand it.
Another thing that stood out for me was the fact that one of the respondents said he should be careful with picking up a fight with the North.
That's exactly what it seems like he's doing at this point. It's so unfortunate, because if you start picking up fights with governors, ex-governors, these guys are people of influence. They might have left office before you leave office, but their influence and people who succeed them, be it in the same political party or not, they still have some sort of influence or some sort of words they can put in to actually get certain favors done, and they will definitely find a way to actually come for you.
So let's continue to see how this one pans out, right? Governor Mohammed is spitting fire as we speak. We'll see how this one pans out, like I said earlier on. Let's quickly take you to another breaking news, really. So, Governor, I beg your pardon. The Senate President, Godswill Akpabio, has asked his lawyer to withdraw his suit against Senator Natasha Akpoti. He's saying, I forgive you. Let's not do this anymore. This is a shocking news, I'm telling you. But why did he do it? He was in church and he listened to the priest talk about forgiveness, and his heart was touched, and he decided to withdraw the case of defamation against him and all. And not just the one with Senator Natasha, some other ones as well. This is a big deal. I have a video to support this claim, but I'll take it to XA. Take a look at the post first. Imran Mohammed says, breaking. The Senate President, Senator Godswill Akpabio, has directed his lawyers to withdraw suits against Senator Natasha and all other suits. He said, quote, I had almost 9 cases in court against some individuals who defamed me, who lied against me, who slandered my name. But I listened to the priest and suddenly realized he was talking to me. So I hereby directed my solicitor to withdraw all lawsuits against them. End of quote. Take a listen.
And because of what you said here, I had almost 9 cases in court against some individuals, against people who defamed me, who lied against me, who slandered my name, and all. But listening to the priest, I suddenly realized he was talking to me. So I hereby direct my solicitors to withdraw all lawsuits against them. My dear
look, I don't know what you're thinking, but I think this is magnanimous. It's awesome. I mean, that's why you go to church, right? It's to hear stuff and you repent, you change your mind. That's what it's called. But there are people who are responding to this one, and they're coming at the Senate president from different angles. So let me take you back to X now, so you see how netizens are responding to this particular one, shall we? Yeah. So Joseph Ibe says, James 1:22. But be doers of the word and not hearers only. It's good to see Akpabio finally act on what he claims to hear. Nigerians should take note. Apparently, the most effective channel for accountability now is through the priest, since that seems to be the only voice he listens to. Honorable Nuhu Sada says, it's commendable to embrace reconciliation. Let this be a lesson that dialogue and humility achieve more than prolonged litigation. Tochuku of Divine Mercy says, you know most of these cases were academic. It's good for the defendants that you have decided to save them the stress of getting to serve their legal representatives. Let's talk about this a little bit, Ikechukwu. I'm sure Senator Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan will have her eyes bulging, almost bulging out of her sockets right now when she hears this. This is big deal, right?
Yeah, it is. Akpabio finally decided to do what I was expecting him to do. There's actually no need, fighting, going to court with Senator Natasha. But then, for him to actually decide to, forgive without, the whoever it is that is has offended him, come to any sort of apology. I think that's also very, very big. I just hope that the same spirit that made him withdraw the lawsuit will definitely make him put one or two words to the president to actually also listen to the yearnings of the citizens of this country about the new tax law, how people have been complaining. Maybe that same spirit will definitely help him be able to actually influence the president and say, hey, Mr. President, let's do something about this, at least for the people. But, and
it's important to note that there are 9 cases. He mentioned about 9 cases. All of them. It's not just against Senator Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan now. Against all, in fact, he said all the cases in court, just withdraw them. I think it's a big deal.
Yeah, very, very, very huge.
Yeah. So let's quickly take a look at the next hashtag, which is hashtag Benjamin Netanyahu, the Prime Minister of Israel. He's talking about Nigeria again, alongside other countries where Christians are being persecuted. And he's saying, you guys, stop it, or else we are coming for you. And that seems to be making the rounds right now. So we have that story online. Let me take you to the post that's going to lead us to the video as we quickly take a look at this. Hashtag Benjamin Netanyahu. Let's do it. So, Nigeria story says, Israel is going to confront and defeat terrorism in Nigeria, Africa, and Europe. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Take a listen, guys.
There are some people who believe that, that faith should be silent and terrorism should be understood. No. Faith should speak its voice and terrorism should be confronted, not understood, confronted and defeated. And that is what we're engaged in right now. So I want you to know that I spoke with President Trump yesterday. I said this publicly too. I see the battle against us and the battle against our Judeo-Christian tradition. They go to Europe, they go to the United States, they go to Africa, Nigeria. And we are conscious of the fact that Christians are being persecuted across the Middle East, in Syria, in Lebanon, in Nigeria, in Turkey, and beyond. beleaguered communities who deserve our help. Just as you are helping us, we want to help back. And we're capable of doing that. In Africa with intel, in the Middle East with a lot of means that I won't itemize each one. But this is what our agenda is. It's the main part of our agenda, and it's going to continue with greater force and greater might in this coming year.
I mean, he just said it in black and white. They are setting their agenda for this year, and he said it's going to be with greater force and greater might. Okay, Chico, 30 seconds and we'll wrap this up. That's an ominous statement, really.
Very well. They have huge influence in American government and policies. There's a group called the American Israeli Public Affairs Committee. They influence even American elections. And they are very much also a pressure group in America. So when Israel is speaking, America is speaking, and that's exactly what it means. Hell is coming for terrorists.
Boy, on that note, we'll wrap it up. I got to say major thanks to everyone who contributed to making the show a success. But the bigger thanks goes to you guys for watching. Happy New Year again. Welcome to 2026. It's going to be the best year for us all, I believe it. Until I see you again, if you liked it, why don't you keep a date with Ikechukwu and I for another edition of Hashtags. Until then, I am Vivian Oguche. Bye for now.
Extraordinary. Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not a spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV, as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
It's the most wonderful time of the year. But for us, the technical crew,
it's weird for technical people to be in front of camera, but I just want to say,
now this one they make me come outside every day. Anytime when they call me, I will rush come outside. We don't get holiday.
Our holiday is part of our daily routine, and we've embraced it.
I must say, the work is challenging, engaging, and interesting.
We are all families here at VOP, and we the technical crew.
For us, it's another day on the job.
But it's tough being away from family.
But the lighter part of it is that after the work,
we stay connected with video calls and messages. Merry Christmas.
On behalf of the technical crew, we wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Merry Christmas, and here we are, job continues.
Whether you've been with us through the ups and downs or just joined us for this festive season,
take a moment to cherish the moments you've made and look forward to making new ones on the horizon.
May this new year bring you everything good, everything prosperous.
As we bid farewell to the old year and welcome you to the new year,
may your heart be filled with joy and your home with laughter. And of course, may your spirit be filled with hope.
We'll be bringing you live updates, exciting performance, and inspiring stories throughout the day.
Stay tuned for our special New Year's coverage, and let's make this year unforgettable.
Thank you for making us a part of your celebration.
Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your #1 celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarite is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging. Picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV, live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejumo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hey everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I won't want to actually. I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that die because VOP is the plot.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your #1 celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyosite is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging. Picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on
VOP TV. Now
Well, hello and welcome to News Hour on Voice of the People TV. A happy new year to you. I am Vivian Oguche.
And I am Nenna Ndumdioto. Before we begin, kindly visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. First, the headlines. Prayers, fireworks as Nigerians and the world welcome 2026.
Tinubu pledges return of peace and strong economy.
Akpabio withdraws all defamation suits after sermon.
Jonathan urges people-centered leadership to save Nigeria.
Article says Nigerians victims of Tinubu's incompetence and bad policies.
NAS directs release of signed bills for public scrutiny.
On the foreign scene, Brazil's Supreme Court rejects Bolsonaro's house arrest request.
Well, in business news, Ebonyi buys 3 aircraft for commercial flight.
In sports, Gabon suspends national team and bans Aubameyang and others.
Well, in entertainment news, Nollywood Christmas film sparks copyright breach claims.
Now the news in details. Nigerians joined other revelers around the world on Thursday to toast the start of 2026, bidding farewell to a volatile year 2025 with its many conflicts and upheavals and, of course, successes and joys. From church service to picnics and parties, millions celebrated with prayers, fireworks and music, capturing moments of joy, reflection and hope at the dawn of the much-expected new year, following a year 2025 marked by different political and economic challenges, among others. Across Nigeria, millions trooped into churches for reflections and prayers, praise and worship, just as fireworks lit the skyline as the time hit 12 a.m., signaling the dawn of the new year. Meanwhile, Kiribati, followed by countries like New Zealand and Australia, were among the first to welcome 2026, while several Asian nations, including Japan, South Korea, China, and India, followed shortly afterwards.
And in his New Year message to Nigerians, President Bola Tinubu assured more robust economic growth for Nigeria in 2026, pledging to drive down inflation, strengthen foreign reserve, and sustain the country's gross domestic product (GDP) growth trajectory. The president expressed confidence in the nation's collective resolve, stating that Nigeria, its citizens, and all who call Nigeria home will experience a more prosperous new year. He stated that his administration sustained momentum on major reforms in 2025, achieved a fiscal reset, and recorded steady economic progress, with the country recording tangible and measurable gains, particularly in the economy, in spite of the persistent global economic headwinds. According to him, those achievements reaffirm the administration's belief that its difficult but necessary reforms were moving the country in the right direction, with more concrete results on the horizon for the ordinary Nigerian. Tinubu disclosed that Nigeria closed 2025 on a strong note, with annualized GDP growth expected to exceed 4% for the year, while trade surpluses were maintained, greater exchange rate stability achieved, and inflation declining steadily to below 15%. On security, he acknowledged that the nation continues to confront threats from criminal and terrorist elements. However, he assured that in 2026, security and intelligence agencies will deepen cooperation with regional global partners to eliminate all threats to national security.
Senate President Senator Godswill Akpabio has directed his lawyers to withdraw all ongoing defamation lawsuits against several individuals. Akpabio, who had filed nearly 9 lawsuits against individuals who he accused of defaming him, said at the Sacred Heart Parish in Uyo on Thursday that he was moved by the clerics' council during the New Year Mass, disclosing that he has almost 9 cases in court against some individuals that he claimed lied against him and slandered his name. The Senate president said that after listening to the priest, he suddenly realized that the cleric was talking to him. Consequently, he has directed the solicitor to withdraw all pending lawsuits. To be recalled that among them, Akpabio had in 2025 filed several high-profile defamation lawsuits, including one against a colleague, Senator Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan.
Well, still on the new year, former President Dr. Goodluck Jonathan has urged Nigerian leaders to prioritize the welfare of citizens and embrace people-centered leadership in 2026. Making a call in his New Year message to Nigerians, he warned that unity, shared responsibility, and integrity are essential to safeguarding the country's future amid economic strain and persistent insecurity. In a statement by his media assistant, Wells Omenambo, the former president reflected on the challenges of the past year and appealed for renewed commitment to service and national ideals. Thanking God for the gift of life and the privilege of a new beginning, Jonathan acknowledged the difficulties of the past year, noting that economic pressure and insecurity tested the resilience of Nigerians, causing hardship and losses for many families.
In the meantime, former Vice President Atiku Abubakar has described 2025 as one of the most punishing years in Nigeria's recent history, blaming this on what he called President Bola Tinubu's incompetence and bad policies. In his New Year message, Atiku stated the citizens suffered what he called economic suffocation, political recklessness, and governance without empathy under the ruling All Progressive Congress. According to him, 2025 exposed Tinubu's incompetence and policy bankruptcy in stark terms, as his administration governed the country for months without a functional budget. He added that the government relied on propaganda while borrowing recklessly, pushing the nation to the brink of economic collapse. Atiku stated that in the same year, Nigeria's democratic foundations were deliberately weakened as the APC worked systematically to deform the nation's multi-party democracy into a de facto one-party state through coercion, intimidation, and state capture.
Meanwhile, a former Minister of Transportation, Chibike Amechi, has urged Nigerians to demand responsive and accountable leadership as part of efforts to achieve a national turning point in 2026. In his New Year message, Amechi said the country's challenges over the past year, including economic hardship, rising cost of living, and insecurity, should compel citizens to take a more active role in holding those in power accountable. According to him, meaningful progress will only be possible if Nigerians collectively insist on leadership that is responsible, transparent, and people-oriented. The former governor of Rivers State further called for comprehensive economic reforms targeted at job creation, poverty reduction, and improved living standards, including access to affordable healthcare, housing, food, and quality education. He also emphasized the importance of political and electoral reforms that to guarantee free, fair, and transparent election with justice, fairness, and the rule of law as the foundation of governance.
At the party level, the People's Democratic Party, PDP, has asked the federal government to prioritize the protection of lives and property in 2026, stating that Nigerians have endured prolonged insecurity, economic hardship, and a cycle of unfulfilled promises. In a New Year message, the National Publicity Secretary, Ini Ememobong, the party warned against a drift into another year of excuses and unmet expectations, adding that 2026 must mark a clear turning point in governance. According to the PDP, governance should be driven by the needs and welfare of ordinary Nigerians rather than partisan interest. It noted that insecurity, economic hardship, and uncertainty have become the daily reality for millions of Nigerians, warning that public patience was wearing thin, that leadership in 2026 must be judged by concrete action rather than rhetoric.
Now on to the ongoing dispute over the tax reforms laws. The National Assembly leadership has directed the clerk of the National Assembly to release the bills signed into law by President Bola Tinubu for public scrutiny. This comes as the lawmakers aim to address the growing public concerns over the alleged discrepancies between the legislature's votes and proceedings and the gazetted versions of the recently passed tax acts. In a statement signed on behalf of the National Assembly clerk by the Director of Information, Bola B. Allah, the legislature said the decision followed widespread calls for transparency over the controversial tax reforms. According to the statement, the transmitted tax bills, including the certificate pages bearing presidential assent, will be made available to enable Nigerians independently review the documents and verify the facts.
Heavy traffic and roadblocks slowed movement on New Year's Eve, forcing many residents to trek to crossover services. At Living in Christ Fire Ministry, Oyindamola Olukuton reports how the New Year was welcomed with praise, prayers, and messages centered on peace and hope for a better year.
On the night of December 31st into the early hours of January 1st, movement across parts of Lagos was slowed by traffic and roadblocks. as residents made their way to crossover service and New Year gatherings. With vehicles stranded in long queues, many commuters were left with no option but to trek through the road to their destinations, determined to begin the new year on a spiritual note. At Living in Christ Fire Ministry, worshippers gathered for the annual Watch Night service, marking the transition into the new year with songs of praise and heartfelt thanksgiving.
Among the faithful ones, among the glorious ones, among the successful ones, it's not one that you get to do. It's not that you eat the best food. Now you have put on the best clothes. I said somebody shout hallelujah! Somebody that won millions. Can all go what millions? They are in the mortuary.
The service progressed into intense prayer session as members were lifted personal and collective petitions, committing their hopes, families, and aspirations into God's hands for the year ahead. As midnight approached, congregants showed symbolic seeds into the new year, expressing faith, gratitude, and expectation for divine favor and breakthroughs. The highlights of the service was a word of exhortation delivered to the congregation, focusing on God's promise of peace, restoration, and guidance, encouraging members to remain steadfast despite challenges.
And I'm telling you, you trust you have in Him, let it be strong. Tell your neighbor again. I can never fail. I can never fail.
With the declaration of the new year, prayers intensified as worshippers prayed into the year with renewed hope, trusting for a better, more peaceful and fulfilling year ahead. The crossover service ended with joy, reflection, and optimism as members stepped into the new year, believing in positive change and divine assurance. I'm Oyindamola Olokuto, reporting for Voice of the People TV.
Thank you very much, Oyinda. But in Benin City, the Edo State capital, correspondent Rhoda Johnny captured reflections, prayers, and expressions of faith during crossover night services as many Christians committed 2026 into God's hands with hopes for spiritual renewal, personal breakthroughs, and a season of fulfillment.
Christians in Benin City, Edo State, ushered in the new year with prayers and expressions of faith during crossover night services held across churches in the state. Those who spoke with VOP TV shared expectations of entering 2026 with renewed hope, expressing trust in God for divine direction, spiritual growth, and breakthroughs in their personal lives.
My expectation is to be closer and closer to God. I will look at every mistake I made last year. I will ask God to help me to correct them this year so that I will serve Him better. Trusting God that the God who preserve us throughout 2025 will also preserve us. We saw the beginning of 2026, we will see the end of 2026. This year shall be 10 times better than last year in the name of Jesus.
In this year 2026, the glory of God will be seen in our lives, and we have every cause to glorify His name. And I declare to you, Happy New Year!
They also conveyed hopes for peace, good health, family stability, and success in their various endeavors, while committing the year into God's hands.
I want to encourage every Nigerian to submit to God. God is our help in the midst of trouble. If we submit to God, these series of issues that we are contending with will become a testimony. My prayer is that God will help everyone, Christian and all others, to submit our hearts to God, to do what pleases God. And I am assuring everyone that 2026 shall be a very beautiful year. I'm grateful to God for bringing us into a new year full of God's grace, full of God's favor. And my prayer is that all of us will join together to serve God. All of us will join together to love God, to follow Him wholeheartedly, and to make Him the Lord of our life, the Lord of our decision. And when we do this, the Lord is faithful to carry us through the year.
As the year begins, Christians in Edo State remain optimistic that their prayers and dedication will usher in a season of fulfillment and testimonies. In Benin, Rhoda Johnny, VOP TV News.
Very much, Rhoda, for that. Still on expectations for the new year. Correspondent Sochima Promise spoke with respondents in Okada, Anambra State capital, many of whom said year 2025 was a very turbulent year and trying period for the economy and security. All the same, many as well still count their blessings in this report of mixed feelings.
Jedida, 2025 has been an amazing year, even as she counted many blessings and milestones reached within the year. Jedida is also looking forward to 2026 with excitement, being her year of graduation.
2025 was amazing. It was very exciting. I mean, this year, next year, like 2026, I'm going to be a graduate.
However, Ms. Oju did not find it easy in the ending year 2025, saying the economic situation in the country made it not so favorable. According to her, 2025 was not really a beautiful experience, but hinges her hope in a better new year.
You know, the economic situation in this our country now. Just thank God we are pushing it. No, really. You know, in this life there is some ups and downs. But we thank God. That is the most important thing. We are alive to see the end of this year 2025. And we hope that 2026 will be more better. For favor, for more life, good health, and for to achieve more this year 2026. Yeah.
Mr. Rock Abelati was on the positive lane because according to him, being alive and healthy is good fortune, though he could not rule out the fact that the economic situation in the country brought a lot of stress. He noted that at the beginning of the year 2025, prices of goods and services went up just as there has been a downward trend towards the end of the year. He looks forward to a better economic situation in 2026 with the hope reducing the rate at which Nigerians seek greener pastures abroad.
Going on the positive lane, I'm going to see it as being a very good year because I'm alive and I want to be grateful to God for life and for the life of my family, loved ones, and everybody around me. But economically, on the other way around, it has not been a fun year because I've been a lot of struggle here and there to meet up with the economic situation in the country. Things at the beginning of the country, things faced up, skyrocketing. But towards the end of the year, we cannot deny the fact that things like PMS, which is the major means of mobility, dropped down a little bit. So on the average, it's good. And we are hoping that the economic situation of the country will get better, so that more Nigerians will realize that coming back home to invest is better than going out of the country, because the Japa syndrome seems to kind of increase in this 2025. We're hoping that things will get better. Those on top or those up there will see the plight of the masses. The masses are not finding it funny. So we hope that things will get better and better so that people will be able to meet up and live a normal life.
A businessman, Austin, said 2025 was rough economically as the insecurity issues in the country rubbed off on businesses. He's looking forward to 2026 being a better year for him, his family, and Nigeria as a whole.
We thank God that God has been faithful. That's everything I will say, and I'm looking forward 2026 to be a better year for me. Yes, my family, and also Nigeria.
I'm Sochima Promise, Voice of People Television.
Sochima, thank you so much. Well, let's bring it back to Lagos here. As Nigerians step into 2026, citizens are expressing renewed hopes, even as concerns linger over the implementation of the new tax laws that took effect today. Matthew Gumswada captured residents' expectations and aspirations for 2026 in this report.
The new year began with prayers and celebrations in many parts of the world. In Nigeria, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu in his New Year address wished Nigerians a happy and prosperous New Year, while assuring citizens that the year ahead will usher in brighter days for the nation. However, one major concern for many Nigerians in 2026 is the implementation of the new tax laws, which are scheduled to take effect in the new year.
The new government policy will definitely come into place. So this tax that the government is about to tax everybody, we should expect that it's not going to change, and everybody should just try and adjust with the new policy. That's all I will say. And I just believe that people should work more, do more, because it's a year of putting more effort in all you do, because the government is telling you, government bringing in taxing policies, telling you that you should work more, do more, put more effort on everything you're doing. And I just wish that the government will pay interest into the work policies of various organizations, so that they can be able to pay up this tax with ease, not somebody using all his salary.
Amid these concerns, Nigerians are also expressing hope and renewed aspirations for the year ahead, highlighting goals they believe will improve their lives and strengthen the country. Matthew Ubuswada, reporting for Voice of the People Television.
Joining us virtually to analyze the news is Bankan Public Affairs Analyst Frank Ayala. Thank you very much for joining us. Please unmute your device. Also joining us virtually is Public Affairs commentator Joe Abuku. Thank you very much for joining us, Joe.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I got a bit confused here. Thanks for having me.
Sorry. We actually have two guests on virtually. So let me start with this. In his New Year message, which is the president to Nigerians, he assured a more robust economic growth for Nigeria in 2026, pledging to drive down inflation and, of course, strengthen foreign reserve. I want to ask you this. Many Nigerians actually feel like 2025 was a year of turbulence. But in his New Year speech, the president seems to applaud himself for the results he got from 2025. What would you say to this? Is the president living a reality that Nigerians are not aware of?
Well, thanks again for having me. Nigerians are used to listening to very uplifting New Year messages. It's a ritual that's gone on days and decades back, if not as long as we've been an independent country. So every January 1st, the president comes, addresses the nation, and sets out their plans and tries to inspire hope with words. But I think these words are beginning to ring hollow if we must tell ourselves the truth. In the president's message today, like you said, he beat his chest, talked about foreign reserve, talked about the GDP growth and all that stuff. Things like that don't mean much to the average Nigerians. Try explaining GDP to your grandmother in the village or to the vulcanizer by the roadside that's trying to get by on a daily basis. So it's good for the president to talk about when crafting economic policies or designing them or implementing them. The president and his economic team should think about what puts more money in the pockets of people, or how to lessen the cost of living. No Nigerian is finding it better today than they did, say, 4-5 years ago. While the entire blame might not be put on the current administration, it's a struggle to see any policies that have made lives, as of now, easier for Nigerians. So the New Year message is what it is, but if you gauge the opinion of everyday people in Nigeria, they'll tell you life is tough. People are having to pay more for basic things, for groceries. If you need to buy a crate of egg now, you're going to pay around 6,000 naira. It cost a fraction of that 3 years ago. If you have to fuel your car now, you're paying, I mean, even with the recent price slash, you're paying around 700 and something naira. It cost about 190 naira 3 years ago. If you want to buy sardines, basic staple medication. So the government and the president indeed should talk about economic policies that people can relate to, things that make people say, oh, I have to spend less on this now. Is it transportation? Is it my health needs? Is it my food? I have a higher purchasing power. My rent doesn't cost me as much as it used to, or my naira is as strong as it was 3-4 years ago. But that isn't the case. And when the message focuses on foreign reserves and GDP, less than 2% of Nigerians can explain what these concepts mean. They don't know what it means. Like I say, try explaining GDP to your grandmother or to a roadside mechanic. They don't know what these things mean. What they know is if they go out there to procure goods or services, they have to pay higher and they are earning less than was the case. So as much as we appreciate the president for trying to fire up hope, for trying to inspire Nigerians, for telling them his government will continue to put in the work to make life easier, those stats they draw don't resonate with the average Nigerian.
Very well said, Joe. And by the way, it's good to hear from you again. Happy New Year to you.
Happy New Year.
Yes. So you said something, right, that safety nets is what's missing. Of course, you remember when the Director General of the World Trade Organization, Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, visited President Tinubu. She had said that this administration has stabilized the economy. But what needs to happen now for there to be growth is to, come up with safety nets for the vulnerable, which is what you said. Ensure that the cost of living is drawn down, drastically. But I want for us to push this a little bit further. When President Tinubu came on board, he told Nigerians that, look, I mean well for you, there are going to be reforms, there's going to be prosperity. But for starters, you must bear the labor pains. That is like a pregnant woman. Before she gives birth, there are pains. But on the other hand, analysts are saying that his administration is sort of elitist, right? Take a look at the money they share at the end of the month. Every month now, I'm talking about the FAC allocations, where every governor comes to the FCT and they share these monies. They've been taking home more monies, but the people have been crying more. So would you say that this administration actually is elitist?
Maybe elitist might be a bit of a strong word, but I agree that policies by this government, there's anything trickling down to the people in terms of, and that's improving their quality of life. You're right. After the subsidies on petroleum products were removed, more money goes to state governments. But again, one wonders, did any thinking, did any strategy, did any plan go with that policy of subsidy removal? One would think the government, before it took that decision, would have sat down at the table with policy experts, with economists, with the right people to know how, we're going to make Nigerians pay a lot more for petrol. That means they're losing more money. How do we take steps that will ameliorate their suffering elsewhere? But that doesn't seem to have been done. Instead, more money is pushed to the state. We're told, oh, hold your governors accountable, hold governors accountable. It's not working. The people are having to deal with a real cost of living crisis. And one thing I keep asking us, if you look at the details, even though we're not talking about the tax laws, if you look at the detail, the meticulousness that have gone into designing this tax law and the explainers we've had, I keep asking, why did that level of detail go into redistributing the subsidy wealth? We don't see hospitals getting more, better quality medication or facilities as a result of savings from the subsidy. We don't see schools getting improved. We don't see the infrastructure and all. And then most importantly, We don't see anything as a result of that policy that's making Nigerians have a better quality of life. They're having to pay more because the subsidy removal meant money was taken out of people's pockets. They have to pay more. So the money is going to more to governors who stay in state capitals. To that extent, you may be right in saying it's elitist because it comes across like policies are designed just for people in state capitals, and even in state capitals, people in government houses. The men and women in the local governments, in the provinces, are yet to get the benefit of the economic policies of this administration, be it the Naira devaluation, be it the subsidy removal, and even with the tax law that people are facing up to since we've entered 2026. It's still hard to tell how that's going to benefit everyday Nigerians. So the government needs to take a hard look. I mean, the president needs to take a hard look at his policies, hear from Nigerians and not from his advisors, because this morning's speech, again, sounded like praise for himself. And that comes as a result of the brief the advisors put before the president. If he goes out there in Lagos, where he comes from, or goes out there in Kanu or in Akwa Ibom, and asks people in the streets, people in their homes, how are you faring? The results, I mean, the feedback you'll hear will be quite shocking. Nigerians are having a really tough time, and the economic policies, no matter how lofty the government drums up the outcome, they don't seem to be making life easy for Nigerians.
Okay, thank you very much, Joe. But let's move on to another aspect that the president touched on, which is security. And he's assuring that in 2026, security and intelligence agencies will deepen cooperation with regional and global partners to eliminate all threats to national security. With this statement, would you actually say that the president that we are relying more on international collaboration than actually trying to do this on our own?
I'll understand people who might want to see things from that angle, given the drama with the U.S. government, the Christmas Day bombing, the Christmas Day strike, rather, somewhere in Sokoto State and all. But yes, the government of Nigeria should take the bull by the horn when it comes to security. It's good to have international partners. It's good to collaborate, but international partners will not prioritize a third-party country the way they'll focus on their own country. So while that help is good, the government of Nigeria needs to take security very seriously. And it goes beyond talking, because it seems like we talk more security than we put action on the ground. I mean, it's not my space. I'm not privy to everything in there, but it's a bit embarrassing when we as Nigerians sit and watch U.S. congressional panels sit and discuss security in Nigeria or the security situation in Nigeria, and we don't see that level of seriousness within our country by the people we elected to govern us in the legislature and in the executive arm of government. No, Nigeria is facing a very dire security situation. We have kidnapping, we have all sorts going around in virtually every part of the country. The military is stretched, the police sometimes are not even visible in some of these security centers or incidents. So President Tinubu needs to change his strategy. I mean, I don't know what that strategy is, but the way we've carried on, it doesn't seem to be giving the results we want. So it's time for them to rejig, to recalibrate, and put security on the front burner, take it more seriously. Only when you do that will other countries show respect for Nigeria. But if we have a situation where international partners are the ones coming to conduct security operations in Nigeria, then I mean, it makes a joke of our sovereignty as a nation. So the president needs to lead from the front on security. There's nothing as of now to indicate we are giving the situation the seriousness it deserves, and we're running out of time.
All right, that's a safe place to land on that particular one. But let us quickly talk about another story that's on the front burner right now. Joseph, So you do know that when you're crossing from an old year to a new one, your heart is always soft, right? I guess that's what's happening to Senate President Akpabio right now. This is what he did. He has directed his lawyers to withdraw all going defamation lawsuits against several individuals. Now, the Senate President, who had filed nearly 9 lawsuits against individuals who he accused of defaming him, said at the Sacred Heart Parish in Uyo today that he was moved by the Clerics' Council during the New Year's Mass. So would you say that this is magnanimous of the Senate President, or would you say he actually knew these cases were merely academic? I don't know. I don't want to put words in your mouth. How would you react to this?
I think we should get that priest to, preach more sermons to Senator Akpabio on good governance and all sorts. Mm-hmm. But kudos to Senator Akpabio. It's a good thing he has decided to withdraw the lawsuits. He's a Christian. We are told to turn the other cheek. So even if he feels aggrieved genuinely by the drama with Senator Natasha, it's a good thing that on New Year's Day he has chosen to let go, and by withdrawing those suits. Lawsuits can be draining. Sometimes even when you get a victory in court, if you count the cost, it's not really a victory. For someone of Senator Akpabio's cadre and given how he does his things, I'm sure he will have hired some of the top senior advocates of Nigeria, and these people don't come cheap. So at the end of the day, the amount spent, the time, the bad publicity it creates, the bad blood, it's a good thing he has decided to let go. I'm sure Senator Natasha as well will, as much as she was willing to prove her case in court, will feel relieved that, okay, she'll spend her time on better things. So kudos to the Senate President on this one. To me, that's a very good gesture. Nigerians shouldn't get carried away over analyzing whether he chose to drop it because he might have lost or it would have embarrassed him. No, it's a good gesture, and we should applaud him for that.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's move on to what the former president, Goodluck Jonathan, has said. He actually urged Nigerian leaders to prioritize the welfare of citizens and embrace people-centered leadership in 2026. This was in his New Year message to Nigerians. But I want to ask you, what would you see as people-centered leadership in the Nigeria we have today?
Exactly. It's what we were talking about a while ago, that leadership should address the needs, the yearnings, the aspirations of the people. It shouldn't be about keeping an elite living a luxurious lifestyle and all. So I agree with the former President Jonathan. Nigeria has struggled to make leadership, governance, people-centered. And it has driven a wedge between, those at the grassroots and those in positions of authority. Most Nigerians, no longer have confidence in government. They just shrug things off. Even when they vote not because they believe change is going to come, but probably just something they need to do. For they feel they'll get certain benefits right there and the polling unit. But when you speak about people-centered governance, again, you should address the needs of the people. What do the people want? They want the quality, a life of dignity. They want to be able to feed. They want to be able to have decent shelter. They want to be able to send their kids in school. They want to be secure, sleep with both eyes closed. We don't a country where one official goes around with how many policemen or military men in tow while ordinary citizens can't even travel from one community to the next. Certainly, that is not a country that operates a people-centered form of governance and all. So what the former president is saying is for leaders in Nigeria, and the problem didn't start today though, but for leaders to take a step back, gauge what the citizens want. And the citizens don't want much, to be honest. Nigerians are not looking to be billionaires or very basics of life that guarantees them dignity, be able to feed, be able to move around, be able to feel secure and safe in their country. Where someone gets abducted from a football field and gets matched on foot somewhere. That's not the sort of leadership we want from our nation. So the current crop of leaders should listen to the former president and put the ordinary Nigerian at the very epic center of their governance policies.
Fantastic as usual, Joe. Thank you so much. This is much we can take. We appreciate you coming on board today. Thank you.
Thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
All right. We've been speaking with Joe Abuku. He is a public affairs commentator. And now on the rest of the news. The National Judicial Council, NJC, has clarified that it had not reached a conclusion on the fate of the 62 legal practitioners seeking appointment as judges of the Federal High Court. In a statement ahead of its meeting billed for January 13 and 14 to consider issues surrounding the FHC judges' appointments process, the body explained that the initial qualifying test was solely conducted by the Federal Judicial Service Commission, FJSC. It also faulted the claim that the 34 lawyers disqualified by the commission had failed the integrity test, saying that such claim did not reflect what transpired in the judicial appointment process. According to the NJC, while some candidates were disqualified due to petitions against them, others failed to advance to the interview stage because they did not secure the required score. 34 applicants who passed the computer-based test had earlier been disqualified by the FJSC.
Now we'll bring you more New Year messages as some eminent Nigerians and groups, including former Senate President David Mark, Governor Chukwuma Soludo of Anambra State, and Ohanaeze Ndigbo, have greeted Nigerians on 2026. In his message, the national chairman of the African Democratic Congress, Senator Mark, called on Nigerians to join the party's mission to better Nigeria. Mark, in the statement by Special Advisor on Media, Paul Mume, acknowledged the hardships faced by Nigerians in 2025, citing rising cost of living, food, basic drugs, and transportation. Criticizing the All Progressive Congress government for what he described as imposition of stringent taxes and renewed hopelessness, he emphasized that the ADC's commitment to patriotism and service to the people has brought a defining moment. Also, the President General of Ohanaeze Ndigbo worldwide, Senator Azuta Mbata, called on Ndigbo and Nigerians at large to remain focused, law-abiding, peaceful, and constructive in their engagement, stating the collective progress lies in inclusivity, unity, and responsible citizenship. He commended Ndigbo for their resilience in the face of challenges, as well as their industry and renowned spirit of entrepreneurship, which had continued to distinguish them, urging them to remain encouraged that the future of Igbo nation remains bright. On this part, Governor Soludo expressed optimism that 2026 would present the state with fresh opportunities to build on his administration's achievement. According to him, the government will learn from existing challenges and work collectively towards the goals and vision of the state defined by prosperity, adequate security, and sustainable development. He urged everyone to celebrate the new beginning by reflecting with gratitude on their resilience, industry, and patriotic spirit. In the meantime, the General Overseer of the Redeemed Christian Church of God, Enoch Adeboye, has cautioned Christians that life-changing divine intervention requires complete and sincere obedience to God, not spiritual pretense. In his New Year message during the 2025 crossover service, Adeboye warned believers against complacency and superficial faith, insisting to deceive God. Urging total and sincere obedience, the cleric emphasized that God's ability to rearrange destinies in one night is activated not by partial compliance, but by total alignment with his will.
Now, on the foreign scene, Brazil's Supreme Court has rejected a request by former President Jair Bolsonaro for his prison sentence for plotting a coup to be converted to house arrest. Bolsonaro's lawyers submitted a request Wednesday, citing a real risk of a sudden worsening in health for the far-right former leader as reason to serve his 27-year sentence at home. The 70-year-old has been hospitalized for over a week after undergoing surgery for a groin hernia, and then a procedure to treat recurring bouts of hiccups. However, Judge Alexandra Moraz stated in his decision that contrary to what the defense alleged, there has been no worsening of Bolsonaro's health condition. Bolsonaro is suspected to be discharged from the hospital on Thursday, according to his doctors. He will then have to return to the small room where he is serving his sentence as a federal police facility in Brasilia.
We now move on to business. The Ebonyi state government says it has procured 3 aircraft under the Ebonyi Air, stating that they are expected to arrive in the state on January 26. Disclosing this in Abakiliki during his New Year broadcast, Governor Francis Nwifuru said it was part of the intensive drive to enhance the state's economy rather than about prestige. According to him, reliable air transport makes it easier for investors to do business, for professionals to move freely from the state, and for the people to connect with other parts of the country and beyond. He further explained that Ebonyi Air will support business growth, encourage tourism, and reduce the time and cost of travel, while strengthening the state's position as one ready to engage with the wider economy and attract new opportunities.
Well, in sports news, Gabon has banned veteran players Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang and Bruno Manga and suspended the whole national team, while also sacking the coaching staff following the Panthers' disastrous showing at the Africa Cup of Nations, AFCON, where they exited the group stage. Sports Minister Simplice Mambula announced that given the Panthers' disgraceful performance at the AFCON, the government has decided to dissolve the technical staff, suspend the national team until further notice, and remove players Manga and Aubameyang. An injury time winner by Bazumana Toure condemned Gabon to a 3-2 defeat against defending champions Cote d'Ivoire on Wednesday, with the 3rd consecutive defeat in as many outings, ensuring that they finished rock bottom of Group F below Cote d'Ivoire, Cameroon, and Mozambique. The national team's performance at the tourney was reportedly reviewed by the Council of Ministers, the following which meant that Gabon could not progress to the knockout stages. Aubameyang returned to his French club Marseille due to a thigh knock after Sunday's 3-2 defeat to 102nd ranked Mozambique.
And finally, in entertainment, Nollywood's festive movie season has been overshadowed by allegations of copyright infringement involving 2 Christmas-themed films after A Christmas to Love by Lily Perez Films emerged as a top 5 family Christmas movie on YouTube after its release in December. However, viewers later accused Judge Hates Christmas, produced by Chinilove Eze, of copying key elements of the earlier film, including its storyline, characters, and scenes. The backlash intensified after actor Baj Adebule said he identified major similarities between both films and questioned the originality of the script. The controversy has renewed calls for stronger copyright enforcement and better protection for emerging filmmakers in the industry. Also, Lily Perez Films is demanding public acknowledgement of originality, suspension of the disputed film, a formal apology, compensation, and intervention by relevant industry bodies.
And that wraps it up for us on News Hour. Thank you so much for watching. I am Vivian Oguche.
And I am Nenna Ndomdioto. Happy New Year once again.
than a voice. Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and